Chapter 609. The abyss-like ruins of myriad worlds was enormous. Its entrance was 300 million light-years in diameter. In terms of depth, the known depth of the Chaos Sea was 90,000 light-years. Inside the abyss, it was incomparably silent, without a single ripple. Countless stone, celestial bodies floated quietly. Each of them had a hidden space. Some had been excavated, while others had yet to be opened and were in an unknown state. The space inside these stone, celestial bodies that had yet to be excavated was called the ruins. At this moment, a stone celestial body with a diameter of 90 million kilometers was completely covered by red fog. It formed a special area where even the turbulent gray fog couldn't get close. This was a newly opened ruin. Judging from the aura outside, it was a Tao Lord ruin. However, there was another world inside. As the news kept spreading, many forces in the Chaos Sea knew about this place. The ruins of myriad worlds hidden inside was actually a supreme ruin that far surpassed the heavenly Venerate ruins. It hid a mysterious and powerful ancient civilization's inheritance. It could be said to be one of the top opportunities in the history of the Chaos Sea. Thus, the Juntian Sacred Land, the Red Lotus Sacred Land, and the four primal universes, a total of nearly 100 forces, heard the news and started to rush to this ruins of myriad worlds. A huge storm started to brew and evolve in the Chaos Sea. In the ruins of myriad worlds, the second square was paved with white jade. The outside was covered by red fog. Jiang Ci stood at the edge of the square and looked at the churning red fog expressionlessly. He wanted to determine what was happening inside through the aura fluctuations. What secrets or dangers were on the bridge of 9 worlds? The 8 Clouds general, who had been indifferent, suddenly said, "1 died. 5 left." Jiang Ci was shocked. How long had it been? Less than a minute? Only 1 died? In terms of strength, the 6 Tao Lords who had just entered could be said to be the top universe Tao Lords. They had been in the Chaos Sea for at least 100 million years and were quite famous. Tao Lord Taoyi was a half-step heavenly Venerate, close to Tao Lord Lo. The 3 Tao Lords of the heavenly feather race might be weaker individually, but when they worked together, they were almost as strong as a half-step heavenly Venerate. The only one who was slightly weaker was Tao Lording Long. His body was extremely huge and was very difficult to kill. Even with the 6 of them charging in together, one of them had died, and in such a short period of time, Jiang Ci couldn't help but glance at the 8 Clouds general. However, this mysterious existence still had a cold expression. From the looks of it, she wouldn't answer any of his questions. It was pointless to ask. Another one has died. There are 4 left. The 8 Clouds general spoke again. Jiang Ci's heart trembled. This bridge of 9 worlds was too dangerous. Given the combined power of Tao Lord Tabo and the other 5 Tao Lords, even an Empyrean wouldn't be able to kill them so quickly if they wanted to. In the space of a single breath, 2 supreme cosmic Tao Lords had perished. At this moment, Jiang Ci was no longer as confident as before. He began to worry about himself. He did indeed have a half-step Empyrean, but it wasn't as if none of the 6 Tao Lords who had entered were half-step Empyreans as well. In fact, one of them was very close to becoming a half-step Empyrean. Even with the 6 of them working together, 2 of them were easily killed. What would he do after he went in? Although Jiang Ci was worried, he remained calm and didn't show any anxiety on his face. After a few more breaths, the faint aura fluctuations coming from the red fog suddenly stopped. Is it over? Jiang Ci looked at the location of the bridge of 9 worlds. At this moment, the 8 Clouds general nodded gently. Not bad. Only 2 died. Then he looked at Jiang Ci. You go in. Following his words, the red mist that had formed the barrier rippled once again, and a small part of the cyan stone bridge was revealed. Jiang Ci was still a little uneasy. 6 of them had entered together, but 2 had died. Was it a blessing or a curse for him to enter alone? Either leave or advance, the 8 Clouds general said indifferently. Jiang Ci took a deep breath and flew in without hesitation. He stepped onto the bridge of 9 worlds. Whoosh! The red fog churned and covered the path behind him. There was no way to retreat. I can only advance. Jiang Xi looked behind him. There was only red fog then. He raised his head to look at the cyan stone bridge that stretched for an unknown length. I want to see what's on the bridge that caused two of them to fall. Whoosh! Jiang Xi turned into a stream of light and slowly advanced. The green stone bridge that was more than 10,000 kilometers wide was also filled with red fog. It affected his vision and prevented him from seeing further. At the same time, his spiritual sense was also blocked. He could only maintain his vigilance and advance. With Jiang Xi's speed, even if he deliberately suppressed it, he could cross billions of kilometers in an instant. Soon, he crossed a distance of 1 light year. Something strange. He suddenly stopped. In the slowly flowing red fog, there was a vague figure standing in the middle of the stone bridge. Suddenly, the red fog became thinner, allowing Jiang Xi to see the figure's appearance. It was a 90,000-meter-tall figure with a human-like appearance. However, there were 2 ox horns on his head. The figure's eyes were closed. The surface of his body was suffused with black and gold light. When Jiang Xi appeared, the tall figure's eyes suddenly opened. They burst out with scarlet light and stared at Jiang Xi. What you need to do is survive in the hands of this 9-rel puppet. A cold voice sounded. Jiang Xi immediately recognized that it was the voice of the 8-Cloud General. Don't hide in your tower treasure. That will only count as you being eliminated. You must fight. Other than that, you can use any other means. 2 of the previous 6 died in the hands of the 9-rel puppet. I hope you can survive. The 8-Cloud General said. Jiang Xi's expression changed slightly. The 8-Cloud General knew about the uniqueness of Sky Connecting Tower. Was it detected by the altar just now, or had the 8-Cloud General seen it before? He immediately became more vigilant. At this moment, whoosh! The scarlet light in the eyes of the 9-realm puppet became brighter and brighter. A dense, evil aura suddenly burst out. The stone bridge was more than 10,000 kilometers wide. Although it was narrow compared to the void, it was enough for a battle. I have to fight. Jiang Xi temporarily put away the doubts in his heart. A long shuttle appeared in his hand. It was the transformation of Sky Connecting Tower. He couldn't hide in it, but he could use it as a weapon. 9-realm puppet? It should be the guardian of the 9-realm bridge, not a real life. Roar! Die! The puppet of the 9 realms roared and rushed over aggressively. The stream of light whistled and instantly arrived in front of Jiang Xi. At the same time, Jiang Xi also attacked. The 9-realm puppet was able to kill 2 top universe realm Dao lords in just a minute. Its strength couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, Jiang Xi didn't dare to be careless. He unleashed all his combat strength, including the power of the world, and poured it all into the long shuttle of Sky Connecting Tower. The sword light of the Mountain Sea Sword Scripture also covered the entire long shuttle. Under the guidance of this supreme treasure, Riverward's figure flickered and pierced out. Bang! The tall 9-realm puppet's chest was pierced by the long shuttle. However, the long shuttle didn't pierce its body. It only sent it flying. Then, it crashed to the ground at an extremely fast speed, causing the entire greenstone bridge to tremble slightly. What? This is the strength that can kill 2 top universe realm Dao lords? Jiang Xi was shocked and forgot to follow up with another attack. It's too weak. Jiang Xi didn't expect such a situation. The 6 Dao lords were all extraordinary. If he wanted to kill 2 of them when the 6 of them worked together, he would at least have the strength of a heavenly venerable. And to do all this in just a minute, the level of strength needed to be even higher. At least the strength of a 2nd step heavenly venerable, or even a 3rd step heavenly venerable. However, he was only a half-step heavenly venerable now. Compared to the weakest 1st step heavenly venerable, he was still far away. Therefore, Jiang Xi went all out as soon as he came up and planned to retreat after one attack. He wanted to judge the strength of the 9-realm puppet through one exchange and then come up with a counterattack. But the reality was that the 9-realm puppet was directly crushed by his full-strength attack. It couldn't resist at all. This caused Riverward to be stunned in midair, and he even forgot to retreat after striking out a single blow. What's going on? Too weak. Any random dragon-class Dowlord would be able to crush it. Riverward shook his head, however. He still remained vigilant. This was because his long shuttle's attack, just now, could even seriously injure an ordinary Universe Realm Dowlord. However, the Nine-Realm puppet wasn't damaged at all. Swoosh! Jiang Ci rushed towards the Nine-Realm puppet in a flash. He raised Heaven-Reaching Tower's long shuttle and swept it out. The Nine-Realm puppet's eyes emitted a blazing, bloody light. It stood up again and kept roaring, "Die! Die! Die!" The long shuttle whistled through the air with five-colored sword light. The 90,000-meter-tall Nine-Realm puppet still couldn't block it and was smashed hard. Clang! Its enormous body was smashed into the stone bridge. Strange. Jiang Ci shook his head. He raised the shuttle again and attacked with all his strength. Boom! 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 The five-colored long shuttle smashed into the Nine-Realm puppet's body repeatedly, producing deafening sounds. The void trembled and the red mist churned. The Nine-Realm puppet was completely suppressed. Roar! The Nine-Realm puppet struggled. It pressed its hands against the ground and finally stood up. Riverward took a single step backwards, standing there in midair as he stared downwards with a frown on his face. His defenses are far too strong. Even the most supreme of Dowlords would perish under my continuous, full-force attacks. But it doesn't have a single wound on its body. I wonder what material it is made of. The only thing is that it's too weak. Still, since it's weak, I'll give it a good beating. Jiang Ci gathered strength and attacked again. Heaven-Reaching Tower's long shuttle stabbed out. The Nine-Realm puppet roared and swung its fists. It wanted to throw a punch, but it was sent flying by the shuttle and smashed into the stone bridge. Boom! 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 The Nine-Realm puppet smashed into the stone bridge vertically, then flew backward and landed on the stone bridge. Gradually, Riverward realized that even though the puppet of the Nine Realms was being crushed, it was still blocking his advance. This obstruction slowed him down and made it impossible for him to quickly cross the bridge. Its strength is rising. It's rising faster and faster. As he continued to crush the Nine-Realm puppet in advance, Jiang Ci felt more and more uneasy. He felt that the Nine-Realm puppet's strength was rising from the initial 5 transformations, True Lord level to the Desolate level, then the Aeon level. Now, half a minute later, it was approaching the level of a Universe Realm Dowlord. At first, Jiang Ci could easily crush it, but now it was getting harder and harder. Especially now, when he used the shuttle to send the Nine-Realm puppet flying again. This unbreakable puppet's strength finally rose to the level of a Universe Realm Dowlord. Whoosh! Jiang Ci advanced a little further on the bridge, but he wasn't happy at all. It's a Universe Realm Dowlord now. If this continues, if I still can't cross the bridge, its strength might rise to the level of a half-step Empyrean, a first-step Empyrean, or even stronger. What worried him even more was that the Nine-Realm puppet didn't know any secret arts. It used its body to fight. It had absolute strength, speed, and defense. As the saying went, when absolute strength reached a certain level, all Dao arts would be forced to retreat. This kind of strength was the most terrifying and difficult to deal with. The Nine-Realm puppet was now close to this level. Its fists began to affect space-time, and its fists caused waves to rise in space-time. These waves were extremely terrifying. Just a trace of it could annihilate an entire galaxy. Boom! Jiang Ci smashed out with the shuttle again, faster than the Nine-Realm puppet's counterattack, and smashed into its body. Boom! 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 The two forces collided, creating a violent explosion. It's gotten a little stronger. Although the collision sent the puppet of the Nine Realms flying again, Riverward's figure also swayed a little. It felt like he had hit a leaf at the beginning of the battle, but now it felt like he had hit a boulder. Boom! Boom! After hundreds of consecutive collisions, Jiang Ci still hadn't crossed the bridge. The front was still covered by red fog, and he couldn't see the end. At this moment, The nine-realm puppet's strength finally rose to the level of a half-step Empyrean. Roar! It began to counterattack, and its tall body broke through the red fog. Its fists were like light and meteors, smashing toward Jiang Ci. My defense isn't bad either. Jiang Ci didn't retreat and continued to advance. His aura rose as he began to fight the nine-realm puppet in close combat. His body was as strong as a 6th-tier supreme treasure, and he also had the 7th-tier armor treasure formed by the 6th-tier mountain. Ordinary Empyreans couldn't do much damage to him. Boom! Boom! The Nine Realms puppet rampaged and punched out again and again. His fists turned into streams of light that could easily destroy a star system. The long shuttle in Riverward's hand flew, shattering the fist imprints one after another, and then continued to advance. Boom! The two sides collided again. This time, it was Riverward who was sent flying by a punch. He only felt his blood boil. The power of this punch was too strong. It surpassed a half-step Empyrean. Has it reached the level of an Empyrean? Jiang Ci hadn't fought an Empyrean before, so he couldn't judge. The situation was reversed. Now it was the nine-realm puppet that was crushing Jiang Ci. If his body's defense wasn't strong enough, that punch would have covered his body with cracks. Boom! 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 The pure power of the nine-realm puppet's attacks made Jiang Ci's heart tremble. He had to use the shuttle to dissolve most of the fists, because even with his current body's defense, it was difficult to block all the attacks. Jiang Ci had completely fallen into a passive situation. Like a sandbag, he was wantonly smashed away by the nine-realm puppet, and he could only rely on his body's defense to find an opportunity to advance. Its strength must have reached the level of an Empyrean. Even Empyrean powerhouses have to rely on secret techniques and treasures to display such powerful combat strength, but it only relies on its body. Jiang Ci was also anxious. The shuttle in his hand flew, blocking most of the fists. The power of the fist was transmitted to his body through the shuttle, causing his blood to surge. Too strong. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death by its fists. Do I have to hide in Heavenly Tower? With Heavenly Tower's sturdiness, it can easily block its attacks, but once I go in, I'll be eliminated. I can still hold on. I'll definitely succeed. Jiang Ci was sent flying again and again, and at the same time, he looked for an opportunity to advance. Dense cracks had already begun to appear on his body. One must know that his body was comparable to a 6th-tier treasure, and outside, there was a 7th-tier armor treasure formed by a 6th-tier mountain. Under such circumstances, even an Empyrean would find it difficult to cause damage to a 6th-tier treasure. But the puppet of the Nine Realms was able to smash his body into pieces. If his cultivation base was not that of a 5th transformation True Lord, and it was relatively easy for him to recover, he would have died by now. After another 10 seconds, the puppet of the Nine Realms, which had been completely enraged, suddenly calmed down. Bang! Jiang Ci fell to the ground again and was shaken to the core. After seeing this scene, he immediately flashed and floated in the air, looking at the nine-realm puppet in confusion. Why did it stop? Buzzed the scarlet light in the nine-realm puppet's eyes gradually faded until it disappeared. You have passed. Continue forward. The 8 Clouds General's cold voice sounded. Jiang Ci let out a long breath. He had finally endured it. He looked at the motionless figure with lingering fear. For an entire minute, he had been ravaging the nine-realm puppet in the first half, but the latter half had been ravaged by the nine-realm puppet without any ability to resist. Whoosh! Jiang Ci flew another 1,000 meters forward. The red fog had dispersed, and he could already see the other exit of the nine-realm bridge, as well as the 4 figures outside. He crossed the last part of the nine-realm bridge and arrived at the 3rd square, which was completely paved with black boulders. He actually made it out alive. Tao Lord Shifeng of the Heavenly Feather Clan was shocked, and a hint of malice flashed through his eyes. His Tao partner, Tao Lord Jinlan, sneered without hiding it. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you actually managed to escape from the nine-realm puppet alone, Tao Lord Xiangli said in a low voice. I admire you. Tao Lord Tuoyi smiled. The four surviving Tao lords were standing together. Tao Lord Lian Xian and Tao Lord Long were not seen, so naturally, they had died. The six of you tried together. How did two of you die? Jiang Ci asked curiously. It was just a minute. The nine-realm puppet shouldn't have been able to stop all of you working together, right? Of course, the one you encountered wasn't that powerful. If you had been with us, you would have definitely died. Tao Lord Shifeng sneered. What kind of situation did you encounter? Jiang Ci ignored him and looked at Tao Lord Tuoyi. Of the four surviving Tao Lords, only Tao Lord Tuoyi was easier to talk to. Whether it was the Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Clan or Tao Lord Xiang Lu of the Third Universe's human race, they were all very hostile towards him. Tao Lord Tuoyi smiled. The nine-realm puppet we encountered was fine at first. It only had the strength of an early universe Tao Lord. Any one of us could have easily defeated it. But as we fought, its strength kept rising. Soon, it surpassed the half-step Empyrean level and reached the Empyrean level. And it's still rising. It's more terrifying than any Empyrean I've seen. It fought with pure strength. One punch was enough to heavily injure us. Because Tao Lord Rain Dragon was slightly weaker and didn't have a Tier 6 defensive treasure, he was directly annihilated by one punch. Tao Lord Lian Xian and Tao Lord Shifeng worked together to fight it, but unfortunately, their teamwork wasn't good enough and they were also killed by two punches. Fortunately, after the nine-realm puppet reached that level, we reached the end of the nine-realm bridge. If the stalemate had continued, Tao Lord Shifeng and Tao Lord Jinlan would have definitely died. Tao Lord Tuoyi sighed. Oof. The two Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Clan had cold expressions. Riverward, however, was secretly surprised. This was because the nine-realm puppet the six of them encountered seemed to be somewhat different from his. It seemed that they had encountered the most ordinary universe, Tao Lord, right off the bat. As for the nine-realm puppet he encountered, its strength was only that of a 5 transformations true Lord at first. In the end, it only reached the level of a first-step Empyrean, but it ended very quickly. Is this special treatment? Jiang Ci guessed that the 8 Clouds general must have known his actual cultivation level, which was why he had allowed him to challenge it alone. If he had challenged it with Tao, Lord Tuoyi, and the others, he would have encountered the same situation. Of course, he couldn't be completely sure now, so he couldn't let his guard down. At the same time, he was also summarizing the gains from the battle just now. Although the battle with the nine-realm puppet was dangerous, it also gave him a clearer understanding of the combat strength of the Heavenly Venerable. He also had a clearer direction for his future cultivation and improvement. The remaining 5 Tao Lords continued to wait quietly. Whoosh, a red-armored figure condensed on the third square. It was the 8 Clouds General. There are 5 left, the 8 Clouds General said coldly. 2 of them died in just 2 of the simplest selections. If it weren't for the fact that the nine-realm puppet state is no longer the same as before after countless eras, all of you would have died here today. Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Tuoyi, Tao Lord Xiang Lu, and the Heavenly Feather Clan couple were all secretly shocked. This wasn't the strongest state of the nine-realm puppet. Next is the third round of selection. This round involves some inheritances. The 8 Clouds General spoke again with an indifferent expression. Everyone perked up and immediately listened attentively. Oh, Jiang Ci suddenly frowned. This was because his clone had received messages from Tomorrow Venerable and his master, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Why were they contacting him at this time? Chapter 610. In the human territory of the Fourth Universe. A wisp of Jiang Ci's clones' spiritual consciousness entered the sky, connecting mountain and river painting, and arrived at the starry sky, where the human Tao Lords were meeting. At that moment, all the human Tao Lords and Venerable Ming had arrived at the huge long table. However, they were all absent-minded and waiting anxiously. River Word is here. The gazes of venerated Ming and the other Tao Lords instantly converged. Tao Lord Nine Clouds asked directly, Jiang Ci, we just received a piece of news from the corpse race's heavenly venerate in the first universe. He said that the inheritance left behind by a divine general called the Eight Clouds appeared in the myriad world ruins. Also, the corpse race's heavenly venerate said that you are one of the 7 Tao lords who are wandering in the void world. What's the situation with the Eight Clouds inheritance? Venerable Ming asked. The other human Tao lords stared intently at Riverward as well, feeling rather eager and expectant. Although they had received this news from the corpse race, they did not know much. Perhaps they had not made it public and had only spread a portion of it. Everyone was eager to know what the inheritance was. Venerable Ming, Master, and everyone else, please take a look. Jiang Ci did not hide anything and immediately displayed his main body's experience in the void world. Images appear from a moment they entered the void world to when they met the Eight Clouds divine general in the first square, to the selection at the altar, and then to the 9-world bridge. Upon seeing this, the expressions of Venerable Ming and the other Tao lords changed. Some had solemn expressions, some were excited, and some were filled with fear and worry. Jiang Ci said softly, "This is the situation. The Eight Clouds inheritance is a powerful inheritance from countless eras ago. This is an opportunity, but it is also accompanied by great danger. Now, 2 top-notch universe Tao lords have already died before we even came into contact with the inheritance. Moreover, this inheritance is destined to only have one inheritor. Even Tao, Lord Tuayi, and I will fail and die. However, this is an opportunity for the human race in the 4th universe. I should take it." Jiang Ci looked at Heavenly Venerate Ming and Tao Lord 9 Clouds. Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded slightly. If there was anyone who was most likely to obtain the inheritance of Ba Yun, all the human higher-ups present knew that it was definitely Jiang Ci. This was because Jiang Ci, who was still a 5th Revolution true monarch, already had the battle prowess of a half-step Heavenly Venerable. With such talent, it was likely that any super expert would be willing to choose him as their successor. Jiang Ci, focus on receiving the inheritance. Don't be distracted by us, Ming Tian instructed. If we really have any arrangements, we'll inform you again. Yes. Jiang Ci nodded and then left the meeting. In the boundless chaos ocean, there were only 2 Holy Land universes that could exist eternally without fear of the calamity. They were Jun Tian Holy Land Universe and Red Lotus Holy Land Universe. Between the 2 of them, whether it was the length of time they existed, the strength of their overall strength, or the depth of their foundations, all of them were won by the Great Sky Holy Land. This was the publicly acknowledged number 1 faction in the Chaos Sea, in the depths of the endless starry sky of the Great Sky Holy Land universe. There was the giant hammer, Divine World. 90% of the Tribulation Transcender powerhouses, 99% of the true monarchs, Tao Lords, and heavenly venerables of the entire Holy Land universe were gathered in the giant hammer, Divine World. The entire world was beautiful and peerless. There were countless buildings of various civilizations and styles. Between the layers of mountains, there were also strange flowers and herbs. It was full of tranquility and auspiciousness. Just by being there, one's mind would be at peace. In the center of the giant hammer Divine World was a gray hammer that stood tall. It constantly emitted invisible fluctuations that spread throughout the entire world. Wind, thunder. Oh, there was a faint sound in the fluctuations. It was intoxicating and couldn't help but be immersed in it. Figures sat cross-legged around the giant hammer. At a glance, there was no end to it. It was a vast expanse of darkness. Boom! Suddenly, there was a thunderous sound. The entire giant hammer began to tremble and emit a blue light. Whoosh! At the same time, a tornado condensed and howled around the giant hammer. Between the wind and thunder, the gray dust on the surface of the giant hammer faded, gradually revealing its true body. It was a black giant hammer with golden patterns on its surface. It was as if it was the truth of the world. It was awe-inspiring. The supreme treasure of a supreme. The supreme giant hammer has revealed its true body. A Supreme is about to appear. Supreme. Greetings, Supreme. Originally, countless tribulation transcenders, true monarchs, Tao lords, and heavenly venerables were sitting cross-legged around the giant hammer. At this moment, when they saw such a big movement from the giant hammer, they were shocked and excited. Many tribulation transcenders and true monarchs revealed fanatical expressions. Some even cried and knelt respectfully on the ground, their bodies trembling with excitement. The Great Sky Holy Land universe had existed for countless eras. Supreme Jun Tian was a supreme existence in the hearts of the living beings of the entire Holy Land universe. Because he was a supreme, he had granted them eternal life. They didn't have to fear the dangers of the calamities and enjoyed endless peace. However, in the endless years, it was as if Supreme Jun Tian didn't exist and rarely appeared. Even many Tao lords in the Holy Land universe who had lived for many eras had never seen Supreme Jun Tian with their own eyes. As for outside the Holy Land, in the vast chaos sea, no powerhouse had ever seen the Supremes of the two Holy Land universes. They had only heard of their names and never seen them. This was also the reason why Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament was known as the #1 powerhouse in the Chaos Sea with his invincible strength. Compared to Supreme Jun Tian and Supreme Red Lotus, who were already eternal, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament was definitely much weaker. However, no one had ever seen these two supreme beings. Even among the great beings from the two Holy Land universes, there were very few great beings who could see the supreme beings. Therefore, these two supremes who rarely appeared were only a deterrent in the Chaos Sea. They weren't like Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament, who had slaughtered everyone in the Chaos Sea. Especially Jun Tian Supreme, the number of times he appeared was pitiful. And every time he appeared, the Supreme Giant Hammer would reveal its true body, causing wind and thunder. Supreme is about to appear. Supreme. The Tao Lords in other parts of the Jun Tian Holy Land were also shocked and excited. A total of 65 years have passed since I was born, but I've never seen a Supreme. Today, I'm finally going to see one. A Tao Lord was so excited that he didn't even care about teaching his disciples and directly used teleportation to rush to the Great Hammer Divine World. The last time I saw a Supreme was 198 years ago. Hurry, rush to the Great Hammer Divine World as soon as possible. The entire Great Hammer Divine World fell into a state of madness. Jun Tian Holy Land was the oldest Holy Land universe in the Chaos Sea. The living beings born in this universe were born with a kind of innate pride. They looked down on the entire Chaos Sea and even vaguely looked down on Red Lotus Holy Land. This was because from the size of the Holy Land universe, one could tell that their Jun Tian Supreme was much stronger than Red Lotus Supreme. Absolute pride. At the same time, they worshipped Jun Tian Supreme. Figures gathered under the Supreme Giant Hammer from all directions. Some knelt on the ground, some stood, and some stood in midair. At this time, those who still dared to float in midair were all Tao Lords and Heavenly Venerables. There were more than 500 of them. They were scattered around the Supreme Giant Hammer, all of them extremely respectful, waiting for the Supreme to descend. Wind, lightning. The faint voice became louder and louder until it finally rumbled between heaven and earth. Every powerhouse present, including the Heavenly Venerables, was affected by this voice and fell into intoxication. Whoosh! A pillar of light shot into the sky from the top of the giant hammer. Immediately after, an incomparably dazzling figure condensed and formed in the pillar of light. He wore a black robe with golden patterns, and a gentle breeze circled around him. Lightning flashed. The wind seemed to contain rich vitality as it blew in all directions. At this moment, whether they were kneeling, standing, or hovering in the air, the hundreds of millions of experts all felt extremely comfortable. Many of the hidden injuries that had accumulated in their bodies for countless eras were instantly healed. Buzz! All the living beings that had fallen into intoxication, including the Heavenly Venerables, woke up under the gentle breeze. After seeing that dazzling figure, they immediately shouted fervently and respectfully, "Greetings, Supreme." Jun Tian Supreme looked down. His entire body was shrouded in a misty breeze mixed with flickering blue lightning, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. Those few heavenly venerables and hundreds of Tao lords all felt a kind of pressure from the depths of their souls, and they involuntarily felt the urge to submit. I heard that in one of the three most dangerous places in Chaos Sea, the myriad world ruins, an inheritance called 8 Clouds appeared. Is this true? Jun Tian Supreme said slowly. Yes. The leading heavenly venerables answered respectfully. They had also just received the news, but everything that happened in the Holy Land could not be hidden from Jun Tian Supreme. This 8 Clouds inheritance is also one of the top inheritances in the civilization before the limitless calamity era. I order, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo, you will personally escort 50 Tao lords, 500 perfected lords, and 5,000 tribulation transcenders of the Holy Land. Rush to the myriad world ruins at the fastest speed and send them to compete for the inheritance. Jun Tian Supreme said leisurely. Yes, Supreme. A muscular man with 8 arms hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo was an extremely ancient existence. He had become a heavenly venerable countless calamity years ago, and he was in existence of the same era as Jun Tian Supreme. His miniature universe had long been destroyed by the calamity, and he could only rely on the Holy Land to survive. There will only be one inheritor of the 8 Clouds inheritance in the end. The others will be in danger. Are there any volunteers? Jun Tian Supreme looked down. I'm willing. Supreme, I'm willing. Supreme, choose me. Almost instantly, the kneeling tribulation transcenders and the standing perfected lords below shouted enthusiastically. Although there were not many Tao lords standing in midair, more than half of them were willing to go. Very good. Jun Tian Supreme nodded with satisfaction. Then let the elders discuss and decide on a detailed list. We must decide on it as soon as possible and rush to the myriad world ruins as soon as possible. 50 Tao lords, 500 perfected lords, and 5,000 tribulation transcenders will try together. My Jun Tian Holy Land must get the 8 Clouds inheritance. I, Jun Tian, need this inheritance. Jun Tian Supreme's gaze swept across everything below. Yes. Immediately, those strong beings saluted excitedly. An inheritance that a Supreme needed? This sentence made everyone even more fanatical. In just a moment, the list was out. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo rode a sword-shaped flying boat, true treasure, and left the Jun Tian Holy Land with many geniuses, advancing at high speed in the Chaos Sea. I haven't entered the Chaos Sea for more than 30 calamity eras. Since I'm here, I must bring this inheritance back to my Jun Tian Holy Land. At the same time, when the news was passed to the Red Lotus Holy Land, the mysterious Red Lotus Supreme also appeared in the world. She gave a similar order, asking the juniors in the Holy Land to compete and bring back the 8 Clouds inheritance. Yes, we obey the Supreme's order. This inheritance must belong to my Red Lotus Holy Land. My clan's Tao Lord Tua Yi is already there. We have the greatest advantage. According to the Supreme's order, choose 30 Tao Lords, 300 True Lords, and 3,000 Tribulation Transcenders. Heavenly Venerable Sparkling Dust will escort them to the myriad world's ruins. Let's go. The Heavenly Feather Race, whose strength was closest to the 2 Holy Land universes, was even crazier in comparison. Although their overall strength was strong, and they were the 3rd strongest faction in the Chaos Sea, they were still facing the crisis of the Calamity Era. The Calamity Era was coming. If they couldn't attain eternity, then their current prosperity would be just a passing cloud, and they would be drowned by the endless river of time. At this moment, the clones of the 9 sacred masters of the Heavenly Feather Race gathered. The Heavenly Venerable Ruins inheritance that we obtained back then recorded a message. This world is an abandoned world, and the path of eternity will no longer descend. Back then, June Tian Supreme and Red Lotus Supreme very likely obtained the eternal inheritance from the myriad world's ruins. That's why they could surpass the heavenly venerables and establish the eternal sacred land. The eight clouds inheritance this time surpasses the heavenly venerable ruins inheritance we obtained back then. There must be a way to attain eternity inside. Therefore, this is our only chance before the calamity era descends. Our race now has two Tao lords accepting the inheritance inside. We have a huge advantage. Judging from the words of the eight clouds general, it shouldn't be just Tao lords who can accept the inheritance this time. Perhaps perfected lords and tribulation transcenders can also try to accept the inheritance. The avatars of the 9 sacred masters conversed in the void. I'm willing to go. I have a full set of 6-stage true treasures, and I'm a 2nd step heavenly venerable. In the entire Chaos Sea, there aren't many people who are stronger than me, even if I encounter danger inside. I don't believe that the 8 clouds general left behind after he died in the limitless calamity era can kill me, the 4th sacred master said. I'll go with you. The 1st sacred master nodded lightly. No, master, how can you go? Even if you can't obtain the inheritance this time, and the path of eternity doesn't descend, you can still try to attain eternity. That's right, 1st sacred master. You can't take the risk. We still have a chance to attain eternity. Heavenly Feather, don't be rash. The other sacred masters all objected. The 1st sacred master was the strongest in the Heavenly Feather tribe. If he took the risk and died, the Heavenly Feather tribe's status in Chaos Sea would definitely be affected. In terms of strength, I'm much weaker than Heavenly Venerable Z Xiao back then. Even if I'm compared to Heavenly Venerable Ming, I'm only slightly weaker, the 1st sacred master lamented. It's not that easy to attain eternity. The boundary wall in the endless void above Chaos Sea is extremely dangerous. Even Heavenly Venerable Z Xiao back then didn't dare to attempt it. I can't even surpass Heavenly Venerable Z Xiao and Heavenly Venerable Ming. The chances of me successfully passing through the boundary wall are extremely slim. This time, I'm afraid it's the only chance for the Heavenly Feather tribe to attain eternity. The 3rd sacred master shook his head and said, Boss, as long as you're alive, there's still a chance. Before the calamity descends, there's still time. However, if you die, the Heavenly Feather tribe might fall into chaos. If there are other chances in the future, we won't be able to fight for it, even if we want to. Let me and 4th sacred master go. Although I'm weaker than you, I'm still a 3rd step heavenly venerable. I should be able to deal with the technique left behind by the 8 clouds general. The 1st sacred master thought for a moment and finally nodded. All right, then bring my 7th stage primordial soul true treasure over. The 7th stage primordial soul true treasure was obtained by the Heavenly Feather tribe from the Heavenly Venerable Ruins. It was also the only 7th stage primordial soul true treasure that the Heavenly Feather tribe had. The 3rd sacred master didn't refuse. Soon, the Heavenly Feather tribe sent the 3rd sacred master and the 4th sacred master. They brought a total of 20 Tao lords, 200 perfected lords, and 2,000 tribulation transcenders to the myriad world's ruins to the Heavenly Feather tribe. This was already a very crazy move. Other than the 2 heavenly venerables, these Tao lords, perfected lords, and tribulation transcenders were all geniuses and outstanding talents. If any of them died, it would be a heartache for a long time. This time, if all of them died, it would definitely be a huge loss. However, if they could obtain the 8 clouds inheritance, it would be worth it even if only one of them could survive in the end. At this moment, the 4 primal universes and the 2 Holy Land universes in Chaos Sea were all going crazy for the 8 clouds inheritance. No one was willing to miss such an opportunity. If they missed it this time, it would probably not appear again in the future for who knows how many calamity eras. If the major forces knew that the 8 clouds inheritance could actually alarm the 2 supremes, June Tian and Red Lotus, they would definitely go even crazier. The outside world was in a frenzy, But the eight clouds void world was silent. On the third square, Jiang Xi, Dao, Lord Tuoyi, Dao Lord Xiang Lu, Dao Lord Shenfang, and Dao Lord Jinlan were all listening attentively to the eight clouds' divine general's description of the third round of the inheritance selection. At the same time, they became more cautious and careful. This was because not only had Jiang Xi received news from his tribe, but Dao Lord Tui, Dao Lord Xiang Lu, and the two Dao Lords of the Heavenly Feather tribe had also received news from their tribe. They knew how important this inheritance was to their tribe. Among them, Red Lotus had personally appeared and talked to Dao Lord Tuye's clone. To Dao Lord Tuoyi, this was definitely a supreme honor. At this moment, Dao Lord Tuoyi had completely become the greatest contributor to the Red Lotus Holy Land universe. The 9 sacred masters of the Heavenly Feather tribe had also jointly summoned Dao Lord Shenfang and Dao Lord Jinlan, asking them to do their best. Even if they failed, they had to obtain more information to establish an advantage for the 3rd and 4th sacred masters. Dao Lord Xiang Lu had also been summoned by the human emperor of the 3rd universe's human race. He was also exhorted repeatedly, which made Dao Lord Xiang Lu excited. This is our only chance. We must seize it. Dao Lord Shenfang and Dao Lord Jinlan's eyes shone brightly. Red Lotus supremacy actually appeared in person. This is probably the most glorious moment of my life. I must live up to this honor. Dao Lord Taiyu was also in a frenzy. The 3rd universe's human race has always been mediocre in the Chaos Sea. If we can obtain this inheritance, our race will also shine in the Chaos Sea. Dao Lord Xiang Lu was filled with pride. The 4th universe's human race is the weakest overall. We have limited experts and can't compete with them in terms of numbers. Then, let's see what I can do alone. Jiang Xi was also filled with confidence. At this time, he had to be confident. Without confidence, how could he continue? The 5 experts looked at each other, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. At this moment, they were no longer independent individuals. Their respective races stood behind them. They couldn't back down. Eight Cloud's general didn't care about the secret confrontation between the 5 Dao Lords. He said softly, although the 3rd stage is also a selection, this stage involves some inheritances. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Whoosh! In the center of the huge black stone square, a blurry and colorful light appeared. Then, this colorful light kept changing. In the end, what appeared was a complicated and charming diagram. This diagram is called the Heavenly King diagram. In my civilization, the Heavenly King diagram is the most popular form of entertainment. It's also a way to train one's comprehension. All the major factions and special orthodoxies will take it out to test the comprehension of the candidates. Eight Cloud's general looked at the dazzling diagram and introduced the information about it. Heavenly King diagram. Jiang Xi, Dao, Lord Tui, and the other experts' gazes were attracted by the diagram. At first glance, the diagram formed by the light was circular. After careful observation, it looked like a 3-dimensional diagram. However, when they continued to study it, it was in another form. Amidst all the changes, it seemed to contain a world. The Heavenly King was an ancient and powerful existence. He was the hero of my civilization. He was also the existence with the most hope to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Emperor. Unfortunately, he fell in a great war. Before the Heavenly King died, he exhausted his life's efforts to leave this diagram. Therefore, although he died, this Heavenly King diagram was remembered by all the experts of my civilization. Eight Cloud's general's eyes were like the abyss of the 9 nether abyss, full of reminiscence. After the Heavenly King diagram spread, countless experts only thought of it as a form of entertainment. However, later on, they discovered that it had an extremely high requirement for comprehension. Moreover, frequently studying and deducing the Heavenly King diagram could also improve one's comprehension. In my civilization, whether it was a newborn child or a supreme existence, they all liked to study and deduce this diagram when they had nothing to do. The Heavenly King diagram contains thousands of changes. No one knows how many changes there are. Every living being sees something different. Even when I was alive, I could only find 18,042 variations. As for our civilization's highest record, it was created by the Supreme Emperor. The Emperor deduced 35,905 transformations. The Eight Clouds Divine General said with a look of reverence. Jiang Xi and the other experts remembered these two numbers. At the same time, they were secretly shocked. The gap between Eight Clouds General and the Emperor was so huge. How powerful was the Emperor? Chapter 611. In the middle of the huge black stone square, a complicated diagram formed by colorful lights was changing slowly, filled with a misty charm. Jiang Xi and the other four experts were all staring at the diagram. The divine general of Eight Clouds swept his gaze across the faces of the five experts one by one and said softly, "I'll give you a longer time for the third round. What you have to do is try your best to deduce the changes in the Heavenly King diagram. If you can't even meet my minimum requirement by the time, you'll be eliminated. You'll die if you're eliminated." Jiang Xi, Dao Lord Yi, and the other four Dao Lords felt their hearts skip a beat. The divine general of Eight Clouds' voice was still indifferent. "Of course, you haven't come into contact with the true inheritance of the Eight Clouds in this round, so your souls won't be destroyed. I'll only destroy your current bodies and essence spirits. If you have any clones in the outside world, you'll naturally be able to survive. However, if any of you can pass this round and begin to come into contact with the inheritance, apart from one of you, you'll be able to obtain the complete inheritance. The rest will all be destroyed and die completely." At that point, the divine general of Eight Clouds pointed. Rumble. Boom. The Blackstone Square trembled instantly. With the Heavenly King diagram floating in midair as the center, 5 black boulders rose rapidly from the ground and formed a stone pillar. These 5 pillars belong to the 5 of you. The divine general of Eight Clouds looked at Jiang Xi, Dao Lord Yi, and the others. What you need to do now is to send your spirit consciousnesses into the Heavenly King diagram and deduce the changes within. Every time you discover a change, imprint it on the stone pillar that belongs to you, and it will record it. If it's a correct change, the stone pillar will remind you. Although time is long, it's limited. Let's begin, juniors. If any of you can deduce more than 20,000 changes in the limited time, you'll obtain the inheritance of my Eight Clouds lineage directly. Of course, those who can deduce 20,000 changes are destined to have a limitless future and will definitely have greater achievements than me in the future. However, I don't think any of you will be able to do that. Try your best to meet my minimum requirement in the limited time you have. Lastly, I'll remind you that the more correct changes you find, the more benefits you'll obtain in the 4th round of the inheritance. The divine general of Eight Clouds' abyss-like eyes glanced at Jiang Xi and the others before disappearing. Only Jiang Xi and the other 4 experts were left on the Blackstone Square. They all felt an invisible pressure. Game? Entertainment? Xiang Lidaojun said in a low voice. I didn't expect the Eight Clouds Divine General's 3rd round of selection to test us with a game from an ancient civilization. Fool! Dao Lord Yi sneered. Do you really think this is a game? Didn't Eight Cloud Divine General say that in his ancient civilization, from the juniors to the strongest existences, almost all of them found joy in deducing the changes of the Heavenly King diagram? Furthermore, as long as we can deduce and find 20,000 correct transformations, our future achievements will definitely be higher than that of the Eight Cloud Divine Generals. This means that in the future, when I become a paragon, it will be a piece of cake for me to create an eternal universe. The eyes of Dao Lord Shifeng, Dao Lord Jinlan, and Dao Lord Xiangla all shone with divine light. This represented the desire in their hearts. Cultivate to become a supreme being and establish an eternal universe. To be able to lead an entire race and become an eternal existence. What kind of glory was that? My clan's Red Lotus Autarch has long since attained the eternal realm, but she still values this inheritance. Clearly, this inheritance is very important. I want to see just how powerful this so-called Heavenly King diagram is. I don't believe that I can't find 20,000 transformations. Dalortaya's heart was also filled with ambition. Eternity. The race is eternal. The other three powerhouses, Dalord Shifeng, Dalord Jinlan, and Dalord Xiangla, were also incomparably confident. As the top universe realm Dalords, their consciousness operated very quickly. Who knew how many thoughts they could think of in a second? With the strength of their primordial spirits, the speed at which they deduced and searched for the transformations of the Heavenly King diagram was naturally extremely fast. Unlike them, at this moment, Jiang Xi was thinking about an existence that was even more profound than eternity. This was because he had the experience panel. With its conversion function, he could continuously convert eternal shards. As long as nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be much of a problem for him to become an eternal paragon in the future, therefore. What Jiang Xi was thinking about now was to see a realm higher than eternity through the 8 Clouds inheritance. Back then, Blue Frost's race had been incomparably powerful. They had a total of 7 eternal sacred lands universes, but in the end, they had all been destroyed in a great battle. It could be seen that eternity still had its enemies. It wasn't true eternity and couldn't exist forever. It would be killed by an even more powerful existence. The civilization that the 8 Clouds Divine General was from was even more powerful. They could step onto the final path, but they still disappeared in the long river of time. These powerful civilizations hadn't been able to exist forever. And what Riverward wanted was naturally an existence that was even higher than eternity. He looked at the intoxicating Heavenly King diagram, his eyes revealing greater confidence than Dalord Tuyi and the others. Because just now, when the 8 Clouds Divine General mentioned the word deduction, he immediately tried it and used the experience panel to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. The results showed that the deduction was effective. I have the experience panel. In terms of deduction speed and efficiency, who can compare to me? Jiang Xi glanced at the experience panel balance. Experience points, 1884 trillion eternal experience points. 1 yuan, 1 eternal experience points equals 1 trillion experience points. Each deduction consumes 1 million experience points, but also requires a certain amount of time. So, in total, I spend around 10 billion EXP every day when I fully deduce. My current experience points are enough to deduce for more than 3,000 years. Jiang Xi calculated in his heart. He had used the deduction function so many times, so he was naturally very familiar with all the details of this function. Deduction wasn't something that could be completed in an instant. It was like a computer program. After entering the corresponding variables, it would take a certain amount of time to produce the result. I wonder how many changes I can deduce in more than 3,000 years. Jiang Xi came in front of his black stone pillar and stared at the Heavenly King diagram. As soon as his spiritual sense probed it, he seemed to feel a vast and boundless world. This feeling was somewhat similar to when he first entered the primal chaos sea, but it was many times weaker with such a vast existence. I'm afraid that I'll need at least the strength of a 9th tribulation transcender's primordial spirit to let my spiritual sense truly enter this diagram. If one's strength is lower than this level, their spiritual sense won't be able to enter at all, let alone deduce changes. That 8 Clouds General said that his civilization, from the children to the supreme existences, likes to observe and deduce the Heavenly King diagram. Could it be that the children in his civilization are already 9th tribulation transcenders? This thought flashed through Jiang Xi's mind, and he was secretly shocked. Then, he no longer thought about it. His spiritual sense was completely immersed in the Heavenly King diagram, and he began to use the interface to deduce. The difficulty of the deduction at the beginning was always the lowest. Soon, a month passed, and Jiang Xi had deduced more than 100 changes. At the same time, Dalord Tuyi, Dalord Xianglu, Dalord Shinfeng, and Dalord Jinlan were all standing in front of their respective stone pillars, looking at the Heavenly King diagram formed by light and shadow. Shinfang, I just deduced the 10th change and finally found some patterns. Dao Lord Jinlong happily transmitted to his Dao partner. You found the patterns? Dao Lord Shinfang was pleasantly surprised. This damn Heavenly King diagram. I immersed my spiritual sense in it and deduced for so long, but I only found 3 changes. This pattern is... Dao Lord Jinlong quickly informed. Yes, yes, yes. Haha, so that's how it is. No wonder I could only find 3 changes no matter how much I try to deduce. It turns out that there's a pattern to these light and shadow changes. According to these patterns, we can deduce other changes. Phew, it's so complicated. Dao Lord Shinfang was very excited. Jinlong, both of us know the pattern. I wonder if Dao Lord Yi and Dao Lord Mountain Sea have found the pattern? The couple glanced at Jiang Ci and Dao Lord Tuoyi. Jiang Ci and Dao Lord Ta Yi stood motionless in front of the stone pillars like statues. Don't worry about them. We can communicate and verify with each other. We have a much greater advantage than them. Dao Lord Jinlong transmitted with a smile. You're right. When the 3rd Sacred Master and the 4th Sacred Master arrive, we'll have a greater chance of success. Dao Lord Shinfang was looking forward to it. Almost all the great beings from the 4 primal universes and the 2 Holy Land universes were heading toward the myriad world's ruins at high speed. The first to arrive was the Ice Eye clan from the 2nd universe. Compared to the many forces in the Chaos Sea, the Ice Eye clan's overall strength was not too strong. Boom! A shadow flashed forward in the myriad world's ruins at a terrifying speed, passing by the floating stone celestial bodies. Soon, it approached the stone celestial body where the 8-cloud inheritance was located. It was the 8-cloud ruins that had already been known by the various forces. The entire 8-cloud ruins was covered by red fog, and void cracks were everywhere. At the center was a glowing stone door. It was the entrance to the 8-cloud ruins. At that moment, Dao Lord Dark Sea and Dao Lord Yin Xiao of the Corpse Clan, who were guarding the stone door, immediately raised their guard when they saw the shadow. It's a heavenly venerate. They looked at each other, wary. Whoosh! The afterimage's speed suddenly decreased, and it stopped in front of the stone door in a very domineering manner. An incomparably cold aura instantly spread out. The terrifying power could kill a desolate-level Dao Lord. Dao Lord Dark Sea and Dao Lord Yin Xiao were so scared that they had already retreated far away. Ice Eye Clan, heavenly venerate, I speak. They looked at the terrifying figure. A blue figure stood in front of the stone door. His entire body was covered with bone spikes that seemed to be made of ice crystals and emitted a cold aura. Greetings, heavenly venerate, I speak. Dao Lord Dark Sea and Dao Lord Yin Xiao bowed respectfully. They were afraid that the other party would kill them if he was unhappy. Corpse Clan, thank you for passing the news this time. Heavenly venerate, I speak, laughed. I happened to be wandering in the myriad world ruins. After hearing the news, I immediately found the 3 Dao lords of my clan who were wandering in the myriad world ruins and rushed over as fast as I could. Whoosh! Another 3 blue figures appeared out of thin air. They were the 3 Dao lords of the Ice Eye clan. Heavenly venerate, I speak, looked at Dao Lord Dark Sea. Your Corpse Clan should know about the situation inside, right? Yes, yes, Dao Lord Dark Sea said hurriedly. He took out a jade slip. I sorted this out. Very good. Heavenly venerate, I speak, checked it with his spiritual consciousness and nodded in satisfaction. Then he sent the information in the jade slip to the 3 Dao lords of his clan. Go in and try. Bring back the inheritance for me. Heavenly venerate, I speak, ordered them. Yes, yes, we will not disappoint you, Patriarch. The 3 Dao lords were excited. Then they turned into 3 streams of light and entered the stone door. Half a year later, Heavenly venerate, I speak. How dare you block the stone door of the 8-cloud ruins and prevent us from entering? Does your Ice Eye clan want to fight the Boulder clan of the first universe to the death? Get out of my way. Otherwise, we will fight to the death. During this time, 6 Dao lords had gathered outside the stone door. They were originally wandering in the myriad world ruins and immediately rushed over when they heard the news. However, Heavenly Venerate Icebeak was thinking about his own clan and clan. Naturally, he wanted the experts from other factions to enter as late as possible. Humph! Heavenly Venerate Icebeak blocked the door expressionlessly and ignored them. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura with dazzling light tore through the still time and space of the myriad world ruins. Heavenly Venerate Icebeak's expression changed drastically. What a powerful aura! I am familiar with the aura of all the Heavenly Venerates in the Chaos Sea. Which universe is this Heavenly Venerate expert from? I have never seen him before. Whoosh! The powerful aura turned into a stream of light. It was a sword-shaped flying boat that was heading straight for the stone door. Heavenly Venerate Icebeak was so frightened that he hurriedly dodged, not daring to stop it at all. This was because he judged that the sword-shaped flying boat that the other party was driving had already surpassed a 6th grade supreme treasure and reached the 7th grade. This not only meant that he was rich and imposing, but it also meant that he was much stronger than him by many times. Boom! The sword-shaped flying boat stopped directly. An 8-armed brawny man in black armor walked out of the flying boat. His eyes scanned the surroundings and finally locked onto Heavenly Venerate Icebeak. You are. Heavenly Venerate Icebeak was very wary. From the great sky, Holy Land? However, the 8-armed brawny man ignored him and quickly looked away. With a wave of his hand, a dense number of figures appeared: 50 Tao Lords, 500 perfected Lords, and 5,000 Ninth Tribulation Transcenders. This scene immediately made Heavenly Venerate Icebeak feel bitter. It was a complete suppression. He had only brought 3 Tao Lords from his race over, but the Great Sky Holy Land had such a huge lineup. The 8-armed brawny man ordered, "Go. Take back the 8 cloud inheritance for our Great Sky Holy Land universe." Yes, more than 5,000 powerhouses and geniuses of the Great Sky Holy Land all rushed into the glowing stone door. In order to curry favor with the Great Sky Holy Land, the corpse race had already informed them of the situation inside the 8 cloud ruins. I, Wan Luo, have not wandered the Chaos Sea for more than 30 years. This time, I will let the name of Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo leave a mark in this era. The 8-armed brawny man was very cold. He then looked at Heavenly Venerate Icebeak and the other Tao Lords. Since the Red Lotus Holy Land and the other forces have not arrived, they can forget about entering. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the sword-shaped flying boat expanded in size and blocked the glowing stone door. I, Wan Luo, am here. Let's see who can still enter. Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo stepped out and returned to the flying boat. On the 3rd square of the 8 cloud ruins, there were 7 figures standing separately. Each of them had a black stone pillar beside them. They were Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Tuoyi, Tao Lord Xiang Lu, Tao Lord Shinfeng, and Tao Lord Jinlan from the Heavenly Feather race, and the 2 Tao Lord from the Ice Eye race who had just arrived. 3 Tao Lord from the Ice Eye race had entered the 8 cloud ruins. However, in the 2nd stage of the Bridge of 9 Worlds, they faced the puppet of 9 worlds. In the end, one of them died, and only 2 made it through. At this moment, the 7 powerhouses were fully focused on observing and deducing the heavenly king diagram that was formed by light and shadow in midair. Something is happening? Jiang Ci suddenly frowned slightly and glanced at the Bridge of 9 Worlds. Although it was shrouded in red mist, his spiritual consciousness could vaguely sense that waves of battle were passing through the red mist and reaching here. He was sure that the source of the waves was the place where he had fought the puppet of 9 worlds. Tao Lord Tabo and the rest of the 6 nearby Tao Lords all noticed this as well, and their faces turned ugly. Could it be that another expert has come? Riverward guessed. The 8 Cloud General didn't close the stone door into this void world. He didn't even kill the 2 Tao Lords from the corpse race when he eliminated them. Instead, he let them go. Obviously, he wanted to spread the news and attract more powerhouses. After all, the more candidates come to compete for the inheritance, the higher the chances of the final inheritor being born. Jiang Xi knew this very well. The Eight-Cloud General had mentioned this when he first entered this void world. He hoped that more powerhouses would come to compete for the inheritance. Although he understood, Jiang Xi still felt pressured. The deduction of the Heavenly King diagram seems ordinary, but it seems to contain all the truth. The deduction at the beginning wasn't difficult. In fact, it was very easy. I deduced 100 changes in the first month. However, the deduction speed slowed down a lot. In more than half a year, I only deduced 384 changes. Obviously, the difficulty is getting higher and higher. Jiang Xi sighed softly in his heart. A moment later, boom, a strong aura fluctuation came. A large number of figures broke through the nine-realm bridge, shrouded in red fog, and arrived at the third square. Riverward and the rest of the 7 Tao Lords immediately turned to look, their faces changing dramatically. So many. How could there be so many? Riverward and the others were astonished. At a glance, they could see that there were more than 700 people in the crowd. Moreover, these figures looked very similar. They all had 8 arms and were obviously from the same race. Only a few were different. Almost all of them are from the Great Sky Holy Land. Only 5 are from other races. The Great Sky Holy Land is really generous. They sent so many people to compete for the inheritance. Tao Lord Shifang's face was gloomy. That's not all. Not only are there Tao Lords, but there are also perfected Lords and Ninth Tribulation Transcenders. Tao Lord Jinlan's expression was also ugly. The 9-realm puppet on the 9-realm bridge is very terrifying. Even perfected Lords and Tribulation Transcenders can pass through. It seems that the strength of the puppet of the 9 realms is also based on the cultivation of the challenger. Yes, this news is very important. Previously, our race was worried about accidents and only brought 2,000 Ninth Tribulation Transcenders to take a gamble. If even Ninth Tribulation Transcenders can pass through, our Heavenly Feather race doesn't lack Ninth Tribulation Transcenders. Tao Lord Shifang and Tao Lord Jinlan's clones immediately reported this news to their race. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Feather race had already sent the 3rd Sacred Lord and the 3rd Sacred Lord. There are quite a lot of people who passed through this time. A cold voice sounded. Jiang Xi turned to look. At the place where the 9-realm bridge came from, the blood-colored light converged into a figure. It was Divine General 8 Clouds. However, he only looked and didn't pay too much attention. This was because every time a newcomer came, Divine General 8 Clouds would come out to explain. When the 2 Tao Lords of the Aisai race arrived, Divine General 8 Clouds was also like this. It was as if it was programmed. In addition to Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Tui, Tao Lord Xianglu, and the other experts also paid a little attention before continuing to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. As the first batch to arrive, they had a certain advantage. Even if there were outstanding latecomers, as long as the 5 of them met the requirements first, they would naturally be the first to come into contact with the 8 Clouds inheritance. Continue to deduce. It's almost 400 variations. I'll try to deduce 500 variations in the first year. With a thought, Jiang Xi used his spiritual sense to imprint the 385th variation that he had just deduced into the black stone pillar in front of him. The feedback from the stone pillar was the correct variation. Then, he didn't delay and continued to deduce with all his might. The further he went, the slower the deduction speed. One could imagine how difficult it was to deduce 20,000 variations. In the first month, he could deduce 100 variations. In the second half of the year, he could only deduce 385 variations. The difficulty rose exponentially. One could imagine that in the later stages, he might not be able to deduce a single variation in a month. Moreover, he didn't know how long Divine General 8 Clouds would give him. It might only be 1,000 years or even 100 years. Time passed. After the powerhouses of the Jun Tian Holy Land arrived, Jiang Xi and the others also sensed the fluctuations of several battles coming from the outside world. They all understood that since these battle fluctuations could be transmitted from the outside world to the 3rd square, It was most likely a battle at the celestial venerable level. In the 5th month after the powerhouses of the June Tian Holy Land arrived, boom, 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 a terrifying battle broke out in the outside world again. The aura fluctuations passed through the stone gate into the 8 cloud ruins, passed through the red fog, and weakened layer by layer. When it reached the 3rd square, some of the 9 tribulation transcenders who were studying the Heavenly King diagram could actually sense it. For example, Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Tuyi, and other Tao Lords could naturally sense it more clearly. Despicable Jun Tian Holy Land, shameless. Tao Lord Tuyi's anger suddenly rose. He looked at the Tao Lords, perfected Lords, and 9 tribulation transcenders of the Jun Tian Holy Land in the distance, with killing intent in his eyes. That celestial venerable Wan Luo actually dared to block the stone gate. Despicable. He's actually so arrogant just because he has a 7th grade flying treasure. The 4 original universes had almost no understanding of celestial venerable Wan Luo, but Tao Lord Tuyi, who had also lived for a long time, knew that this celestial venerable was from the same era as Jun Tian Supreme. Empyrean Wan Luo was one of the few Empyreans of the High Sky Holy Land. Because the High Sky Holy Land had existed for far too long, it had also obtained several ancient inheritances. With the help of these ancient inheritances, Celestial Venerable Wan Luo's combat power was still relatively high among Celestial Venerables, even without a miniature universe. And this time, the Jun Tian Holy Land went all out and allowed Celestial Venerable Wan Luo to bring over a full set of 7th grade true treasures. Attack, armor, primordial spirit, and flying, a full set. Therefore, although Celestial Venerable Wan Luo's combat power wasn't at the top of the Celestial Venerables, he was extremely difficult to deal with. With him blocking the door, even Celestial Venerable Sparkling Dust from the Red Lotus Holy Land couldn't barge in. Jun Tian Holy Land, how shameless. Tao Lord Tuyi snorted angrily again. Then he stopped thinking about it and continued to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. It was useless for him to think about it. The battle outside wasn't something he could participate in at all. Time passed, and the competition for the 8 Clouds' inheritance became more and more intense. All kinds of battles broke out from time to time, and Jiang Xi relied on the experience panel to establish an advantage for himself step by step. Chapter 612. Ever since Heavenly Venerate Icepeak had temporarily blocked the entrance, the battle outside the 8 Cloud ruins had never stopped. The 2 Holy Land universes were really going all out, but both sides had made ample preparations. As for the High Sky Holy Land's Empyrean Wan Luo, he was the first to arrive. His rank 7 Flying Supreme treasure blocked the entrance, leaving Red Lotus Holy Land's Empyrean Sparkling Dust helpless. Heavenly Venerate Sparkling Dust attack alone was not enough to shake this 7th grade flying treasure. However, just as the battle between the 2 Heavenly Venerables had reached a stalemate, the 3rd and 4th Sacred Masters of the Heavenly Feather Race had arrived. Heavenly Sovereign Wan Luo, scram. Wan Luo, do you think you can stop the 3 of us? Scram. Sovereign Light Shadow, descend. Blast him away from the stone door. Outside the stone gate of the 8 Cloud ruins, the 3 Heavenly Venerables of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground and the Heavenly Feather Clan attacked Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo with all their might. The Celestial Venerables of the Heavenly Feather Race had not experienced the crisis of the calamity, so all of them had miniature universes. Naturally, the power they could unleash was much stronger than the Celestial Venerables of the Holy Land universe. Moreover, the 3rd Saint Master was a 3rd step Holy Sovereign. The Sovereign Light Shadow that he summoned together with the 4th Saint Master was even more powerful. Although Heavenly Lord Wan Luo wasn't afraid, he was only able to hold on for a moment before he was sent flying along with his 7th grade flying treasure. The first batch of Tao Lords, Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Tuyi, and the other 2 Tao Lords, as well as the hundreds of clansmen from the Great Sky Sacred Land, were all immersed in analyzing the Heavenly King diagram. Of course, The fastest ones were Jiang Ci and the other Tao monarchs. As for the other Tao monarchs and Ninth Tribulation Transcenders, although they were all geniuses selected from the Great Sky Holy Land, they were limited by the strength of their primordial souls. Thus, their deduction speed was much slower. This was especially true for many Ninth Tribulation Transcenders. Although their fellow Tao monarchs had informed them of some deductions, they still couldn't figure it out. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that some of them were incredibly perceptive and could deduce as fast as Tao Lords. Boom! Boom! In the direction of the Bridge of Nine Realms, there were waves of intense battle. Jiang Ci understood that there would be a large number of them this time. So many geniuses were sent here, but in the end, only one successor was chosen. The rest were all killed. It seems that all the major factions in the Chaos Sea have gone crazy. After a while, swish, 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 nearly 1,000 figures passed through the Bridge of Nine Realms shrouded in red mist and arrived at the third square. Upon closer inspection, it was the Red Lotus Sacred Ground and the Heavenly Feather Race that had barged in together. The clansmen of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground had a single horn on their foreheads and 2 pointy ears. The members of the Heavenly Feather Race had white wings on their backs, and each of them looked holy. In terms of cultivation, most of these figures were Ninth Tribulation Transcenders, with a small number of them being true monarchs and Tao monarchs. In terms of numbers, the Red Lotus Holy Land and the Heavenly Feather Race only slightly surpassed the Great Sky Holy Land. However, if you counted in Tao Lord Wild, Tao Lord Shifeng, and Tao Lord Jinlan, who were the first to arrive, these two forces would have a slight advantage. These are some of the patterns used to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. Tao Lord Wild immediately sent a mental message to the newcomers of the Red Lotus Sacred Land. Tao Lord Shifeng and Tao Lord Jinlan did the same. What puzzled Jiang Ci was that the 8 cloud generals did not appear immediately like before. Boom! Boom! The Bridge of Nine Realms was shrouded in red fog. Intense battle fluctuations came from the Bridge of Nine Realms. Moreover, it was so intense from the very beginning. It was an Empyrean-level aura fluctuation. Empyreans are also here. Jiang Ci was shocked. Then, less than a minute later, 2 figures with 6 pairs of white wings rushed out of the Bridge of Nine Realms in a sorry state, attracting everyone's attention. They were the 2 Empyreans of the Heavenly Feather Race, the 3rd Sacred Master and the 4th Sacred Master. The 2 Empyreans joined forces, but they naturally did not have any advantage against the puppets of the Nine Realms. However, they still managed to break through. Apart from the members of the Heavenly Feather Race, many other candidates were also shocked. However, due to the deterrence of the Empyreans, no one dared to say anything. The Heavenly Feather Race is going all out. Jiang Ci shook his head inwardly. The 3rd Sacred Master was a 3rd-step Empyrean. Although he was not as strong as Empyrean Ming, his reputation was enough to shock the entire Chaos Sea. If these 2 Empyreans died in this inheritance, the Heavenly Feather Race would suffer a great loss. After all, once the final inheritor was chosen, all the other candidates would die. At this time, the blood-red light gathered once again, and the figure of the 8 Cloud General appeared on the black stone square. His eyes were like the abyss as he looked at the nearly 1,000 new candidates and the 2 Empyreans of the Heavenly Feather Race. Then, he pointed at the Heavenly King diagram formed by light and said coldly, "Successors, this is the final selection to enter the 4th square. It is a test of your perception. This diagram is called the Heavenly King diagram, and it is the most widespread deduction game of our civilization. To be exact, this is an important supplementary cultivation method. It can test one's comprehension ability, and it can also increase it." The 8 Cloud General's eyes were emotionless as he slowly explained the rules of deducing the Heavenly King diagram. "Let's begin, juniors. You have to deduce enough changes in a limited amount of time and meet my minimum requirements before you can enter the 4th square." He looked at the candidates indifferently. Don't underestimate the Heavenly King diagram. Among the first 5 candidates to arrive here, only one human has managed to deduce 500 variations. The other 4 are too slow. If this continues, after God General 8 Clouds said this expressionlessly, he disappeared again. However, his words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. There was an uproar on the Blackstone Square. Nearly 2,000 candidates from the Juntian Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground, Heavenly Feather Race, and other forces looked at Jiang Ci almost simultaneously. That was because there were only 2 human powerhouses now. Besides Jiang Ci, there was Dao Lord Xiang Lu from the Third Universe. However, Dao Lord Xiang Li's perception was obviously much worse. As the news of the 8 Cloud ruins spread, everyone had a detailed understanding of the first 5 powerhouses who came in. Now, almost all the forces knew that Dao, Lord Mountain Sea from the 4th Universe's human race, was a heaven-defying genius. Fuck, this 8 Cloud general is too vicious. How could he say such things? Jiangxi's expression had already changed. It was very ugly. He was making enemies for him. Attack this human. Interfere with his deduction. Attack him. Attack. The Juntian Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground, Heavenly Feather Race, and other forces all stood out at the same time and attacked Jiang Ci directly. The other candidates were still deducing with all their might. Dao Lord Tuoyi, Dao Lord Xiang Lu, Dao Lord Shinfang, and Dao Lord Jinlan only glanced at him coldly and did not say anything. That was because the 8 Cloud General only asked them to observe and deduce the Heavenly King diagram. He did not say that fighting was prohibited. Moreover, compared to Jiang Ci, among the 4 of them, Dao Lord Jinlan had deduced the most changes, but it had only just exceeded 100. Therefore, in the hearts of Dao Lord Tuyi and the other experts, it was naturally best for Jiang Ci to die. As for the 3rd and 4th Sacred Lords of the Heavenly Feather Race, they were also very calm and did not seem to have any intention of interfering. Therefore, a total of 7 Dao Lords from the 3 forces stood out in the end, and their cultivation levels were all at the Universe Realm. The energy of these 7 Universe Realm Dao Lords surged and erupted, condensing into secret technique shadows. Some were mutated beasts, some were supreme treasures, and some were invisible ripples. Many attacks attacked Jiang Ci almost at the same time. Fuck, this bunch of trash. Jiang Ci was furious. He immediately activated the Tier 7 Supreme Treasure, 6-layered mountain armor, with all his strength. At the same time, he activated the Tier 6 Essence Soul Supreme Treasure in his mind. Boom, boom, boom. There was a huge explosion of energy. Those attacks landed on Jiang Ci's body, but in the end, he was unharmed. Great Skies Sacred Land, Red Lotus Sacred Land, Heavenly Feather Race, you are courting death. Jiang Ci roared angrily. Courting death? Haha, what a joke. You puny humans of the 4th Universe dare to covet the 8 Cloud inheritance? A Universe Realm Dao Lord from the Heavenly Feather Race sneered. Dao Lord Mountain Sea, you humans of the 4th Universe are too weak. You don't have the right to spy on this inheritance. An expert from the Red Lotus Sacred Land sneered. Only Venerable Ming alone can't protect your race at all. If you obtain the inheritance, you will only bring disaster to your race. A Universe Realm Dao Lord from the Great Sky Sacred Land said indifferently, his words filled with threat. Jiang Ci looked at them coldly. Weak to be bullied. Disaster to be exterminated? These factions were all the same. They were all people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Your defense is not bad. You were able to withstand our joint attack. Venerable Ming obtained 4 6-tier Supreme Treasures from our race. It seems that the Armor Supreme Treasure and the Essence Soul Supreme Treasure are on you. However, do you think that the defense of a 6-tier Supreme Treasure can ignore our joint attack? You may be able to withstand one attack, but how many times can you withstand the following attacks? A Heavenly Feather Race expert smiled coldly. It was completely inconsistent with his sacred temperament. Everyone, let's attack and destroy this human who poses the greatest threat. All right, even if we can't kill him, We have to make him unable to concentrate on deducing the Sky King diagram. Immediately, they joined forces to attack Jiang Xi again. With 7 universe realm Dao lords joining forces, Jiang Xi also had to deal with them with all his strength. I originally wanted to compete fairly with you, but since you were shameless, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Xi's face was cold and filled with killing intent. In front of such a precious inheritance, any method is not excessive. The human race of the 4th universe is so weak. What right do you have to talk about fairness with us? Haha, what a joke. The 7 cosmic Dao Lords roared with laughter as they simultaneously unleashed all sorts of attacks at Riverward. Boom! Boom! Jiang Xi was once again covered by these attacks. Although his defense was shocking, this was the joint attack of 7 top universe realm Dao Lords. The impact still sent him flying, and he crashed into the black stone pillar behind him. This situation naturally distracted him, and he was unable to deduce the Sky King diagram with all his strength. His efficiency immediately decreased. Damn it! Divine General 8 Cloud is going to let all of this happen. Jiang Xi was furious and did not understand the other party's plan. The words that 8 Cloud's Divine General said just now were clearly to make him the target of public criticism. His cultivation time was short and his talent was heaven-defying. This was information that many factions in Chaos Sea knew. At the same time, he was the first batch of candidates to enter then. During the first round of the altar selection, Divine General 8 Cloud looked at him in a new light. And now, he was the first to deduce 500 transformations in the 3rd round of the Sky King diagram. Jiang Xi knew very well that he had many advantages. Great Sky, Sacred Ground, Red Lotus, Sacred Ground, and the Heavenly Feather Race could not even look at him and watch him obtain the inheritance. Let's fight then. Swash! The heaven-connecting building transformed into a long shuttle and appeared in Jiang Xi's hands. After the 2 exchanges earlier on, he already had a rough understanding of the strength of the 7 universe realm Dao Lords. They were all top universe realm Dao Lords. Even half-step heavenly venerates would have to fight against them with all their might. Clearly, Dao Lord Toyi, Dao Lord Shifeng, and the others had already reported his strength to their respective races. Boom! Jiang Xi's long shuttle swept across and destroyed the incoming beasts, fist marks, saber lights, sword lights, and other secret technique phantoms. Dao Lord Mountain Sea, you won't be able to obtain this inheritance. The 7 universe realm Dao Lords attacked continuously. There were either melee attacks, ranged attacks, or essence spirit attacks. They were already prepared. They would rather not deduce the Sky King diagram and interfere with, or even kill Dao Lord Mountain Sea. Jiang Xi's face was dark. He did not talk nonsense with them and used the heaven-connecting building's long shuttle and the armor on his body to block their attacks. At the same time, he was thinking of countermeasures quickly. This could not continue. The 7 top universe realm Dao Lords had all lived for countless epochs and had rich combat experience. Even without prior practice, they could coordinate their attacks and defenses very well. He would not be able to resolve the dilemma in front of him in a short period of time. Boom! Jiang Xi was sent flying again, but this time he already had a countermeasure. Swoosh! He flew in the direction he was sent flying and arrived above a group of 9 tribulation transcenders almost instantly. Not good. Everyone dodge. Run. Those 9 tribulation transcenders were terrified. What if they were affected by the battle between Dao Lords? In fact, since the 7 Dao Lords besieged Jiang Xi until now, no one had died in the square because no one knew the rules of the 8 Cloud Divine Generals, since this was a candidate selection. From the perspective of the 8 Cloud Divine Generals, they should not be willing to see the candidates being slaughtered. Therefore, the 7 Dao Lords besieging Jiang Xi deliberately controlled their attacks, so that the fluctuations of the battle did not affect those 9 tribulation transcenders and true monarchs. But now, Jiang Xi directly rushed above a group of 9 tribulation transcenders. Once they started fighting, even if they tried to control their attacks, the slight fluctuation of energy was enough to kill a 9 tribulation transcender. Bang! A giant hammer phantom with golden light filled the air and directly smashed onto Jiangxi's body. This was the attack that had chased over just now, and it had already locked onto Jiangxi. The power of this attack was close to that of a half-step heavenly venerable. Jiangxi, who had not regained control of his body, was directly smashed to the ground. Boom! A 9 tribulation transcender who was slightly slower was directly smashed into pieces by Jiangxi, and he couldn't be more dead. You killed a 9 tribulation transcender. Experience plus 180,000. At the same time, a terrifying energy burst out, and fluctuations spread out. Dozens of unlucky 9 tribulation transcenders who had already fled were swept by these fluctuations. It was as if a gust of wind had blown past them, and they disappeared into thin air without even having the chance to scream. The third and fourth sacred masters of the heavenly feather race only took a glance before their spiritual senses were immersed in the heavenly king diagram again, and they continued to deduce with all their strength. Apart from them, the attention of all the other candidates was attracted. Dead? Jiangxi suddenly stood up and looked at the ground. Just now, he had smashed a 9 tribulation transcender to death. A 9 tribulation transcender died. The 7 universe Tao lords besieging Jiangxi were stunned for a moment, and they all stopped. In the distance, Tao Lord Toyi, Tao Lord Xiang Lu, Tao Lord Shenfang, and Tao Lord Jinlan also looked over with anticipation in their eyes. Ever since a large number of powerhouses had arrived, the 4 of them had not intervened to deal with Jiangxi. This was because they were also the first candidates to arrive here. Their respective races had high hopes for them, and they were naturally unwilling to let them take the risk. After dozens of 9 tribulation transcenders died, the square fell into a short silence. Everyone's eyes finally locked onto Jiangxi and the universe Tao Lord from the great sky Holy Land. It was he who had used the giant hammer phantom to bombard Jiangxi, causing the deaths of these 9 tribulation transcenders. They were all waiting to see if this situation would attract the attention of the 8 clouds divine general. The universe Tao Lord from the great sky Holy Land had a gloomy face, but his eyes revealed anxiety. Jiangxi was also a little nervous. Chi. Suddenly, the nearly 2,000 black stone pillars standing in the square shot out blood-red light at the same time. Jiangxi's heart tightened, and he prepared to enter the heavenly tower at any time. However, these lights converged into a long-scaled snake. As if it had a mind of its own, it directly shot towards the universe Tao Lord from the great sky Holy Land. This long snake was so fast that it far surpassed the Tao Lord level. It didn't give him any chance to react. Oh! The long snake let out a shrill cry and instantly pierced through the forehead of the universe Tao Lord. Then, all the experts present felt a sharp and terrifying fluctuation. No! An unwilling roar sounded. The universe Tao Lord from the great sky Holy Land dissipated into thin air, leaving only some supreme treasures scattered on the ground. Swoosh! The long snake wrapped around those supreme treasures and drilled into the nearest black stone pillar, disappearing. The entire black stone square was silent again. There was no sound at all. It took a while for everyone to react. Tao Lord Chongyi is dead. He died just like that. Tao Lord Chongyi of the great sky Holy Land. All the experts present were completely stunned. Jiangxi heaved a sigh of relief. Although the tension in his body receded, he was still a little scared because he also felt the arrival of death. He originally thought that even if the 8 clouds divine general wanted to punish him, he would send out the 9 realms puppet or something. He didn't expect that the stone pillar that rose from the square actually hid such a terrifying secret technique. After the 8 clouds divine general had fallen for countless eras, he was still able to unleash such a powerful attack. He killed Tao Lord Chongyi with a single strike. This was no ordinary Tao Lord. Tao Lord Chongyi had lived for far longer than any universe Tao Lord in the 4 primal universes. This was because he came from the great sky Holy Land and wasn't afraid of the calamities. During this long period of time, he had long comprehended an ultimate secret technique and was extremely strong. If it weren't for the fact that the Tao Lords of the Holy Lands couldn't establish miniature universes, he would have become a heavenly venerable long ago. Moreover, he had a full set of 6-tier supreme treasures. In terms of combat strength, he might be slightly weaker than a half-step heavenly venerable, but in terms of life-saving ability, he was on par with a half-step heavenly venerable. However, such an existence who had lived for an incomparably long time and could dominate the Chaos Sea was actually annihilated with a single strike? Too terrifying. Even a high and mighty Tao Lord was killed with a single strike. This inheritance is terrifying. Those weak 9 tribulation transcenders were all terrified. If they were a step slower just now, they would have been killed by the shockwaves. At this moment, Jiangxi's mind was spinning rapidly. Through the scene, just now, he had obtained something he wanted. The punishment of the 8 Clouds Divine General was either active or passive. As long as he didn't take the initiative to attack other candidates, there wouldn't be any punishment. This was because he had also smashed a 9 tribulation transcender to death without receiving any punishment. Unlike Jiangxi, the 7 universe Tao Lords besieging him came to a similar conclusion. Previously, when we besieged this human Tao Lord of the mountain and sea realm, the 8 Clouds Divine General didn't stop us. In the end, Tao Lord Chongyu was killed because it affected a 9 tribulation transcender. That Tao Lord of the mountain and sea realm also smashed a 9 tribulation transcender to death, but escaped punishment. Clearly, the 8 Clouds Divine General put the blame on Tao Lord Chongyi. In that case, we can continue to attack. As long as we don't affect the weak candidates around us, it will be fine. That's right. Right now, our 3 factions have a great advantage. No matter what, we must not let Tao Lord of the Mountain and Sea reach the end. Let's pin him down first. As for our 3 factions, it will depend on our own abilities in the end. I have a suggestion. Put all the 9 tribulation transcenders and true monarchs into the flying-type treasures for the time, being to avoid being affected by our battle in the flying-type treasures. They can also see the Heavenly King diagram and deduce it, a universe Tao, Lord of the Heavenly Feather Race said. Agreed. This is a wonderful idea. The Great Sky Sacred Ground, the Red Lotus Sacred Ground, and the Heavenly Feather Race immediately took action. Apart from the remaining 6 universe Tao Lords besieging Jiangxi, the other Tao Lords took action one after another and put their true monarchs and 9 tribulation transcenders into the flying-type treasures. With the defense of the high-grade flying-type treasures, it was difficult for their battle fluctuations to threaten the weak candidates. Soon, only the figures of more than 100 Tao Lords from the various factions of the Chaos Sea were left on the Blackstone Square. Among them, the Great Sky Sacred Ground, the Red Lotus Sacred Ground, and the Heavenly Feather Race had the most Tao Lords, accounting for 90%. There were also more than 10 scattered Tao Lords from other factions. They had been in the myriad world's ruins since the beginning, which was why they could come here early. However, although they were strong, they did not dare to interfere in the matter of the 3 factions dealing with Tao, Lord of the Mountain and Sea. Pitiful humans. Unlucky Tao, Lord of the Mountain and Sea. Tao, Lord of the Mountain and Sea deduced the Heavenly King diagram slightly faster, and the 8 Cloud Generals directly said it. If we deduced the Heavenly King diagram very quickly, would it be announced? Will we also be besieged? It's indeed possible. How about this? Let's not imprint the deduced changes into the stone pillars for the time being. The 8 Cloud Generals won't know how many changes we deduced. It won't be too late to imprint them when the experts of our race are here. All right, these Tao Lords discussed in private. They were naturally happy to see Jiangxi being besieged. After all, everyone wanted to obtain this inheritance. It was a good thing to get rid of this person who was most likely to obtain the inheritance. Chapter 613. 8 Cloud Ruins, Third Plaza. More than 100 Tao lords from the three major factions of Chaos Sea and two heavenly venerables of the Heavenly Feather race were scattered across the plaza, trying their best to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. As for the battle in Midair, they did not pay much attention to it. That was because they believed that although Tao Lord Chongyi was dead, the remaining 6 universe Tao lords were enough to deal with the human Tao Lord of the Mountain Sea. Amidst this tacit silence, Jiang Xi stood in midair and looked at the 6 figures from afar. One is already dead, and you guys still want to continue? Jiang Xi sneered. Tao Lord Chong, Yi only lost his true body. He still has a clone, so he's not really dead. Another universe Tao Lord from the Great Sky Sacred Ground laughed. Since we dared to attack you here, we naturally all have clones. Even if we die, we'll only lose one of our true bodies. We won't let you continue deducing like this. Therefore, it's better for you to die early. I didn't expect to obtain the inheritance when I entered this place. This time, I'll be able to remove the obstacles from my race and eliminate the threat. It's worth it even if I die. Haha, no matter how you look at it, we're the ones who profited. It's a worthy death to die for our race. The other 5 cosmic Tao lords all laughed loudly in agreement. In the face of all this, Jiang Xi was calm and composed. He had already adjusted his state to the best. Since I don't have to worry about the punishment of the 8 Cloud General, I can fight without worry. I'm just worried about not having enough experience points. Boom, boom, boom. All sorts of powerful attacks came once more. Beasts formed by secret techniques, fist marks, saber lights, sword lights, etc., swept over with a howl. Die! Jiang Xi roared in the face of all this. Using the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra as a guide, he channeled all the strength in his body, including his strongest world power, into the shuttle of heaven-reaching tower. Swoosh! This shuttle of heaven-reaching tower that could already unleash the power of a grade 7 cardinal treasure swept out with a 5-colored sword light. At this moment, he unleashed his full combat strength. Counterattack! Bang! 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 The phantom images of the secret techniques scattered upon contact and could not block the shuttle of heaven-reaching tower at all. That's impossible. A half-step Heavenly Venerable's attack is this strong. The 6 supreme universe Tao lords of the 3 major organizations were all utterly stunned. Be careful. Retreat. Retreat. Just as they were shocked, their expressions changed again, and they retreated in all directions. This was because after Jiang Xi's long shuttle swept away their attacks, its power did not diminish at all. It had already broken through the void and arrived in front of them. With the support of this special treasure, his strength was at the level of a half-step Empyrean. Chi. The tip of the long shuttle was the tip of the sky-reaching tower. It was the sharpest part of this special supreme treasure. As Jiang Xi attacked with full force, the tip of the shuttle pierced straight into the body of a Cosmos Tao Lord of the Heaven Wing race. Boom! Energy instantly erupted. The cosmic Tao Lord was like a balloon that had been punctured. His aura had been halved, and his power had been greatly reduced. Quick, save me. She panicked and flapped her 5 pairs of white wings. She didn't have a 6th-tier defensive treasure, so in front of a 7th-tier supreme treasure, she was practically defenseless. No one can save you, Jiang Xi said coldly as the long shuttle pierced out once more. With the strength and speed of a half-step Empyrean, this cosmic Tao Lord of the Heaven Wing race was unable to block Jiang Xi's simple piercing attack, even though she had reached the end of her path. She was stabbed, and her eyes were filled with terror. Then, they quickly turned blank and lost their luster. Pooh! All the energy in her body was annihilated. Even the imperishable substance was unable to heal her injuries in time. On the ground, only a 6th-tier offensive supreme treasure and a few other supreme treasures were left. Jiang Xi waved his hand and put them away. You killed a cosmic Tao Lord. Eternal experience, +9. Another supreme cosmic Tao Lord had fallen. This scene caused the 5 surviving universe-level Tao Lords to be utterly shocked, their faces filled with astonishment. Was this the strength of a mountain sea Dowlord? How was this a half-step Empyrean? Even a half-step Empyrean wouldn't be able to kill a cosmic Dowlord so easily, right? Swoosh! Jiang Ci looked at the remaining 5 terrified figures. One of them was a cosmic Dowlord from the Red Lotus Sacred Ground. He was the closest to him. Kill! He shouted coldly as his figure flashed, and he attacked again. The long shuttle was like a dragon as it pierced through the void and pierced out. Quick! Attack together and kill the mountain sea Dowlord. The cosmic Dowlord from the Red Lotus Sacred Ground was shocked as he shouted at the hundreds of Dowlords in the square. However, many of the Dowlords were still in shock and couldn't react in time. Chi! Chi! Jiang Ci's long shuttle stabbed out continuously. It seemed to be extremely slow, but it was extremely fast. In an instant, it stabbed out more than 100 times. You killed a cosmic Dowlord. Eternal experience +9. In less than a second, this cosmic Dowlord from the Red Lotus Sacred Ground was annihilated. Just a moment ago, he had been ridiculing the humans of the fourth universe arrogantly. Now his body had been destroyed, and he had become Jiang Ci's experience points. He had even contributed 2 6-tier supreme treasures to Jiang Ci. It had to be said that the experts of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground were rich. However, at this moment, the hundreds of Dowlords in the square had already come back to their senses. They felt a strong threat and made the same choice. They temporarily put down their deductions and chose to attack Jiang Ci. Because it was too terrifying. The technique left behind by the 8 Clouds Divine General could kill a top-notch cosmic Dowlord with a single strike. Jiang Ci could actually do something similar and easily kill a top-notch cosmic Dowlord. Even with a 6-tier defensive supreme treasure, it couldn't withstand the continuous stabs of the long shuttle. Boom! Boom! On the Blackstone Square, terrifying secret technique attacks condensed. No expert dared to approach Jiang Ci now, so they were all using long-range attacks. However, their power didn't decrease. More than 100 Dowlords joined forces, and most of them were cosmic Dowlords. The terrifying energy attacks gathered together, and their power directly reached the heavenly venerable level. Oh no! Jiang Ci's expression changed as he gave up on killing the other 3 cosmic Dowlords. Swoosh! The long shuttle in his hand disappeared. Then, a stream of light flew out of his body and instantly turned into an ancient 9-story pagoda. With a rumble, it landed on the ground. At the same time, Jiang Ci had already entered the space of the sky-piercing tower, a flying supreme treasure in the shape of a pagoda. Hiding in a flying supreme treasure? Do you think you can block our combined attacks like this? Fool! Hiding in a flying supreme treasure is courting death. Every attack of our combined power is at the heavenly venerable level. Even if you hide in a 6-tier flying supreme treasure, our attacks can still kill you time and time again through the obstruction of the supreme treasure. The experts of the Great Sky Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground, and the Heavenly Feather Race who were in charge of all of this were sneering. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, a large number of powerful secret technique attacks poured down and completely drowned the 9-story pagoda. Splash! Amidst the surging energy, the 9-story pagoda shook violently and even showed signs of collapsing. Finally, when the energy subsided, the 9-story pagoda swayed and finally stood on the ground again. Looks like it really is a 6-tier flying supreme treasure. Everyone, continue to attack with all your might. We must kill him at this stage. A universe realm Dao, Lord of the Heavenly Feather Race, said coldly. Kill him. Attack with all your might. None of the 100 over Dao Lords showed mercy. They all used their strongest attacks. Since they had attacked, they would finish him off directly. They could not leave any future trouble. Boom! Boom! Terrifying secret technique attacks condensed once again. In the space of the sky-piercing tower, Jiang Ci looked outside with a smile. What a joke! How could a heavenly venerable level attack shake the sky-piercing tower? Previously, in the origin space of Mount Xianhuang, The power of the light blades there far exceeded the heavenly venerable level, but they could not leave any traces on the surface of the sky-piercing tower. He was under the protection of the sky-piercing tower back then, and was not affected at all. How could the attacks of these 100 over Tao lords affect him? It was just a futile effort. Of course, this also showed how powerful and precious the sky-piercing tower was therefore. He disguised himself earlier on and put away the long shuttle into his body before transforming into the form of the tower again. Then, when the 100 over Tao lords attacked together, he deliberately caused the sky-piercing tower to shake violently to create the illusion that it was a grade 6 cardinal treasure. Otherwise, with their attacks alone, the sky-piercing tower could have remained motionless. I'll let you guys attack. I'll just stay here quietly and deduce the heavenly king diagram. Jiangxi's spirit consciousness passed through the sky-piercing tower and entered the heavenly king diagram. Boom! Boom! In the square, the 100 over Tao lords led by Great Sky Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground, and Heavenly Feather Race were anxious after more than 10 consecutive attacks. That was because they discovered that Tao Lord Mountain Sea, who was hiding in the tower, was not affected at all. He actually extended his spirit consciousness into the Heavenly King diagram right in front of them and began deducing. We miscalculated. To think that he would have a grade 6 flying treasure. That's right. Lord Ming didn't obtain this flying treasure from our race back then. Looks like he obtained it from the Chaos Sea himself. He's truly blessed. Blessed? Then he deserves to die even more. But how can we deal with him now? He probably still has the grade 6 armor and grade 6 essence spirit supreme treasures that Lord Ming gave him. With such a defense, even if our energy reaches the level of a heavenly venerable, it's still far from a true heavenly venerable. It won't pose much of a threat to him. Furthermore, we still have to deduce. We can't keep attacking him together. Otherwise, we won't be able to catch up to his deduction speed. More than 100 Tao lords began to have internal differences. They could not put the cart before the horse and attack Tao Lord Mountain Sea together. There are only two ways to deal with him now. A heavenly venerable or a grade 7 cardinal treasure. A Tao Lord suddenly suggested. Yes, that's the only way. A true celestial or a 7th tier precious treasure will be able to shake this pagoda and kill Tao Lord Mountain and Sea. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo of our Great Sky Sacred Ground brought 4 grade 7 cardinal treasures over. Unfortunately, he's outside and can't send them in. Heavenly Venerable Sparkling Dust of our Red Lotus Sacred Ground is the same. It seems like we can only let a Heavenly Venerable take action. Heavenly Feather Race. Only your Heavenly Venerable is here among our 3 factions. It's up to your Heavenly Feather Race. In the end, everyone looked at Tao Lord Shun Fong and Tao Lord Jin Lan, who were busy deducing the Heavenly King diagram. The husband and wife Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Race had not taken action, but they had also noticed the situation here. They looked at each other and nodded slightly. Sacred Lords, we can't do anything even if we join forces. I'm afraid only the Sacred Lords can deal with Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Tao Lord Shin Fong used his spiritual consciousness to awaken the 3rd and 4th Sacred Lords. These 2 Heavenly Venerables had been very low-key and focused on deducing the changes in the Heavenly King diagram. They rarely paid attention to what was happening outside and had no intention of interfering. This was because they were very wary of Divine General 8 Clouds. Right now, more than 100 Tao Lords had joined forces but could not do anything to Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Their only hope was these 2 Heavenly Venerables. Shun Fong, Jin Lan, when we first arrived here, Divine General 8 Clouds warned us and forbade us from interfering with the other candidates. If either of us were to interfere, we would definitely die. The 3rd Sacred Lord sent a voice transmission helplessly. This? Tao Lord Shin Fong and Tao Lord Jin Lan were shocked. At the same time, the 3rd Sacred Lord also sent a voice transmission to the Tao Lords of the 3 factions to inform them of the situation. Then what should we do now? We can only watch as Tao Lord Mountain C continues to deduce and obtain the inheritance. Tao Lord Tuai sent a voice transmission back with a frown. The Tao Lords of the Great Skies, Sacred Ground, and Red Lotus, Sacred Ground also said similar words to pressure the Heavenly Feather Race. The third and fourth Sacred Lords exchanged a glance and quickly came to a decision. My race has a rank 7 flying-type treasure, the Rippling Palace, which I brought in. Although its offensive capabilities are inferior to a rank 7 flying-type treasure, it has a special suppressive ability. It can suppress both Tao Lord Mountain C and that rank 6 flying-type treasure, the third Sacred Lord said in a low voice. However, the requirements for this rank 7 flying-type treasure to recognize an owner are very high. If it's a Tao Lord, he must have a primordial spirit at the heavenly venerate level. The Tao Lords of your 2 sacred lands have all lived for many eons. Some of them should have primordial spirits at the heavenly venerate level. You can nominate any one of them to temporarily recognize this treasure as its owner and suppress Tao Lord Mountain C. A rank 7 flying-type treasure should be enough to kill him. Who will do it? The Tao Lords of the Great Sky, Sacred Ground, and Red Lotus, Sacred Ground were somewhat hesitant. This was because there was a high chance that the one who did it would die. My Heavenly Feather Race has already taken out a rank 7 flying-type treasure. Do you want us to send a powerhouse to take the risk? The fourth Sacred Lord sneered. Actually, the 2 heavenly venerates were anxious as well. If Divine General 8 Clouds hadn't forbidden them, they would have personally taken action long ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been willing to take out a rank 7 flying-type treasure. After all, this was the only rank 7 flying-type treasure the Heavenly Feather Race had. It was a cornerstone treasure of their race. Moreover, the third Sacred Lord was prepared. Once Tao Lord Mountain C was suppressed, he would immediately take back this flying-type treasure and prevent Divine General 8 Cloud from taking it away. In that case, my Great Sky, Sacred Ground will do it. In the end, an 8-armed Tao Lord with a heavenly venerate level primordial spirit stepped forward. This was Tao Lord Bayshur of the Great Sky, Sacred Ground. He was an ancient existence who had been a top-tier universe Tao Lord many eons ago. He also had a clone, so he didn't have to worry about dying. In addition, the speed at which he derived the Heavenly King diagram was clearly slower than his fellow tribesmen. Thus, he was willing to step forward and contribute to his race. Very good. The third Sacred Lord nodded. With my race's rank 7 flying-type treasure, the Rippling Palace, unless Tao Lord Mountain C also has a rank 7 flying-type treasure, he won't be able to escape the might of my rank 7 flying-type treasure. After saying this, he didn't do anything. Third Sacred Lord, that Rippling Palace. Tao Lord Bay sure stood to the side, waiting for the third Sacred Lord to take out the rank 7 flying-type treasure. The 100 or so Tao Lords present were also watching this scene. Haha, you're giving it away just like that? Do you think my Heavenly Feather Race is stupid? The third Sacred Lord laughed loudly, his voice filled with mockery. After all, this is a rank 7 flying-type treasure. If Divine General 8 Clouds doesn't take it away in the end, and you refuse to return it, what should we do? The fourth Sacred Lord sneered. Then what should the 2 Sacred Lords do so that they won't worry? Tao Lord Bayshur was expressionless. The Heavenly Feather Race had existed for less than 1 eons. In terms of age, he had lived for much longer than the 2 Sacred Lords. Thus, he wasn't afraid of the third Sacred Lord and the fourth Sacred Lord. How about this? Your Great Sky, Sacred Ground will give me 10 rank 6 flying-type treasures. After dealing with Tao Lord Mountain C, we'll exchange them back. The third Sacred Lord said, if your rank 7 flying-type treasure is taken away by Divine General 8 Clouds, will you still return it to us? Tao Lord Bayshur asked in a low voice. Those rank 6 flying-type treasures are useless to me. My Heavenly Feather Race doesn't lack rank 6 flying-type treasures, the third Sacred Lord sneered. Using 10 rank 6 flying-type treasures as collateral in exchange for a rank 7 flying-type treasure that might be taken away by divine General Eight Clouds. Is there a problem? Moreover, we're all in danger of dying in this inheritance. Do you think my heavenly feather race will swallow everything? Or are you suspecting a heavenly venerate? The fourth sacred lord said coldly. Do you know how precious my rippling palace is? It's up to you whether you want to exchange it or not. The third sacred lord said again. The great sky's sacred ground had sent out a total of 50 Tao lords. In the end, 32 of them had made it here. Moreover, these Tao lords were all elites of the great sky sacred ground. Almost all of them had at least one rank 6 flying-type treasure. After weighing the pros and cons, they agreed to the third sacred lord's request. All right, let's do it. The heavenly feather race and the great sky sacred ground quickly made the exchange. The heavenly feather race picked and chose the 10 most valuable rank 6 flying-type treasures. This is the Rippling Palace. The third sacred lord waved his hand and took out an item. A colorful palace appeared in midair. It faintly emitted an aura that affected this space-time. Tao Lord Bei Shi's eyes flashed with a fiery light. The great sky's sacred ground had many rank 7 flying-type treasures. However, most of them were in the hands of heavenly venerates. He didn't have the right to possess a rank 7 flying-type treasure then. He began to try to refine the Rippling Palace. Until now, none of the 100 Tao lords present suspected that Jiang Ci had a rank 7 flying-type treasure. There were too few rank 7 flying-type treasures. No matter how lucky a young fellow who had lived for less than 100,000 years was, it was impossible for him to obtain such a precious flying-type treasure. However, they didn't know that Jiangxi's 6-level mountain and sky tower were both existences that surpassed rank 7 flying-type treasures. On the Blackstone Plaza, the 9-story heavenly tower sat there quietly, not moving at all. Within the space of Sky Tower, Jiang Ci had been observing the situation outside. As the 100 Tao lords and 2 heavenly venerates outside were communicating with their spiritual senses, Jiang Ci couldn't find out what they were planning. However, when the Tao lords of the great sky sacred ground took out rank 6 flying-type treasures and the third sacred lord took out the Rippling Palace, Jiang Ci immediately guessed what they were going to do. The rank 7 flying-type treasure, Rippling Palace? The heavenly feather race's defining treasure was brought in as well. I heard from Master 9 Firmaments that the Rippling Palace has a special suppressive ability. Jiang Ci frowned slightly. He wasn't worried about his own safety. A rank 7 flying-type treasure couldn't shake the Sky Tower. If they use the Rippling Palace to suppress the Sky Tower later and discover that they failed, I'll be fine, but the Sky Tower will be exposed. If they can't even take the rank 7 flying-type treasure, they'll definitely know that the Sky Tower is at least a rank 7 flying-type treasure. It might even be higher. Many heavenly venerates will covet it. Even the heavenly feather race, the third greatest power in the Chaos Sea, only had one rank 7 flying-type treasure. One could only imagine how valuable a rank 7 flying-type treasure was. Only the 2 Holy Land universes had accumulated so many calamity eras that they had more rank 7 flying-type treasures. Also, I've only just refined the 75th seal of the Sky Tower. The power I can unleash is only at the rank 7 flying-type treasure level. What if I can't stop the Rippling Palace even after activating the Sky Tower? What should I do? Jiang Ci's mind raced. Whether or not he could block the Rippling Palace's suppression was extremely disadvantageous for him. Jiang Ci pondered while observing the situation outside. Suddenly, his gaze landed on his black stone pillar. His eyes lit up as he came up with a plan. Haha, then I won't have to worry. While Tao Lord Bei Shi was refining the Rippling Palace, swoosh. The 9-story tower, which had been silent all this time, suddenly flew to the top of a black stone pillar and landed. The base of the 9-story tower was originally flat, but now, under Jiang Ci's control, it caved in. This way, the entire tower embedded the black stone pillar into the hollow at the bottom. The 9-story tower rapidly grew taller and taller. Wong. The tip of the tower finally reached the barrier formed by the red mist above. It felt as though it could support both heaven and earth. Haha, you think this will work? Tao Lord Bei sure laughed. At this moment, he had just finished refining the tower. He activated the rippling palace in his hand and tossed it into the air. The colorful palace suddenly expanded, diagonally facing the 9-story tower. Boom! The rippling palace instantly produced a terrifying, devouring force that enveloped the 9-story tower. It wanted to suck both the tower and Jiang Xi into the rank 7 flying-type treasure. The sky tower trembled violently, as though it was about to be sucked away. However, it was still a little short. It didn't succeed. How can this be? Tao Lord Bei sure stared at the 3rd Sacred Lord in shock and anger. There's no way it can't be sucked in. Unless his tower is also a rank 7 flying-type treasure. The 3rd Sacred Lord frowned. No, the 4th Sacred Lord suddenly said in a low voice, that tower isn't a rank 7 flying-type treasure. It's the Black Stone Pillar. Just now, Tao Lord Mountain Sea moved his supreme treasure and embedded it into the Black Stone Pillar. Those Black Stone Pillars were left behind by the 8 Cloud Generals, and they are one with this plaza. The mystic arts condensed from them can instantly kill even the most elite of universe Tao Lords. It's clear that the Stone Pillar contains a terrifying amount of power. If you want to suck Tao Lord Mountain Sea and the tower into the Rippling Palace, you'll probably have to break the Black Stone Pillar as well. Oh, what? How can this be? I've never seen something like this before. The 100+ Tao Lords in the plaza were all stunned. Chapter 614. Jiang Xi's face was all smiles as he stood within the Skirich Pavilion. The Skirich Pavilion was currently stuck firmly in the Black Stone Pillar. Even if the Skirich Pavilion wasn't a 7th-tier supreme treasure, the enemy would still have to separate it from the Black Stone Pillar if they wanted to take it away. However, this clearly wasn't going to work. Both the Skirich Pavilion and the stone pillars left behind by the 8 Cloud Generals were unshakable. This created a false impression. The experts outside would mistakenly believe that the reason they couldn't take the Skirich Pavilion away was because of the Black Stone Pillars. That way, they wouldn't suspect that the Skirich Pavilion was a supreme treasure. Damn it, that sly human. Although the 7th-tier supreme treasure, the Palace of Tidal Waves, is powerful, it can't break apart the Black Stone Pillars at all. It seems there really is no other way. And the stone pillar that Tao Lord Mountain Sea is attached to is his. Even if he hides in the tower forever, he'll still be able to deduce the Heavenly King diagram at any time. The experts quickly realized these problems. They were all infuriated, but there was nothing they could do. Ugh, there's no other way to get rid of this threat. Tao Lord Beishur, return the Palace of Tidal Waves to me, the 3rd Sacred Lord said, giving up as well. Tao Lord Beishur hesitated for a moment, then exchanged glances with the other experts of the Juntian Sacred Land. In the end, he decided to trade supreme treasures with the 3rd Sacred Lord in exchange for the 10 6th-tier supreme treasures of the Juntian Sacred Land. Now that things had developed to this point, there was nothing the 3 major powers could do. There's no other way. There's only one stupid way left. Attack the tower. Attack it again and again. This is a 6th-tier supreme treasure. At most, it can weaken most of the attacks. Even shockwaves and shockwaves from the attacks will affect it. I refuse to believe that it'll be able to calm down enough to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. Fine, let's choose a few more Tao Lords and attack it together. Instantly, the 3 major powers each sent out 2 more cosmic-level Tao Lords, in addition to the 3 who had survived earlier. The 9 supreme cosmic-level Tao Lords attacked the 9-level tower that was embedded into the Black Stone Pillar nonstop. Rumble. The 9-level tower trembled slightly, as though it was being affected, but of course this was all a disguise. Even the violent shaking when the Palace of Tidal Waves had been used to suppress the tower was all a disguise. No matter how crazy you all are, it's all in vain. Jiang Xi was leisurely sitting cross-legged in Sky-Piercing Tower. He was even in the mood to take out his wine gourd and drink. although he could only unleash the power of a seventh-stage supreme treasure of the Heavenly Tower. The original grade of this special supreme treasure was higher than that. From Enai Shang's words, it could be inferred that the sky-reaching tower was the same as the Xianhuang Mountain. It should also be a Tier 9 supreme treasure. Given how tough this supreme treasure was, not even the terrifying blades of light from Mount Xuanhuang's quintessence region had been able to shake it. The 9 cosmic Downlords outside were even less able to do anything to it. Their frenzied attacks did not even count as tickling Heavenspan Tower. Jiang Xi was in the space of the Heavenly Tower and was not affected at all. He could concentrate on studying the Heavenly King diagram. I don't even need to use my spiritual sense to explore the pattern made of light and shadow. Universe 4, inside the Heavenly Mountain River diagram. In a quiet part of the starry sky, there were large stars orbiting around and nebulas circulating. A mysterious pattern made of gigantic light and shadow seemed to be ever-changing as it hovered silently in the starry sky. A wisp of Jiangxi's clone's spirit consciousness transformed into a spirit body and appeared here, looking at the pattern. Although the Heavenly King diagram is ever-changing, the composition of the light and shadow is fixed. I've memorized the process of the 8 clouds divine, general, using the light and shadow to condense this pattern. Naturally, I can simulate the same pattern in the Heavenly Mountain River diagram. In the civilization of the 8 clouds divine general, even children could deduce the Heavenly King diagram. This meant that although the diagram was mysterious, it was extremely difficult to deduce. However, as long as one remembered the way the light and shadow formed the pattern, it was not difficult to sketch it out. It was just like how everyone knew that 1 + 1 is equal to 2 and could write it out casually, but they did not know why it was equal to 2. By the same logic, he could simulate the exact same Heavenly King diagram, but he did not know how many changes there were within. As for the Heavenly King diagram before him, Jiang Xi did not simulate it early on because he expected that he would be attacked. This was because after Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord 9 Clouds knew of the existence of the Heavenly King diagram, they immediately asked Jiang Xi to simulate the Heavenly King diagram into the Heavenly Mountain River diagram. Clearly, Celestial Venerable Ming, Tao Lord 9 Clouds, and the other Tao Lords of the human race were very curious about the Heavenly King diagram. The Heavenly King diagram was the most popular deduction game in the civilization of the 8 clouds divine general. It was also a supplementary cultivation method. As Tao Lords and Celestial Venerables, there was no one who was not curious. Therefore, Jiang Xi tried to simulate the Heavenly King diagram. He only needed to simulate 1 copy. With the ability of the Heavenly Mountain River diagram, he could naturally replicate more copies so that every Tao Lord of the human race could study it. In the future, even the perfected lords and 9 tribulation transcenders of the human race could train and improve their comprehension through deducing the Heavenly King diagram. The Heavenly King diagram is too mysterious. It seems to hide a great world and is the truth of everything in the world. I have to deduce and study it properly. The spiritual consciousness of Jiang Xi's clone began to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. Of course, he did not forget to deduce the Taoist technique and strive to advance it to the level of the Heavenly Tao as soon as possible so that he could become a Tao Lord. He looked at his experience points. Experience, 1,880 trillion eternal experience, 19 yuan. In the battle in the 8 cloud ruins just now, he had killed 2 universe Tao Lords in a row and obtained 18 yuan of eternal experience points. These experience points were enough for him to deduce for tens of thousands of years. This was where Jiang Xi's confidence came from. Time passed. In the myriad world's ruins, one of the 3 most dangerous places in the Chaos Sea, outside the 8 cloud ruins shrouded in red fog, more and more powerhouses from various factions rushed over. However, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo of the great sky, sacred land, and heavenly venerable sparkling dust of the red lotus, sacred land, reached a tacit understanding at this time and blocked the stone door. Great sky, sacred land, red lotus, sacred land. You're not troubled by the crisis of the calamity, but you still want to snatch this inheritance. Do you think your two sacred lands can stop the entire first universe? Stop all the four primal universes? Two old farts, get lost. Get lost. You destroyed the eternal hope of my race. This is a life and death feud. We will not rest until one of us is dead. In front of eternity, I don't care if you are a sacred land or not. Everyone attacked together. At the stone door of the 8-cloud ruins, the battle had already turned red. The crisis of the calamity was imminent. In the face of life and death, the various factions of the four primal universes did not care about sacred lands. Two sacred land universes actually dared to join forces to block the door. Weren't they courting death? Instantly, the three heavenly venerables and dozens of Tao lords gathered here, joined forces, and attacked crazily. However, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo and Heavenly Venerable Sparkling Dust both had 7th grade true treasures, so they were naturally not afraid of them. You can block us for now, but do you think you can block us forever? When all the other factions arrive, you still won't be able to block them. Back off. Damn it. Shameless sacred land universes. The powerhouses blocked outside the door became angrier and angrier. There were close to 100 factions in the Chaos Sea. In terms of overall strength, the Great Sky Sacred Land and Red Lotus Sacred Land were ranked first and second. However, compared to the four primal universes, even the weakest universe, the fourth, had to join forces with the two sacred lands to be about the same level. As for the first three primal universes, such as the first, there were close to 100 heavenly venerables alone. In comparison, the two sacred land universes added together and multiplied by 10 times would barely be able to catch up to the entire first universe. Because the sacred land universes were unable to produce heavenly venerables, the heavenly venerables who were still alive were those who had survived before the sacred land universes were established. Moreover, the heavenly venerables of the sacred land universes did not have miniature universes, so they were weaker than those of the same level. Compared to the heavenly venerables of the four primal universes, their advantage was that they had excavated many ancient inheritances and 7th grade true treasures in the Chaos Sea over a long period of time. With the help of these inheritances and true treasures, their actual combat strength was still considered passable. This was why the two old guys from the Great Sky Sacred Land and Red Lotus Sacred Land could block the stone door of the 8-cloud ruins for more than a year. However, soon, 8 heavenly venerables rushed over with more than 100 Tao lords and charged in mightily. There was no way such a huge formation could stop them. Then, after the 8 heavenly venerables sent their own people in, they also joined the ranks of blocking the door, blocking the forces behind with the Great Sky Sacred Land and Red Lotus Sacred Land. Only 3 months had passed since this interception. The last batch of more than 20 heavenly venerables joined forces and led a large number of Tao lords, perfected lords, and a massive army of 9 tribulation transcenders into the 8-cloud ruins. At this point, the nearly 100 forces in the Chaos Sea had basically participated. However, towards the end, the selection of the 8 cloud generals was obviously much stricter. If Jiangxi's batch was said to have eliminated 20 to 30% of the candidates, then 20 to 30% would be eliminated. Now, because there were too many candidates, the elimination rate had greatly increased. The elimination rate of Tao lords and perfected lords had reached 80%, and the elimination rate of 9 tribulation transcenders had reached 99%. There were so many candidates, but only a small portion of them had passed the 9-realm bridge and reached the 3rd square. On the Blackstone Square, the experts and geniuses of the 4 primal universes and the 2 holy lands had gathered. Excluding those who had been eliminated in the first 2 rounds or killed by the puppets of the 9 realms, there were not many candidates left from the various forces. There were even fewer heavenly venerables and Tao lords. However, The heavenly venerables and Tao lords who could make it here were naturally outstanding among those of the same level. The Jun Tian Holy Land had 32 Tao lords. The Red Lotus Holy Land had 18 Tao lords. The First Universe had 8 heavenly venerables and 185 Tao lords. The Second Universe had 5 heavenly venerables and 125 Tao lords. The Third Universe had 2 heavenly venerables and 98 Tao lords. The Fourth Universe had 32 Tao lords. In the face of the calamity, almost every force had sent their elites and geniuses from the number of experts. One could see how powerful the First Universe was. Even the 2 Holy Lands didn't have any advantage. They could only bow their heads and avoid the danger for the time being. In fact, the forces of the 4 primal universes were still restrained and didn't really go all out. This was because the 2 Holy Lands had only sent Tao lords, perfected lords, and 9 tribulation transcenders. No heavenly venerables had entered the 8 cloud ruins. In terms of heritage and secrets, the various forces of the 4 primal universes couldn't compare to the 2 Holy Lands. In the eyes of the various forces, the 2 Holy Lands, which had always been aloof in the past, had sent a large number of their people in this time. Obviously, the inheritance this time was very important. However, the 2 Holy Lands didn't send any heavenly venerables in. This also showed that heavenly venerables weren't of much use. Therefore, other than the 2 heavenly venerables from the Heavenly Feather Clan, the other forces weren't so blind. Especially the Fourth Universe, where no heavenly venerables had entered. After a large number of candidates poured into the third square, they saw a strange scene. Boom, boom. 9 Supreme Universe Tao Lords were constantly unleashing attacks against a 9-level pagoda. All kinds of beasts, saber lights, sword lights, fist marks, palm marks formed by secret techniques, they emitted a terrifying power, and the explosions caused the entire black stone square to tremble slightly. What's going on? Who are those Tao Lords attacking? Some of the newcomers were both stunned and puzzled. Inside the 9-story tower being attacked is Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the 4th Universe's human race. It's said that Tao Lord Mountain Sea is most likely to obtain the inheritance, so everyone is trying their best to effect his deduction. Those 9 tribulation transcenders secretly transmitted their voices to each other. There were too many 9 tribulation transcenders present. For example, almost every force in the First Universe had brought thousands of 9 tribulation transcenders. Even the Heavenly Feather Clan had sent another batch of 9 tribulation transcenders. After all, the lives of 9 tribulation transcenders were worthless. As a result, the number of 9th tribulation transcenders from the 4 primal universes and the 2 Holy Land universes on the Blackstone Square was still close to 100,000, even after going through 2 rounds of screening. The number of perfected lords was close to 5,000. The number of Tao lords was close to 500. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. You want to obtain the inheritance? Don't be delusional. Puny 4th Universe's human race. This is a disaster for you, not a blessing. Attack him. In addition to the 9 top-notch universe Tao lords, the other major forces also occasionally sent powerhouses to attack. It was as if they were using Jiangxi as a punching bag and dared to attack anyone. In the space of Heavenly Tower, Jiangxi looked outside with an indifferent expression. Laugh all you want. When I obtain the inheritance in the end, you will be dumbfounded. However, it seems that Divine General 8 Clouds really wants to choose the best inheritor. He actually lets so many candidates in. Even my 4th Universe's human camp has sent quite a few. This time, because the 4th Universe's forces were the weakest and they didn't send many powerhouses, they temporarily joined forces. The human race, the monster race, the ghost race, and dozens of top races joined forces and sent a batch of candidates in. Of course, there weren't many left who could really cross the 9-realm bridge and arrive at the Blackstone Square. Among them, the human camp only had 1 universe Tao Lord Clear Flame, 14 perfected lords, and 159 tribulation transcenders. Tao Lord Clear Flame was the sect leader of the Tao sect, and he took a great risk to enter this time. How pitiful! Tao Lord Mountain C has become the target of everyone. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. The 32 Tao Lords of the Fourth Universe gathered together. Tao Lord Clear Flame saw that the other 4 primal universes and 2 Holy Land universes often attacked Jiangxi. Although he was very angry, there was nothing he could do. As for the monster race, ghost race, and other races, although their words were beautiful, they were probably secretly gloating. They were only temporarily allied and were still hostile races. They didn't want to see the human race become stronger. Time flew by year after year. In the blink of an eye, nearly 300 years had passed. They originally thought that the test of the Heavenly King diagram wouldn't take too long, but the current situation showed that it would probably take a long time. This was because the deduction of the Heavenly King diagram was too difficult. The powerhouses and geniuses of the 4 primal universes and 2 Holy Land universes all felt the complexity and variability of the process at first. They felt that it was simple, but the further they went, the more difficult the deduction became, and it rose in a straight line. I've finally deduced the 2,999th change. In the starry sky of the Heavenly King diagram in the 4th universe, the spirit body of Jiangxi's clone stood in front of the simulated Heavenly King diagram and deduced seriously. In the past 300 years, as he deduced one correct change after another, the efficiency of Jiangxi's deduction kept decreasing, and the deduction speed became slower and slower. It actually took him nearly 300 years to deduce the 2,999th change. One had to know that in the first month, he had already deduced 100 changes. Now, the difficulty had increased by dozens of times. The 3,000th change. The difficulty has increased again. Jiangxi took a deep breath. The 3,000th change should be another bottleneck. The most difficult part of deducing the Heavenly King diagram was that the changes that had already been deduced would interfere with each other in his mind. The more changes that were deduced, the greater the interference in the future. And when Jiangxi deduced the 3,000th change, he clearly felt that the previous 2,999 changes were about to interfere with him to a higher level. In the Heavenly King diagram, when the spirit body of Jiangxi's clone was using the experience panel to deduce the Heavenly King diagram, a handsome man in a purple Taoist robe was standing not far away and watching. The handsome man's eyes were like stars, faintly hiding the mystery of the entire universe's operation. He had a smile on his face, and just his smile could make people feel relaxed and happy. This Jiangxi, as expected of the strongest genius in the history of our human race. The man in the purple Taoist robe was observing Jiangxi. The strange thing was that Jiangxi's eyes could clearly see in this direction, but it was as if he couldn't see this man. With Jiangxi's current strength in the Heavenly King diagram, even if it was Venerable Ming, it was impossible for him to be completely invisible in front of Jiangxi. Only the creator of the Heavenly King diagram, Venerable Zi Shao, could be completely invisible in front of Jiangxi, so that Jiangxi couldn't detect him. He is cultivated for an extremely short period of time, and his talent and perception are rare in the world. Venerable Zi Shao smiled and praised. From the fact that he cultivates 7 Taoist techniques at the same time, it can be seen how strong his perception is. Even Venerable Ming is much inferior to him. The human experts had separated a wisp of their spiritual consciousness to deduce the Heavenly King diagram in the Heavenly King diagram. The Heavenly King diagram was the strongest mystic technique that Venerable Zi Shao used, so he was very clear about the deduction progress of the various human experts. He was shocked to discover that Jiangxi's deduction speed was far faster than that of any human Tao Lord. Even Venerable Ming was far inferior to Jiangxi. Heavenly Venerables, Tao Lords, Perfected Lords, and 9 Tribulation Transcenders. These 4 levels are different in strength, and the strength of the essence soul varies. In terms of deduction speed, there is a fundamental gap. It is difficult to make up for it just by relying on perception. From this, It can be speculated that the requirements of the 8 clouds divine general for the candidates of each level should be different. Venerable Zi Shao muttered to himself. Jiang Xi is only a 5th transformation true lord, so the requirements shouldn't be high. However, he can deduce so quickly. It's not strange that he is targeted by the 8 clouds divine general. That's why he created some difficulty for him and forced him to reach his limits. Venerable Zi Shao chuckled and looked into the distance, as if he could see the end of this world. Venerable Ming is obviously much worse in terms of deduction. This is related to his personality. He is usually too calm, and after a long time, his drive has long been worn away. He shook his head. Otherwise, as a 3rd step heavenly venerable with such a strong essence soul, he wouldn't be inferior to Jiang Xi in terms of deduction speed. Venerable Zi Shao walked to Jiang Xi's side and sat down cross-legged. Jiang Xi, I didn't notice at all. If I were also a 5th transformation true lord, my deduction speed would probably be comparable to Jiang Xi's. He was invincible in the chaos sea back then and had already reached the end of the heavenly venerable path. Of course, his foundation was extremely high. In terms of strength, Venerable Ming was far inferior to him. In the entire chaos sea, the only ones who could truly defeat him were the 2 supremes who rarely appeared. Moreover, he was eternally suppressed by the 4th universe for countless years. It was also a kind of cultivation that allowed him to become more complete and powerful. It was only because he was eternally suppressed that he couldn't leave. The 6,000 change is indeed difficult to deduce. Venerable Zi Shao stared at the mysterious pattern formed by light and shadow and frowned slightly. He was originally a genius, and his talent was second only to Jiang Xi. Back then, he led the entire human race to become the strongest race in the 4th universe with his own strength. His own strength was invincible in the chaos sea. Moreover, after being eternally suppressed for so many years, the strength of his essence soul had long surpassed the heavenly venerable level and reached the supremacy level. Therefore, his deduction speed was much faster than Jiang Xi's experience panel. If Jiang Xi knew, he would probably be dumbfounded. There was actually a human-shaped cheater in this world. Of course, Jiang Xi had already discovered pattern. The speed and efficiency of the experience panel's deduction was related to his cultivation and essence soul strength. The higher his cultivation and essence soul strength, the higher the speed and efficiency of the panel's deduction. Venerable Zi Zhao's essence soul strength was already at the supremacy level, but his essence soul strength was still at the universe level. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. The fact that he could rely on the experience panel to far surpass Venerable Ming, who was a 3rd step heavenly venerable, in terms of deduction was enough to prove the power of the panel. Venerable Zi Shao carefully observed the Heavenly King diagram and deduced the changes within. Heavenly King? What kind of powerful existence is this to be able to create such an unbelievable and mysterious diagram? It's countless times more complicated than my strongest mystic technique, the heaven connecting mountain river diagram. In my opinion, if I can comprehend this Heavenly King diagram, I might be able to obtain a precious inheritance that's not inferior to the 8 clouds inheritance. Heavenly venerable purple firmament silently sat cross-legged beside riverward, carefully comprehending and deducing. However, Jiang Xi did not know that there was a human-shaped cheater sitting beside him. Chapter 615. Chaos Sea, 8 Cloud Ruins, the 3rd Square. The Heavenly King diagram, formed by light and shadow, was suspended in mid-air in the center of the square, changing mysteriously. Below, more than 100,000 black stone pillars rose from the ground and stood erect around the pattern. Each black stone pillar corresponded to a candidate. The powerhouses and geniuses from nearly 100 forces in the Chaos Sea were seriously deducing this mysterious diagram. Of course, there were more than 10 Dao lords attacking the 9-story tower to interfere with Jiang Xi's deduction. In fact, as time passed, The threat of Jiang Ziyi in everyone's hearts had decreased by a lot. This was because although Jiang Ziyi and Dao Lord Tuyi were the first batch to enter, they had only entered 1 or 2 years earlier. Now that 300 years had passed, the advantage of 1 or 2 years had become very small. However, everyone had attacked for a long time and had formed a habit. When they were tired of deducing, they would attack Jiangxi's 9-story tower to relieve their boredom. Ding dong, a pleasant sound rang out, waking up every candidate present. Huh? What's going on? What happened? What's that sound? Look, it's Divine General 8 Clouds. Whether it was heavenly venerables or 9 tribulation transcenders, more than 100,000 candidates gathered their gazes. In midair, a blood-colored light appeared and condensed into a red-armored figure holding a heavenly halberd. It was Divine General 8 Clouds, who had not appeared in 300 years. His eyes, which were like the 9 nether abyss, fell on the 9-story tower. Candidate Universe 4, Mountain Sea, has reached the minimum requirement. What? This is impossible. Dao Lord Mountain Sea has reached the minimum requirement. The candidates of the various forces were shocked. In the beginning, they still regarded Dao Lord Mountain Sea as a huge threat. But as time passed, everyone no longer thought that Dao Lord Mountain Sea was much of a threat. This was because the difficulty of deducing the Heavenly King diagram was getting higher and higher. Although it was fast at the beginning, it did not mean that it would continue to be fast. Perhaps there would be someone with high comprehension ability among the latecomers, and their deduction speed could catch up to Dao Lord Mountain Sea. Quiet. Divine General 8 Clouds in different gaze swept across the square. The noisy black stone square immediately quieted down. The 8 Clouds General looked at the pagoda and said softly, "Mountain Sea, come out." Whoosh! The 9-story pagoda disappeared, and Jiang Ziyi, who was wearing a black armor with golden patterns, stood there. He bowed respectfully. "Greetings, 8 Clouds Divine General. Is that Dao Monarch Mountain Sea of the 4th universe? Lord Dao Lord Mountain and Sea." The 9 tribulation transcenders from various forces widened their eyes and looked up at the dazzling figure in midair. This scene was fixed in the hearts of these geniuses. Jiang Ziyi was well aware of what had happened because just now he had deduced the 3,000th change. It was as if he had completed a stage of deduction. Of course, he was the first to reach the minimum requirement of becoming an 8-cloud Divine General. It was not only because of the help of the experience panel that his deduction speed was far ahead of the other candidates. Also, it should be related to his cultivation level. After all, his actual cultivation level was only that of a 5th Revolution True Monarch. Divine Generals of the 8 Clouds probably had different minimum requirements for candidates of different strength. Mountain Sea. The 8 Clouds Divine General looked down at Jiang Ziyi. Jiang Ziyi bowed slightly, ignoring the envious and hateful candidates below. Although you have reached the minimum requirement, there is still a long time before the 3rd stage. Continue deducing. The 8 Clouds Divine General nodded. In this stage, the more changes you can deduce, the more help it will be to you. When you receive the inheritance in the future, you will also obtain more benefits. Yes. Jiang Ziyi bowed respectfully. You can deduce at ease. From now on, no one can interfere with your deduction. As the 8 Clouds Divine General spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed. Buzz! Jiang Ziyi's black stone pillar suddenly emitted a misty light and shadow. Like a barrier, it enveloped the entire stone pillar and also Jiang Ziyi. The entire light and shadow barrier emitted a silver light, and there were complicated patterns and secret runes circulating on it. Just the power it faintly emitted made all the powerhouses present tremble in fear. Whoever dares to attack and interfere with the Mountain Sea will be eliminated and killed. The 8 Clouds Divine General's cold gaze swept through the crowd killed. As soon as these words were spoken, the powerhouses of the various factions gathered in the black stone square trembled. Apart from the powerhouses of the 4th universe's human camp, all the other powerhouses felt anxious, angry, and indignant. Originally, The 300 years of deduction made them think that Tao Lord Mountain Sea, who was only 1 or 2 years ahead, was not much of a threat, especially those heavenly venerables. With the strength of their essence spirits, their deduction was naturally extremely fast, so they were confident that they could overtake him. However, reality slapped them hard in the face. The first to meet the minimum requirement was Tao Lord Mountain Sea again. We're in big trouble. This is bad. What should we do? That human really deserves to die. The Supremes have already ordered us to fight for this inheritance at all costs. The powerhouses of the various factions were furious and anxious. The group of Tao Lords of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground were also communicating with each other via voice transmission. Tao Lord Toayi frowned and sighed. I have no choice. From the beginning, the 8 Clouds Divine General took care of Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Now, Tao Lord Mountain Sea is the first to meet his minimum requirement. As the saying goes, if one step is fast, one step will be fast. If this continues, his advantage will probably grow bigger and bigger. At that time, the chances of us obtaining the inheritance in the end will be slim. Tao Lord Tai, why don't we kill Tao Lord Mountain Sea? That's right, kill him. We'd rather be killed by the 8 Clouds Divine General to kill Tao Lord Mountain Sea. We can't give him a chance. This inheritance belongs to our Red Lotus Sacred Ground. The other Tao Lords of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground suggested anxiously. Tao Lord Tua, Yi shook his head. Calm down. We're not the only ones who are anxious now. The Great Sky's Sacred Ground is also anxious. Of course, the most anxious ones are the factions of the 4 primal universes because they're facing the crisis of the calamity. If Tao Lord Mountain Sea obtains the inheritance of the 8 Clouds, it will be equivalent to snatching away the eternal opportunity of the other factions. Therefore, they definitely can't hold back. However, in my opinion, it will be very difficult to break through that silver light barrier. Tao Lord Tuaye's words calmed the other Tao Lords of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground for the time being. At the same time, the various factions were secretly discussing whether to attack or what to do. The 8 Clouds Divine General looked at everyone coldly and continued. The Mountain Sea is protected by my secret technique. Even if you want to attack, you won't be able to break through this barrier. Therefore, it's better not to send yourselves to death. There's still a long time to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. Work hard. The more changes you deduce, the greater your chances of obtaining the inheritance. If anyone can deduce more than 20,000 changes in this stage, they will be able to obtain the inheritance of my 8 Clouds lineage directly. Hearing such words, everyone's reaction was very calm. This was because the requirement to deduce 20,000 changes was mentioned by the 8 Clouds Divine General when every batch of candidates entered. In the beginning, the new candidates would be very excited and full of confidence. However, when they really began to deduce, they would realize that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to deduce 20,000 changes. This was something that was simply impossible to achieve. It was simply a dream. 20,000 changes? The difficulty is unimaginable. I've only just deduced 2,002 changes. The 3rd Sacred Lord sighed. The 4th Sacred Lord is stuck at the 1,999th change and has reached a bottleneck. Every change in the Heavenly King diagram interferes with each other. The more changes one deduces, the greater the interference. Every 1,000 changes will increase the difficulty by a level. I wonder how difficult it will be in the future. I wonder what the minimum requirement for becoming an 8 Clouds Divine General is. I've already deduced 2,002 changes, which is the highest in the Heavenly Feather race. However, I still haven't reached the minimum requirement for becoming an 8 Clouds Divine General. However, the Mountain Sea Tao Lord has reached the requirement. Could it be that he has deduced more than me? Or perhaps the minimum requirement for becoming a Tao Lord is different from that of a Heavenly Venerate. The 3rd Sacred Lord guessed. On the other side, the 8 Clouds Divine General looked at Jiang Xi. He was no longer as cold as before and said, Mountain Sea, continue to work hard. Yes. Jiang Xi bowed again. Whoosh. The 8 clouds divine general nodded lightly and disappeared. The Blackstone Plaza became noisy again as all sorts of discussions rang out. Jiang Xi looked around calmly and immediately discovered that many experts were staring at him. Their gazes were filled with anger, resentment, jealousy, and killing intent. He stood within the silver light barrier and smiled at the candidates. Come on, continue. Don't stop. Continue to attack me. As soon as he said this, the entire place exploded. Damn it. He's too arrogant. This bastard. The experts of many factions were furious. They gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't dare to do anything. Previously, they had dared to attack, but now, the 8 Clouds Divine General had repeatedly emphasized that once they attacked, they would be eliminated. Moreover, the 8 Clouds Divine General had said that none of the experts present could break through the silver light barrier. Since such an existence dared to say this, he definitely had his confidence. Huh! Riverward roared with laughter, his gaze sweeping past the Tao Lords who had attacked him. This provocative gaze made the Tao Lords even angrier. However, they also understood that the Mountain Sea Tao Lord had done this on purpose. If they really attacked, they would be fools. A bunch of cowards. Jiang Xi shook his head. This sentence directly dealt a blow to the more than 100,000 experts and geniuses of the 4 primal universes and the 2 Holy Land universes. Then he sat cross-legged within the silver light barrier and continued to study and deduce the Sky King diagram. The experts of the various factions, especially the 2 Holy Land universes and the First Universe, all approached the light barrier to carefully sense the terrifying aura. In the end, they could only retreat helplessly. Obviously, the power of this light barrier was terrifying. These experts had already lost confidence before they even attacked. They were anxious and angry, but there was nothing they could do. At the same time, they hated the Mountain Sea Tao Lord even more. Is the only chance of eternity going to be obtained by a mere human? Damn it! The human race of the 4th universe must be destroyed. All of them glared fiercely at Jiang Xi and threatened him. Jiang Xi glanced at them expressionlessly and then ignored them. These words had no power. They were just barks. He knew very well that as his advantage grew, he would become a thorn in the eyes of the various factions in the chaos, see sooner or later. They would hate him. This was indeed the case. Ever since the 8 Clouds Divine General gave him special treatment, the various factions had begun to surround and attack him. Since they had already shed all pretenses, he wouldn't put on any pretense, nor would he think about easing the relationship between the various factions. In front of a real opportunity, he should move forward bravely and not retreat. Jiang Xi, will definitely get this inheritance. As for the various hatred and threats, there was no need to care. In the future, he would return them one by one. Universe 4, Heaven-Reaching Tower, Mountain River Diagram. A huge Sky King diagram formed by light and shadow floated quietly in the starry sky. It was surrounded by large stars and nebulas. Jiang Xi sat cross-legged in front of the Sky King diagram, quietly deducing. Beside him, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament, who was wearing a purple Taoist robe, sat side by side with him, also comprehending this mysterious diagram. Jiang Xi, how delightful! Haha, Jiang Xi, well done. You didn't even tell us about such a delightful thing. Suddenly, several figures appeared not far away. They were all experts of the human race. Apart from Heavenly Venerable Ming and Tao Lord 9 Firmament, experts such as Buddhist Venerable, Imperial Lord Mi Luo, Tao Lord Sword 1, Tao Lord Long Wall, and a few others had arrived. All of them were delighted. Jiang Xi stood up to welcome them. We just found out too. Heavenly Venerable Ming laughed loudly. You're actually the first to reach the minimum requirement of the 8 Clouds Divine General. As the saying goes, the faster the faster. The longer you take, the greater your advantage. It seems that you have the greatest chance of obtaining the inheritance this time. Now, don't bother about anything else, and don't care about the threats of those factions. At most, we'll stay in Universe 4 and not go to the Chaos Sea. Those two sacred grounds value the 8 Clouds inheritance so much. If our race obtains this inheritance, we can even surpass those 2 sacred grounds in the future. By then, we won't be afraid of any threats. That's right. Don't worry about anything else. Just focus on seizing the inheritance. Tao Lord 9 Firmament laughed. As well, Heavenly Venerable Ming, Master, I understand. Jiang Ci nodded and smiled. Actually, even if they want to threaten or disturb me now, they can't do anything about it. Haha, that's good. We won't disturb you any further. Continue with your divination. Heavenly Venerable Ming laughed loudly. Junior Apprentice Brother, the prosperity of our Tao Alliance's human race depends on you. Imperial Lord Mi Luo was also smiling. Mountain Sea, do your best. Show those factions in the chaos, see how terrifying our race's geniuses are. Tao Lord Long Wall laughed as well. In the beginning, he had always been at odds with Jiang Ci. Now he had become good friends with Jiang Ci. Buddhist Venerable Ming, Tao Lord Sword 1, and the others encouraged him from the side. The group of human experts chatted with Jiang Ci, but none of them, including Heavenly Venerable Ming, noticed that Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament was silently watching from the side. Our race can only rely on them to fight for everything. I can only watch from the side. Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament sighed softly. Jiang Ci, work hard. He was also cheering for Jiang Ci. Ever since he had been permanently suppressed by the Fourth Universe, he had watched the human race encounter crisis after crisis for countless years. However, he could only watch without being able to do anything. Even though he had monstrous strength and had comprehended a lot during the battle with the Fourth Universe's quintessence, his primordial spirit had reached the level of primordial spirit. Now, if he were to go to the Chaos Sea's endless void to challenge eternity, he would have a certain level of confidence. Unfortunately, it was all too late. After being permanently suppressed, he could do nothing. Quintessence of the universe, I won't bow to you just like that. Even if there's only a sliver of a chance, I'll fight to the end. Galaxies flowed in Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament's eyes. The universe hidden inside seemed to be about to break out of its shell, but it quickly returned to normal. He continued to look at the Heavenly King diagram and divined with all his might. The top experts of all the factions in the Chaos Sea knew the importance of the 8 Clouds legacy. For the factions of the 4 primal universes, this legacy from countless years ago represented eternity. For the sovereigns of the 2 sacred lands, it was a path that was even further than eternity. Therefore, these top experts were silently waiting and looking forward to it. They hoped that the experts and geniuses on their side who entered the 8 Clouds ruins could reach the minimum requirement to deduce the Heavenly King diagram faster. The third plaza of the 8 Clouds ruins had become a silent battlefield that the entire Chaos Sea was paying attention to. After all, the 8 Clouds legacy would determine which faction could become eternity and establish the next eternal sacred land. Tao Monarch Mountain Sea only has a temporary advantage. We still have a chance. Yes, as long as we reach the minimum requirement of 8 Clouds in the 3rd round, we can enter the 4th plaza and obtain the legacy. We must obtain this opportunity. Whether our race can become eternity depends on this. Even if we die, we must obtain this opportunity for our race. All the factions were in a frenzy. They had seen the situation clearly. It was impossible to surpass Tao Monarch Mountain Sea in the 3rd round of the Heavenly King diagram. Therefore, they set their goal as reaching the minimum requirement of 8 Clouds to enter the next plaza and obtain the legacy. As long as there was a chance, everything was possible. In the blink of an eye, another 200 years had passed. The legacy of the 8 Clouds ruins had lasted for 500 years. Ding dong, on the silent black stone square, a pleasant voice rang out again, awakening more than 100,000 candidates. All the 9 tribulation transcenders, true lords, Tao monarchs, and heavenly venerables present, including Jiang Ci, who was enveloped by the silver light barrier, immediately looked up. The blood-red light gathered and condensed into a towering red-armored figure. Eight Clouds General. Eight Clouds General has appeared again. He appeared last time because Down Monarch Mountain Sea had reached the minimum requirement. Now, he's here again. Could it be me? In my race, I'm the fastest at deducing the Heavenly King diagram. I've already deduced 1,720 variations. The candidates were very excited and expectant. Jiang Ci frowned. He had already reached the minimum requirement. It couldn't be that he appeared for him again, right? Candidate, who you of the Great Sky Holy Land, has reached the minimum requirement to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. Eight Clouds General looked at an eight-armed figure. It was a handsome man from the Great Sky Holy Land camp. At this moment, his face was full of excitement. All the candidates present, including Jiang Ci, looked over. Among the more than 100,000 candidates, this true Lord Hu Yu was very ordinary and didn't have much fame. He had never heard of him before. When Riverward saw this, his brows furrowed. I'm a rank 5 true lord. The second person to reach the minimum requirement is also a rank 5 true lord. A rank 5 true lord. After Down Monarch Mountain Sea, the second person to reach the minimum requirement is actually a rank 5 true lord. There are more than 10 heavenly venerables and nearly 500 Dao monarchs present. It's fine if Dao Monarch Mountain Sea was the first to succeed. After all, he's a rare genius Dao monarch in the Chaos Sea. But now, a rank 5 true lord has succeeded? How can this be? Almost all the candidates were puzzled and full of doubts. Buzz, Eight Clouds General pointed with his finger. The black stone pillar beside True Lord He was also covered by a layer of silver light barrier. It was exactly the same as Jiang Ci's, protecting True Lord Hu Yu from being disturbed by the other candidates. Hu Yu, the more changes you deduce, the more help it will be to you. Deduce at ease. With my secret barrier protecting you, no one will be able to hurt you. Eight Clouds General encouraged True Lord Hu Yu. Yes. True Lord Hu Yu bowed respectfully. Eight Clouds General nodded. Then his cold gaze swept across all the candidates present. If you reach the minimum requirement, you will be protected by me. If anyone dares to attack, they will be eliminated and killed. After he finished speaking, he disappeared. The Black Stone Plaza instantly became lively. It's fine if it was down Monarch Mountain Sea, but now a true lord has taken the lead. Could it be that a true lord's deduction speed is faster than mine? The third sacred lord of the heavenly feather race could not help but be furious. He was the one with the highest cultivation and strength among all the candidates in the Blackstone Plaza. He believed that his deduction speed was also the fastest. I didn't expect that the second person to reach the minimum requirement would be a true lord. All sorts of angry voices sounded in the plaza, but no one dared to question Eight Clouds General. But the experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land were very excited. They were all encouraging True Lord Hu Yu. As for the eight-armed True Monarch Hu Yu, he nodded excitedly. He even looked at Jiang Ci from afar. His meaning was obvious. He wanted to compete with Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci only looked at him calmly before closing his eyes again. I'm the first person to reach the minimum requirement. When Eight Clouds General chooses his successor, he will definitely look at many aspects. He will probably choose many candidates to enter the next plaza. 500 years have passed, and I've only managed to deduce 4,456 changes using my experience panel. I'm still far away from 20,000 transformations. I have to deduce even more transformations. According to Eight Clouds General, the better my performance in the third stage of the Heavenly King diagram, the more likely I will be to obtain the inheritance. Jiang Ci calculated silently in his heart. What he was considering now was not only his own path of cultivation. Now, the eternal hope of the entire race was on him. He already had such a huge advantage. Naturally, he could not relax at all. Chapter 616. Chaos Sea, great hammer divine world of the Jun Tian Holy Land universe. Who you? Perfected monarch who you actually met the minimum requirement? My Jun Tian Holy Land sent out quite a number of Tao Lords, perfected monarchs, and 9 tribulation transcenders this time. In terms of deducing the Heavenly King diagram, the fastest should be Tao Lord Qi Han. In a long years of tempering, the strength of his essence soul has long been comparable to that of a third step Heavenly Venerable. He has already deduced 3,420 transformations, but he still hasn't met the minimum requirement of 8 divine generals. Hu Yu has just deduced 3,000 transformations, but he's already been judged to have met the requirement. In a temple, several heavenly venerables and hundreds of Tao Lords of the Jun Tian Holy Land were gathered. They discovered the difference. Buzz, a figure wearing a black robe with golden patterns, appeared in midair of the temple. The black-robed figure was shrouded in a misty breeze mixed with blue lightning, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. Supreme. Greetings, Supreme. All the experts in the temple hurriedly bowed respectfully. Jun Tian Supreme's blurry figure looked at them and said softly, "Now, we can confirm that when the 8 divine generals choose their inheritors, the requirements are different for experts of different strength. Let our perfected monarchs and 9th tribulation transcenders work harder. The more clansmen that meet the minimum requirement, the greater the chances of our Jun Tian Holy Land obtaining the 8 divine generals' inheritance." "We obey the Supreme's order," these experts hurriedly replied. Whoosh! Jun Tian Supreme's figure directly dissipated. Inside the temple, the group of experts who had lived through countless eons exchanged glances with each other. They were all secretly shocked, because in the past, Jun Tian Supreme would only appear once in a very long time. Sometimes, he would not appear for hundreds of years, but in these few hundred years, he had appeared twice in a row. Previously, he had publicly appeared and sent out a large number of experts to compete for the inheritance. Now, he had directly appeared in this temple and talked to them face to face. From this, it could be seen how much importance Jun Tian Supreme attached to the 8 divine generals' inheritance. Since the Supreme attaches so much importance to it, then we should seize this inheritance. Yes, perfected monarch Hu Yu is the second to meet the minimum requirement. The chances are very high. Although perfected monarch Hu Yu is only a 5th transformation true monarch, he is a quasi-Tao Lord. After countless eons of tempering, the strength of his nascent divinity had reached the level of a first-step celestial master. In terms of calculating speed, he was far superior to the Tao Lords and true lords of the 4 primal universes. He had a great advantage. If I had known this would happen, I would have sent a few more quasi-Tao Lords over. It's not too late yet. Send some more over. Yes, quasi-Tao Lords referred to some special true monarchs. The Great Sky Holy Land had existed for an incomparably long time. Even if there were only 10 Tao Lords in a single cataclysm era, the number of Tao Lords would be uncountable by now. However, in reality, there were less than 1,000 Tao Lords in the Great Heaven Sacred Ground. The reason was that there was a limit to the capacity of the Holy Land universe. After all, the size of a Holy Land universe was much smaller than the size of the 4 original universes. Holy Land universes were unable to nurture celestial venerables. At most, they could nurture Tao Lords. Furthermore, there was a limit to the number of Tao Lords and true lords that the Holy Land universe could accommodate. This was because true monarchs and Tao Lords had to establish their own Grotto Heaven worlds. This was a burden to the Holy Lands. Once the number of Grotto Heaven worlds reached a certain limit, they could not continue to increase. Otherwise, it would cause harm to the Holy Lands. Therefore, some quasi-Tao Lords who had perfected their Tao techniques long ago could become Tao Lords at any time. Because they could not expand their Grotto Heaven worlds into large Grotto Heavens, they could not advance and could only be trapped at the true monarch level. These quasi-Tao Lords only had one chance to advance, and that was if a Tao Lord of their race died the pressure on the Holy Lands would be reduced. Then, the race would choose the most outstanding quasi-Dao Lord and use this empty spot to advance to a true Dao Lord. It could be said that apart from Dao Lords who could not become true monarchs, the quasi-Dao Lords of the Holy Lands were generally stronger than the Dao Lords of the four original universes in all other aspects. Whether it was their Dao techniques, secret techniques, physical strength, or essence spirit strength, they had all been tempered to the limit in countless cataclysm eras in the 700th year since the Eight Cloud Ruins opened. Ding dong, that pleasant voice sounded again, and the Eight Cloud Generals appeared again. Instantly, the various factions were filled with anticipation. Candidate, Third Universe, Demon Race, Trakoskas C, has reached the minimum deduction requirement. The Eight Cloud Generals looked down, and his gaze landed on a demon. This is impossible. How can it be a Ninth Tribulation Transcender? Even a Ninth Tribulation Transcender has reached the minimum requirement. All the candidates were shocked, including Trakoskas C himself. After Dao, Lord Mountain C of the human race, and True Monarch Hu of the Jun Tian Holy Land in the Fourth Universe, the third person to reach the minimum requirement was actually a Ninth Tribulation Transcender of the Demon Race from the Third Universe. Buzz. The Eight Cloud Generals stretched out his finger and covered the black stone pillar next to Trakoskas C with a layer of silver light. As time passed, one candidate after another reached the minimum requirement. The various factions had basically confirmed that the minimum requirement for different strength was indeed different. Because there were 15 heavenly venerables present, their deduction speed couldn't be worse than a Ninth Tribulation Transcender, right? But none of these heavenly venerables had reached the minimum requirement. The first was Jiangxi. The second was a true monarch. The third was a Ninth Tribulation Transcender. The fourth was a Ninth Tribulation Transcender. The fifth was a Dao Lord Powerhouse, Dao, Lord Shihan from the Jun Tian Holy Land. Since then, the Jun Tian Holy Land had two people who had reached the minimum requirement. At this time, Jiangxi had been deducing the Heavenly King diagram for more than 1,000 years. The sixth was a true monarch powerhouse. The seventh was a Dao Lord powerhouse, and also someone Jiangxi was familiar with. He was also from the first batch of Dao Lord Tuoyi to enter the Eight Cloud Ruins. This half-step heavenly venerable had finally reached the minimum requirement. At this time, Jiangxi had been deducing the Heavenly King diagram for more than 1,300 years. In the blink of an eye, nearly 3,000 years had passed. There were many candidates in the entire Blackstone Square. They were all within the silver light barrier to avoid being disturbed by other candidates at this time. There were already 84 candidates who had reached the minimum requirement. In fact, since the 2000th year, the number of candidates who had reached the minimum requirement had begun to increase rapidly. The first batch of 5 powerhouses to enter the Eight Cloud Ruins, Jiangxi, Dao Lord Tui, Dao Lord Xianglu, Dao Lord Shinfang, and Dao Lord Jinlan, were all in this list. The others, like Dao Lord Yinxing from the Fourth Universe's human camp, had also reached the minimum requirement. On the contrary, none of the 15 heavenly venerables had succeeded until now. Ding dong. A pleasant voice sounded as if it was congratulating them. The figure of the Eight Cloud General also appeared again. However, everyone's reaction was no longer as excited as before. They just looked up to see which faction's candidate had reached the requirement. First Universe, Heavenly Venerable Fong Lai, has reached the minimum requirement. The Eight Cloud General's voice was very calm. However, those words caused the Heavenly Venerates to tremble. Phew! Finally, a Heavenly Venerable has reached it. The 15 Heavenly Venerables were very excited. Nearly 3,000 years. They watched as the candidates, who were many times weaker than them, reached the minimum requirement one after another. However, none of them, who could be considered the top group of people in the Chaos Sea, succeeded. This made them wonder if there was no hope for a Heavenly Venerable. Finally, a Heavenly Venerable succeeded. This was the 85th person to reach the minimum requirement, and also the first heavenly venerable to succeed. The minimum requirement for a heavenly venerable is to deduce 5,000 changes. Heavenly venerable Fong Lai sighed secretly. Next, one candidate after another reached the minimum requirement to deduce the heavenly king diagram. 86th, 87th. On the Blackstone Square, it was possible that most of the candidates' deduction speed was not particularly fast. However, there were too many of them. There were more than 100,000 candidates, and as time passed, the number of candidates who met the minimum requirement also increased rapidly. Moreover, this increase was becoming greater and greater. One silver light barrier after another was scattered throughout the square. There were already a lot of them. The time given for the third stage to deduce the heavenly king diagram is actually so long. There are already close to 100 people who have reached the minimum requirement. From the looks of it, the 8-Cloud General is planning to select even more outstanding candidates and then choose the true inheritor from them. Yes, the inheritor definitely can't only consider good or bad perception. Other aspects have to be considered. Therefore, the Mountain Sea Dao Lord who has the advantage in the third stage doesn't mean that he will definitely become the final inheritor. My Great Sky Holy Land already has 11 people who have reached the minimum requirement. The further we go, the greater the advantage of my Great Sky Holy Land. The candidates would sometimes secretly communicate with each other. After all, deducing the Heavenly King diagram was a very difficult matter. It also consumed a large amount of essence spirit power. The further they went, the more it would be consumed. Therefore, these candidates would stop and rest for a while every once in a while. Universe 4, inside the mountain river diagram of Sky Piercing Tower. There are already 91 candidates who have reached the minimum requirement. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments frowned, showing a rare trace of anxiety. The further we go, the more such candidates there will be. At this rate, Jiangxi's advantage will become smaller and smaller. Unlike other factions, we can't send a large number of people over. Only Jiangxi alone. What should we do? Our chances of obtaining the inheritance are constantly decreasing. Tomorrow, Venerated and the Dao Lords of the human race were gathered together. Like Dao Lord 9 Firmaments, everyone was a little anxious. Although most of them were wandering in the Chaos Sea, they had been paying attention to Jiangxi in the 8-Cloud ruins. Everyone knew that the 8-Cloud inheritance this time was a silent war. This war would determine who would achieve eternity and which race would establish the third eternal sacred land universe in the Chaos Sea. Don't be anxious. Tomorrow, Venerated laughed. It's useless for us to be anxious here. Let Jiangxi deduce in peace. As for us, we'll do what we have to do. If the 8-Cloud inheritance continues for 10,000 years or even longer, are we going to keep watching? But, all right, let's all go back. Tomorrow, Venerated waved his hand. In another part of the sky-piercing river diagram, a heavenly king diagram hovered quietly in the starry sky, surrounded by great stars. Jiangxi and celestial venerated purple firmament were still deducing here. Of course, Jiangxi didn't know that there was a human cheat beside him. The 6,000 changes are really difficult. Jiangxi stood in front of the heavenly king diagram, feeling a little anxious. It had been 3,000 years, and there had been candidates who had reached the minimum requirement. This had indeed made him feel pressured. Now, no one knew what would happen after the third trial and the fourth plaza. The more candidates passed the third trial, the more his chances would be affected. Jiangxi fully understood the 8-Cloud General's plan. Clearly, although the 8-Cloud General thought highly of him, he did not place all his hopes on him alone. Since I'm already in the lead for this inheritance, I must expand my advantage and obtain this inheritance. Jiangxi's eyes shone. The deduction speed and efficiency of the experience points panel have a lot to do with my cultivation and the strength of my essence spirit. My cultivation definitely can't break through for the time being. I still have to refine Xianhuang Mountain. Once I break through to the Dao Lord level, The conditions for Xianhuang Mountain to recognize me as its master will become even harsher. Apart from the physical strength of a Tier 5 cardinal treasure, the conditions for Xianhuang Mountain to recognize me as its master were even harsher. A perfected lord had to have the strength of a heavenly venerable's essence spirit. A Tao lord had to have the strength of a supreme's essence spirit. Therefore, before obtaining Xianhuang Mountain, Zhang Xi would not break through. This was a Tier 9 cardinal treasure. He would not miss it. Therefore, if I want to increase the deduction speed and efficiency now, I can only try my best to increase the strength of my essence spirit and let it reach the heavenly venerable level. Zhang Xi thought to himself, currently, there are two ways to increase the strength of my essence spirit. Continue to expand the grotto heaven world. With the help of stronger world energy, both my physical strength and essence spirit will increase. They might even transform. Or, when my Tao technique reaches the heavenly Tao level, after my Tao technique transforms, the strength of my essence spirit will definitely transform as well. Zhang Xi calculated carefully and then shook his head. The first method was obviously not desirable. He still did not know how long the inheritance would last, so he had to save all the experience points and not use them to expand the grotto heaven world. Then, there was only the second method. I cultivate 7 Tao techniques at the same time. As early as 7,000 years ago, I cultivated all of them to the great Tao level. I haven't stopped deducing Tao techniques for a moment. If I include the 80,000 years I spent in seclusion in Luyuzhou, the time I spent deducing Tao techniques is actually close to 90,000 years. It's about time. I succeeded, right? Zhang Xi sighed softly and then stopped thinking about it. He continued to deduce the heavenly king diagram and also continued to deduce Tao techniques. Beside him, heavenly venerable purple firmament heard Zhang Xi's sigh and frowned slightly. Looks like Zhang Xi's deduction has encountered a bottleneck. With his talent and comprehension, he should have already deduced more than 5,000 changes, right? Under the circumstances where the 8 clouds divine generals were not public, only Zhang Xi himself knew how much Zhang Xi had deduced. Chapter 617. Heavenly Venerable Z, Shao looked at Zhang Xi and sighed inwardly. He's still a 5th transformation true lord. 3,000 years. If he can really deduce 5,000 changes, that would be amazing. He turned his gaze back to the heavenly king diagram, his eyes glowing. Just like how no one knew how many changes Zhang Xi had deduced, no one knew how many changes Heavenly Venerable Z Shao had deduced. After 3,000 years of research, he had already deduced more than 15,000 changes. If one were to compare their understanding of the heavenly king diagram, then this legendary powerhouse, who was once invincible in the chaos sea, could be considered the number one. In Heavenly Venerable Z Zhao's opinion, the strength of the primordial spirit was the foundation for the deduction of the heavenly king diagram, and comprehension was the foundation. In short, the more changes one deduced, the higher one's comprehension was. Now, those candidates seemed to have broken through and reached the minimum requirements. In fact, they had only completed the first stage of the deduction of the heavenly king diagram. Specifically, the first stage of a 9-tribulation transcender was to deduce 2,000 changes. The first stage of a perfected lord was to deduce 3,000 changes. The first stage of Tao Lord was to deduce 4,000 changes. The first stage of a heavenly venerable was to deduce 5,000 changes. With high aptitude and comprehension, it's not difficult to reach the requirements of the first stage after spending enough time. For those heavenly venerables, each of them can walk their own path of origin and open up a miniature universe, so their comprehension is naturally not bad. As long as there's enough time, each of them can deduce 5,000 changes. Heavenly Venerable Z, Shao, shook his head lightly. But this is only the requirements of the first stage. There will definitely be a second stage, or even a third stage. The time required would be 10 times or even several tens of times more. In the end, no matter how much time is spent, it won't be able to deduce more changes, because aptitude and comprehension determine how far a powerhouse can deduce. For example, a Downlord would be stuck at the 2,999th transformation. Then, after 10,000 years, 100,000 years, a million years, or even an era, he would not be able to continue deducing, because that was his limit, unless his aptitude and comprehension had undergone a fundamental improvement. This was the extent of Heavenly Venerable Zi Zhao's understanding of the Heavenly King diagram. While everyone was still immersed in the deduction, he was already standing at a higher level and looking at this deduction game. Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament looked at Jiang Xi, who was seriously deducing, and secretly praised him. Jiang Xi easily completed the first stage of the deduction, so the second stage shouldn't be difficult for him. But what was his limit? The third stage? Or even the highest fourth stage? As expected of the most talented human in the history of our human race, if he can get the inheritance of 8 clouds this time, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to cultivate to the eternal realm in the future. Maybe he can even see the path beyond the eternal realm. A smile appeared on Purple Firmament Sovereign's face. Although the changes that he deduced far surpassed Jiang Xi's, he knew clearly that it was because the strength of his primordial spirit had long reached the level of a supreme being. It would be strange if it wasn't strong. Jiang Xi had been deducing the Heavenly King chart for more than 3,000 years. The Blackstone Plaza was completely silent. Silvery barriers of light and shadow were scattered all over the place. Inside them were the candidates who met the minimum requirements. Ding dong. A familiar voice rang out and awakened every candidate. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. The figure of the 8 cloud generals appeared once again. Another candidate has met the requirements. This is the 92nd candidate. I wonder who it is. It should be our 4th universe, right? It can't always be the 2 holy lands and the first 3 universes, right? It must be our 3rd universe this time. The candidates were all guessing. The candidates from the 2 holy lands and the first 3 primal universes were the majority. The 4th universe was much less than 10%. The 8 cloud generals looked down at the candidates and revealed a rare smile. I'm very happy. All the powerhouses and geniuses present were shocked. Happy? The 8 cloud generals said that he was very happy. This was a situation that had never happened before. The 8 cloud generals swept his gaze across the crowd and smiled. The 4th universe's human race, Mountain Sea, has completed the 2nd stage of the deduction and reached a new level. Boom! All the candidates were stunned. All their gazes gathered in one direction. There was a figure wearing black armor with golden patterns. It was Tao Lord Mountain Sea, whom everyone had almost forgotten in recent years. Who? The 8 cloud generals pointed. Suddenly, a layer of golden light and shadow barrier spread out from the black stone pillar next to Riverward. It fused with the original silver light barrier, forming a gold and silver barrier. Jiang Xi's expression was calm, but his heart was moved. He had just deduced the 6,000th variation and was treated differently. It seemed that this was another kind of incentive. Not only was it encouraging him, but it was also stimulating the other candidates. In comparison, the candidates of the other factions were unable to remain calm like Jiang Xi. They were all shocked, and a strong sense of danger arose in their hearts. They thought that after meeting the minimum requirements, everyone's chances would be the same. But now, it seemed that there was a big difference. The 8 cloud generals looked at the shocked and stunned candidates below and said softly, I said that the more correct variations you deduce when deducing the Sky King diagram, the greater the benefits when inheriting it. You have completed the first stage of the deduction and only met my minimum requirements. If you can't even meet the minimum requirements, you naturally won't have the qualifications to continue. Now, only Mountain Sea has completed the 2nd stage and reached the 3rd stage. The 8 cloud generals nodded slightly at Jiang Xi. Then he said to all the candidates in a deep voice, I can clearly tell everyone that for candidates of different cultivation levels besides Empyreans, when deducing the Heavenly King diagram, there are 5 stages. If any of you can complete the 4th stage and reach the 5th stage, you will directly become an inheritor. There will be no need for competition, and you will receive the inheritance of my 8-cloud lineage. He looked at the 15 Empyrean venerables. You Empyrean venerables have already opened miniature universes. The stronger you are, the higher the requirements. For you, the 3rd stage of the Empyrean level happens to be 20,000 variations. In other words, you only need to complete the 3rd stage of the Empyrean level to receive the inheritance of course. I reckon that it's almost impossible for you to complete the 3rd stage of the Empyrean level in the time I require. Therefore, you need to work harder to deduce. The more variations you deduce, and the more stages you complete, the more inheritances you will come into contact with in the future will naturally be different. For example, Mountain C's chances of receiving the inheritance are 100 times higher than yours, unless you can complete the 2nd stage of a deduction. Juniors, work hard. The 8 cloud generals glanced at the candidates before disappearing. The Blackstone Square became lively again. All the experts and geniuses present understood the rules of the Sky King diagram's deduction. So this was the difference between the number of variations deduced. Apart from Empyrean venerables, candidates of the other 3 levels had a total of 5 stages of deduction. Actually, there was no need to complete the 5th stage. As long as they completed the 4th stage and reached the 5th stage, they would receive the inheritance directly. If they couldn't even complete the 1st stage, they would only be eliminated. And the fate of elimination was to be killed. The experts of the various powers were secretly anxious, especially now that they knew that Tao Lord Mountain C had completed the 2nd stage and was about to reach the 3rd stage. Everyone was extremely anxious. The 3rd stage, Jiang Ci seemed very calm. Now it seems that for perfected lords, the first 1 to 3,000 variations are the 1st stage, and the third 1 to 6,000 variations are the 2nd stage. Then the 3rd stage is 9,000 variations, or 12,000 variations. Jiang Ci naturally didn't know the answer to this question, so he could only continue deducing. Time passed, and one candidate after another completed the 1st stage of deduction. 4th universe's human race, Yu Feng, has reached the minimum requirement. Red Lotus, Sacred Grounds Dao, Lord Chu Xie, has reached the minimum requirement. The 8 cloud generals stood in the air above the Blackstone Square. Ever since he appeared last time, he hadn't disappeared, because the number of candidates who completed the 1st stage began to increase explosively. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded 200 and continued to soar. Jiang Ci no longer paid attention to these candidates who completed the 1st stage one after another. He only focused on deducing the Sky King diagram according to his own rhythm. Time passed, and in the 4,000th year since the 8 cloud ruins opened, the number of candidates who broke through the 1st stage increased greatly. Then, like a parabola, it began to slow down gradually. From the 5,000th year onwards, there were no new candidates who broke through the 1st stage. This is your limit? Only 695 people completed the 1st stage? The 8 cloud generals shook his head coldly. In the distance, Jiang Ci, who was enveloped by the gold and silver barrier, also shook his head gently. Like heavenly venerable purple firmament, his understanding of the Sky King diagram had also reached a higher level. Jiang Ci understood that the more time it took to deduce the Sky King diagram, the more variations it could deduce. Many 9th tribulation transcenders and perfected lords present had limited potential. Once they reached their limits, it was naturally impossible to break through the 1st stage. At this moment, the 695 candidates who completed the 1st stage of deduction and reached the 2nd stage included all 15 heavenly venerables and all Tao lords. The remaining few were 9th tribulation transcenders and perfected lords. And the only candidate who completed the 2nd stage of deduction and reached the 3rd stage was Jiang Ci. The 8 cloud generals turned his gaze and looked in a direction. Jun Tian's sacred grounds perfected Lord Hu Yu has completed the second stage and reached the third stage. The coldness on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. From the looks of it now, only you and Dao Lord Mountain Sea have the most hope of obtaining my 8-cloud lineage's inheritance. You have to work harder and not slack off. Yes, perfected Lord Hu Yu bowed respectfully. At the same time, a second layer of golden light appeared on the black stone pillar beside him, fusing with the original silver barrier and becoming a two-colored barrier. In the entire black stone plaza, perfected Lord Hu Yu and Jiang Xi were enveloped by the two-colored barrier, reflecting each other's brilliance. Perfected Lord Hu Yu? Jiang Xi frowned slightly. Then, he no longer thought about it and continued to deduce. In another place, the Dao Lords of the Jun Tian sacred ground were extremely excited. As long as it was on their side, no matter who obtained the inheritance, it would represent the entire sacred ground obtaining the inheritance. Perfected Lord Hu Yu, the hope of my Jun Tian sacred ground is on you. Perfected Lord Hu Yu smiled at the surrounding people. This inheritance was the greatest opportunity for him to change his fate. Before this, although he had the title of a Quasi-Dao Lord in the Jun Tian sacred ground, where experts were as common as clouds, he could only be considered ordinary. In terms of physical strength, primordial spirit strength, and Dao cultivation, he was more powerful than many Dao Lords in the four primal universes. However, because the sacred ground's tolerance was limited, with so many Dao Lords present, Quasi-Dao Lords could not break through at all. He did not even have the qualifications to explore the Chaos Sea. Although he had lived for countless eons, he was trapped in the sacred ground like a prisoner. And this time, the 8 Clouds inheritance allowed him to jump from such an awkward Quasi-Dao Lord status to the most dazzling person in the entire Jun Tian sacred ground. His status was so high that it surpassed all the Dao Lords and heavenly venerables in the sacred ground. Even Jun Tian Supreme met him personally and had high hopes for him. He even said to him personally, "The deduction of the Heavenly King diagram has proven your potential. Even if you don't obtain the 8 Clouds inheritance this time, you will receive the best grooming from my sacred ground in the future. So, don't feel pressured. Just do your best to fight for it. If your performance is good enough this time, and your potential is great enough, I can even help you become a heavenly venerate at all costs. I can even help you become a supreme and achieve eternity." Jun Tian Supreme's promise had long made perfected Lord Hu Yu's blood boil. The passion in his heart that had been silent for God knows how many eons burned again. He felt that he had returned to his youth, those years when he was constantly struggling, filled with fighting spirit. Become a heavenly venerate? Aren't only the 4 primal universes able to give birth to heavenly venerables? Could it be that Supremes have a way to break this limit? Perfected Lord Hu Yu also had doubts, but the admiration and trust he had for Jun Tian Supreme quickly cleared his doubts. The inheritance of the 8 Clouds Divine General is a complete path. It can allow one to cultivate from a weak to an extremely high realm. There is a high chance that it can break this limit. Since the ancient civilization has such a method, Supremes might be able to do it if they pay a certain price. Perfected Lord Hu Yu was very clear that this was the greatest opportunity he had encountered since he started cultivating. From mediocrity to legend, even if he failed to fight for the inheritance, as long as he proved his potential, Jun Tian Supreme would be able to use a great ability to revive him and groom him again. Of course, perfected Lord Hu Yu did not think that he would fail until the final moment. I must succeed. What is that Dao Lord Mountain Sea? He is just a small fellow. I have been mediocre for countless eons and did not have the qualifications to roam the Chaos Sea. Now that this opportunity has appeared, a chance to become a legend, I must grab it tightly. Perfected Lord Hu Yu looked calm on the surface, but his heart was in a state of madness. He was like a drowning person who suddenly grasped the hope of being rescued and could not let go. Chapter 618. In the fourth universe, there was a grotto heaven world that far exceeded the limit of a Tao Lord. It floated in the depths of space and slowly moved in the direction of the universe barrier. One day, it would reach its limit, break through the universe barrier, and evolve into a miniature universe. This was Jiangxi's Grotto Heaven world. Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven. In the Grotto Heaven world, except for the lack of spiritual life, there were mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, flowers, trees, and so on. It was a scene of vitality. The clone was Jiangxi's last resort, and also his biggest trump card. It had been guarding the Grotto Heaven world and had never left. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with surprise. A melodious voice rang out in his mind. You have comprehended the ultimate Sword Dao, eternal experience points plus 10 yuan. Breakthrough. I've finally broken through. The level of Sword Dao is slightly different from ordinary Dao techniques. Sword intent corresponds to the level of the Great Dao, while the ultimate Sword Dao corresponds to the level of the Heavenly Dao. Jiangxi thought. Then he opened the Experience Points panel to check the changes in the Dao technique. Ultimate Sword Dao, 10th level, 11,000 yuan. Jiangxi was dumbfounded. The experience points needed to level up were heaven-defying. 1,000 eternal experience points. He could only get 9 eternal experience points from killing a universe Dao Lord. Then, he would have to kill more than 100 to level up to perfection. Then, he looked at his experience points. Experience points, 3,650 trillion. Eternal experience points, 27 yuan. In the past 5,000 years, he had used up nearly 2 eternal experience points. Just now, he was rewarded with another 10 yuan for comprehending the ultimate Sword Dao. So his eternal experience points increased to 27 yuan. But compared to 1,000 yuan, it was still a far cry. Let's not think about this for now. Let's increase the strength of my primordial spirit first. Jiangxi shook his head. Although the ultimate Sword Dao had just broken through, the nature of the Dao technique had undergone a fundamental change. It had changed from the power of the Great Dao to the power of the Heavenly Dao. With a single thought, Riverward guided the Dao magic power of his Omega Sword Dao into his body and mind. His body strength had already reached the level of a 6th-tier supreme treasure, so the power of Dao this time could not transform his body again. Due to the expansion of the estate world, his primal divinity had already reached the level of a universe Dao Lord and was on the verge of breaking through. Now that the Dao of the Omega Sword Dao had surged into his mind, Lin Yun felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Boom! Suddenly, there was a feeling of heaven and earth rumbling, and raging waves surged in his mind. The surging tide surrounded Jiangxi's primordial spirit and roared continuously as if it was tempering Jiangxi's primordial spirit. The strength of his primal divinity continued to rise through the tempering process. Soon, it was close to the very limits of a universe Dao Lord, just a step away from reaching the Empyrean level. However, the Dao of the Omega Sword Dao's effect on tempering the primordial spirit began to decrease. Almost, just a little more. In his mind, Jiangxi's primordial spirit was also roaring, break through. This voice seemed to form a wave, causing the mind that had calmed down to be filled with turbulent waves that smashed towards the primordial spirit. Boom! It was like a thunderbolt. It was also like the endless source of chaos that instantly evolved into the universe's billions of stars and countless living beings. At this moment, Jiangxi's primordial spirit seemed to have broken through a layer of shackles. There was a happy feeling of being a fish in the sea. The Nine-Heaven world was mine to soar. At the same time, an extremely powerful spiritual consciousness spread out from his clone and fused into the entire Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven. The strength of a heavenly venerable's primordial spirit. My primordial spirit has broken through. Then I'll be a hidden dragon rising to the heavens. Jiangxi laughed heartily. He could already feel that the speed and efficiency of using the experience panel to deduce the Heavenly King diagram had increased greatly. Universe 4 within the Skyspan Mountain River diagram. in front of the heavenly king diagram that was surrounded by stars and nebulas. Oh, heavenly venerable purple firmament looked at Jiang Ci in surprise. His spirit body has changed. The strength of his primordial spirit has transformed. He is cultivated for less than 100,000 years and already has a heavenly venerable level primordial spirit. Impressive. Even though he was a legendary heavenly venerable who was once invincible in the Chaos Sea, he had never seen anyone who could make their primordial spirit reach the heavenly venerable level in such a short period of time. This is great news. With the strength of his primordial spirit increasing, his deduction speed will be faster and more efficient. This way, his chances of obtaining the 8 Clouds legacy will greatly increase. Heavenly venerable purple firmament laughed heartily. Jiang Ci's spirit body stood in front of the heavenly king diagram and started to deduce seriously. His entire being had entered an absolute peak state of deduction. Many difficult problems that previously required a long period of time to deduce and solve were now solved directly. In the blink of an eye, another 3,000 years had passed. The 8 Clouds ruins had been open for more than 10,000 years. At a glance, the Black Stone Square was filled with more than 100,000 experts and geniuses from various races in the Chaos Sea. At this moment, many candidates were secretly discussing the scene that had happened not long ago. Who would have thought that after Tao, Lord Mountain Sea, and perfected Lord Huyu, the one who completed the 2nd stage and reached the 3rd stage would be perfected Lord Fire Wind? This perfected Lord Fire Wind was unremarkable in the 3rd universe, but he managed to catch up. His potential is extraordinary. The 2 sacred grounds and the 1st universe must be mad. It would be strange if they weren't mad. The Red Lotus Sacred Ground has yet to have a candidate who has broken through the 2nd stage. The 1st universe is the most miserable. They sent the most candidates, but none of them could complete the 2nd stage. Although the June Tian Sacred Ground has perfected Lord Huyu who completed the 2nd stage, how many calamity years has he lived? In terms of cultivation time, among the 3 candidates who completed the 2nd stage, Tao Lord Mountain Sea is the youngest, followed by perfected Lord Firewind. Although perfected Lord Huyu is also a perfected lord, his competitiveness is naturally far inferior to perfected Lord Firewind. The experts from various forces in the Chaos Seaside. From the looks of it, the one with the best aptitude and comprehension was Tao, Lord Mountain Sea of the 4th universe, followed by perfected Lord Firewind of the 3rd universe. It's done. Jiang Ci stood in front of the black stone pillar and smiled. He had finally succeeded in deducing 12,000 transformations. Before his essence spirit broke through, he had used 5,000 years to deduce 6,000 transformations. After that, he used 3,000 years to deduce the next 6,000 transformations. The first to 6,000 transformations and the 6,001 to 12,000 transformations. The number of transformations seemed the same, but the difficulty was thousands of times higher. When I deduced the 9,000 transformations, Divine General 8 Clouds did not appear. This means that the 3rd stage of the perfected Lord level is 6,001 to 12,000 transformations. Now, he should appear, right? Jiang Ci chuckled and imprinted the 12,000 transformations on the black stone pillar. Countless blood-red light spots condensed out of thin air. The wind howled as if someone was crying in the cold wind, causing all the experts to wake up and look at the sky in shock. In the sky, the blood-red light spots quickly condensed into blood-red raindrops that fell from the sky and covered the entire square. Blood rain poured down. What's going on? This sound, why do I feel like crying? My essence spirit is at the heavenly venerable level. How can this sound affect my emotions? Something big is going to happen. At this moment, the rain of blood that filled the sky suddenly surged towards riverward. Whoosh! The blood rain condensed into a red light barrier in the blink of an eye and merged with Jiang Ci's original 2-colored barrier, forming a gold, silver, and red barrier. This three-color barrier was extremely dazzling. It was like an emperor standing in the middle of more than 100,000 experts and geniuses. Seeing this scene, everyone instantly understood what was going on. Impossible. No. The third sacred master of the heavenly feather race in the first universe screamed crazily. His eyes were filled with anger and fear. The eternal opportunity belongs to my heavenly feather race. It belongs to my heavenly feather race. Damn it, damn it. This. A giant star beast in the second universe cried out in pain. The calamity is coming. Does the heavens want my star beast race to die? Even our last chance is being taken away. I am not willing, not willing. The feeling of despair was spreading. At this moment, all the factions in the four original universes, except for the human faction in the fourth universe, were in despair. The calamity was coming. Apart from the eternal sacred land, everything would be destroyed and turned into nothingness. They were not willing to be drowned by the river of time. They were not willing to let their entire race disappear in the calamity. Therefore, when the 8-cloud ruins appeared, they gave it their all and used all their means. From the beginning, they attacked wantonly in order to affect the progress of Tao, Lord Mountain Sea's deduction. But in the end, fate played a big joke on them. How could they not understand the scene before them? Tao Lord Mountain Sea had completed the third stage and was now at the fourth stage. One had to know that apart from heavenly venerables, there were 5 stages in the deduction of the heavenly king diagram. If anyone could complete the fourth stage, there was no need to continue the competition. They would be able to obtain the inheritance directly. Now that Tao Lord Mountain Sea had made another breakthrough, he was only one step away from obtaining the inheritance directly. How could these factions not feel despair? Mountain Sea, a crimson-armored figure appeared in the sky, shining with divine light. At this moment, the 8-cloud general was no longer as cold as before. Instead, he was dazzling. 8,000 years! The 8-clouds general closed his eyes, tears flowing down his cheeks. Silence. All the experts and geniuses present looked up at the 8-clouds general. Only 8,000 years. The 8-clouds general sighed softly. I didn't expect that after abandoning everything and embarking on a path of despair, I would be able to find a successor. In the future of the limitless calamity, I would find a junior like you. What? Did the 8-clouds general give the inheritance directly to Tao Lord Mountain Sea? The experts of various races paled. They were very worried, but didn't dare refute. I have let down my ancestors. The 8-clouds general closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly. His expression was pained. After a long while, he opened his eyes again and looked at Jiangxi. I have let them down. I am the one who caused the 8-clouds bloodline's destruction. My bloodline is incomparably noble. We once stood at the peak of countless civilizations and illuminated countless eras. However, because I stepped onto that path, the inheritance was almost severed. All along, I have considered myself a sinner. But in the situation back then, I had no choice. The 8-clouds general's eyes were like the abyss of the 9 nether, filled with reminiscence. He looked at Jiangxi and heaved a sigh of relief, as if all the pressure on his body had been lifted. Your aptitude and comprehension have already surpassed mine. No matter what happens next, at least the successor I find for this inheritance won't be inferior to me. In just 8,000 years, you have completed the third stage and reached the fourth stage of the heavenly king diagram. Congratulations, Mountain Sea. The 8-clouds general congratulated Jiangxi with a smile. At that moment, Jiangxi was already stunned by those words. The value of the 8-clouds bloodline's inheritance seemed to have far exceeded his imagination. Next, before the end of the third stage, if you can deduce 20,000 changes. At this point, the 8-clouds general's gaze swept across the crowd. These candidates will be eliminated one by one to congratulate you for obtaining the inheritance. The 100,000+ experts present were all shocked. Eliminated one by one? Wasn't it said that one could continue as long as they met the minimum requirements? But from the looks of it, the 8-clouds general wasn't some merciful person. Once he found a successor, all the other candidates would be useless. The Eight Clouds general looked at Jiang Ci and continued. The time for the third stage to deduce the Heavenly King diagram is 20,000 years. If you can deduce 20,000 changes within 20,000 years, then I'll be dead. Haha. Although I'll die, I won't disappoint my ancestors. Remember, 20,000 years. The Eight-Cloud Divine general laughed and disappeared. The entire Blackstone Square was deathly silent. Countless powerhouses looked at Jiang Ci with eyes filled with either jealousy, madness, or malice. Only the candidates from the Fourth Universe's human camp looked at him with eyes filled with worship. Facing all of this, Jiang Ci calmly closed his eyes. His spiritual sense entered the Heavenly King diagram and continued to deduce with all his strength. 20,000 years. There were still 12,000 years left. Time passed, year after year. Of the more than 100,000 candidates, the speed of deduction became slower and slower. More and more of them approached the limits of their potential. Every few thousand years, only one candidate would barely complete the second stage and reach the third stage. As for those who completed the first stage, there were no more. Clearly, those who still couldn't break through at this time had already reached their limits. No matter how much time was given, it was impossible to break through. Currently, those who had reached the third stage. Perfected Lord Hu Yu was ranked second only to Jiang Ci. Perfected Lord Firewind was third. Dao Lord Tuo Yu was fourth. His breakthrough surprised the Red Lotus Sacred Land, and they were looking forward to it. Trikoskus C was fifth. This was the only ninth tribulation transcender from the third universe. Dao Lord Chi Han was sixth. Another hope for the Great Sky Sacred Land. Dao Lord Jin Lan was seventh. It was definitely a huge surprise that she could break through to the third stage. Even the Heavenly Feather race didn't expect that Dao Lord Jin Lan would break through consecutively. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Feather race were excited. There was finally hope. Time seemed to pass faster and faster. 15,000 years, 16,000 years, 17,000 years, 18,000 years, 19,000 years. As the 20,000-year deadline approached, everyone was anxious and worried. They were worried that Dao Lord Mountain Sea would deduce 20,000 changes at the last moment. As long as the inheritor did not appear and everyone entered the fourth square, there was still a chance. It must not succeed. It must not succeed. If it succeeds, all hope will be gone. If there's a mystical ability in this world that can exchange a life for a life, I'd rather die in exchange for the life of Dao Lord Mountain Sea and give my race hope. Everyone was silently looking forward to it. Along the way, there were even Dao Lords who attacked Jiang Ci crazily in despair. In the end, they were destroyed by the tricolored barrier. Chapter 619, Universe 4, Inside the Skyspan Mountain River Diagram. Heavenly Venerable Z Xiao looked at Jiang Ci, who was seriously deducing next to him. He was more and more surprised because Jiang Ci's progress was too fast. This Heavenly Monarch diagram was an increasingly difficult deduction game, but Jiang Ci's deduction speed was abnormal. It was getting faster and faster. Is it because he's from Earth? Ever since Jiang Ci became a high-ranking member of the human race, the Earth lineage had been completely integrated into the human race of the Tao Alliance. In the past 30,000 years, it had welcomed a flourishing development. There were close to 10,000 tribulation transcender experts, and 2 perfected lords had appeared. They were Jiang Ci's sworn brother, Xin Tian, and second sister, Li Bai. The speed at which the experts of the Earth lineage appeared was very shocking and abnormal. Even among the 3 gates and 6 sects, no one dared to say that so many experts had appeared in 30,000 years. Moreover, there were many young geniuses of the Earth lineage. One could imagine that as time passed, those geniuses would become tribulation transcenders and perfected lords. Jiang Ci seems to be the most dazzling person of the Earth lineage. Heavenly Venerable Z, Shao frowned and pondered. Now, the higher-ups of the human race of the Tao Alliance knew that Earth was a very special planet. The life forms born on this planet generally had high aptitudes and comprehension abilities. They rarely encountered bottlenecks in their cultivation, and even if they did, they would quickly break through them. Everything behind this is related to Heavenly Venerable Bluestone. Heavenly Venerable Z, Shao, thought of the barbarian in the beast robe. Before he was permanently suppressed by Universe 4, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone had already been active in Universe 4. In fact, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone had become a Heavenly Venerable earlier than him. This old man is very mysterious. Over the years, even with his help, my Heavenspan Mountain River diagram was unable to spy on this planet. In the entire Primal Chaos Sea, apart from the two Supremes who have never appeared in the Primal Chaos Sea, only Heavenly Venerable Bluestone can't see through him. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone deliberately hid Earth for countless eras. What is he trying to do? Now, it seems that I should be able to find the final answer through Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci was doing his best to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. During this process, he had obtained many benefits, especially in terms of perception. Although he was deducing it through the EXP panel, the root of the problem was still his primordial spirit. The EXP panel was like a magnifier, amplifying the strength of his primordial spirit by many times. Therefore, under this kind of training, his comprehension ability obtained a great improvement. Jiang Ci was confident that even if he didn't use the experience panel now, he would be able to deduce 100 variations of the Heavenly King chart in a month if he were to rededuce it. The 19,210th change. Jiang Ci frowned slightly. 20,000 years is almost up. It's too late. After thinking for a while, he smiled and shook his head. So what if I can't make it in time? With my current deduction progress, even if I really come into contact with the inheritance later on, I'm confident that I can become the final inheritor. He had used 8,000 years to deduce 12,000 transformations. His aptitude and comprehension had already surpassed the 8 Cloud Divine Generals. Now, he would only be stronger. Wu, at this moment, a rain of blood fell from the sky. Jun Tian Holy Land, Hu Yu, completed the 3rd stage of deduction and reached the 4th stage. The 8 Cloud Divine General descended once again. He looked at perfected Lord Hu Yu and said softly, "Among all the candidates, only you can compete with Mountain C for the final inheritance. As for the other candidates, unless they undergo a fundamental transformation, it's impossible. Work hard. Don't admit defeat so easily." Yes. Perfected Lord Hu Yu bowed respectfully. He looked at Jiang Ci, his eyes filled with madness, extreme madness. He was also fighting for the only chance in countless eras. Holding on tightly, he naturally wouldn't let go. He gave it his all and finally deduced 12,000 transformations when the 20,000-year period was about to end, reaching the 4th stage. Crazy? But what qualifications do you have to compete with me? Jiang Ci looked at perfected Lord Hu Yu calmly. All the candidates thought that he was a Tao Lord powerhouse. Little did they know that his true cultivation was only a rank 5 true Lord. The 20,000-year deduction was finally over. Jiang Ci's final deduction result was 19,414 transformations. Although it was a pity, it was definitely the highest. Even those heavenly venerables were far inferior to him. The 3rd stage, the deduction of the Heavenly King diagram, ends here. Candidates who completed the 1st stage of deduction, 743. Candidates who completed the 2nd stage of deduction, 5. Candidates who completed the 3rd stage of deduction, 2. The 8 Cloud Divine General looked down at all the candidates and said slowly, "We came later than Tao, Lord Mountain C, and the others. We should still have time. Yes, give us some more time." Below, experts immediately cried out. Indeed, there were many candidates who had arrived half a year later than Riverward, or even 1 or 2 years later. However, The 8-cloud divine general was incomparably cold. Even if I give you another 100,000 years, I'm afraid you won't be able to complete the first stage of deduction. Even if you complete it, what use do I have for you? In this inheritance, mountain sea, and who you are the most important. The 5 candidates who completed the second stage of deduction only have a theoretical possibility. The others are just there to make up the numbers. As for you guys, you didn't even complete the first stage. Humph, such talent. According to the rules, all of you shall die. The 8-cloud divine general waved his hand. Whoosh! The stone pillars on the black stone square emitted wisps of golden light that attacked the candidates. In an instant, more than 100,000 candidates who did not meet the minimum requirements were all annihilated and turned into ashes. Their Dharma treasures scattered all over the ground. On the field, the remaining 750 candidates were all secretly shocked and full of anticipation. Only Jiang Ci felt that it was a pity. Those were all experience points, gone just like that. Unfortunately, he could not control the will of the 8-cloud divine general. Then, Jiang Ci also looked forward to it. The third stage of the heavenly king diagram deduction was finally over. The next step was to come into contact with the true inheritance. That was the 8-cloud inheritance that caused the various factions in Chaos C to go crazy. Continue forward to the 4th square. The 8-cloud divine general looked at them. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and pointed. The red fog that enveloped the square quickly separated, and a quiet path appeared in the middle, extending into an unknown direction. This path is not dangerous. Don't worry and set off. The 8-cloud divine general turned into a blood-colored stream of light and disappeared, arriving at the next square. Jiang Ci. Perfected Lord Yu, perfected Lord Fire Wind, perfected Lord Tuoyi, perfected Lord Jin Lan, perfected Lord Qi Han, perfected Lord Hua Hai, and 15 heavenly venerables. There were also a large number of candidates who had completed the first stage of deduction. They hurriedly flew into the quiet path. Universe 4, inside the Skyspan Mountain River diagram. A huge heavenly king diagram was surrounded by flowing nebulas and large stars. Now, Jiang Ci's clone had stopped deducing. As he was about to come into contact with the true inheritance, he did not dare to be distracted. 20,000 years. Heavenly venerable purple firmament suddenly laughed. Finally, at the end of the 20,000 years, 30,000 changes were deduced. As there was no danger, everyone flew at full speed on the quiet path, and soon arrived at the 4th square. As soon as they entered, everyone was attracted by the scene in front of them. This square was completely different from the previous 3. It was actually a green grassland. From where they were, at the end of the grassland, stood a unique pavilion. After carefully counting, there were exactly 8 floors. Could the inheritance be in that pavilion? The candidates' hearts immediately burned with excitement. They quickly flew to the front of the pavilion. When they finally arrived, the figure of the 8-cloud divine general also appeared. However, his towering figure, which was nearly 10,000 meters tall, appeared somewhat small in front of this pavilion. The 8-cloud divine general's expression was no longer cold. He looked down at the 750 candidates with a smile. Since you have already arrived here, you are qualified to come into contact with the true inheritance. Inheritance. The true inheritance. The 750 candidates from the various factions in the Chaos Sea were all very excited. They all knew in their hearts that in the end, only one of them would be able to obtain the complete inheritance. As for the other candidates, as long as they could obtain a portion of the inheritance and be able to send the message back before they died, it would be worth it. With the preciousness of the 8-cloud divine general's inheritance, even if I only obtain a portion of the inheritance, there might be a way to cultivate to the eternal realm. Once I obtain this method, I will immediately self-destruct. Although my main body is fallen, I still have an avatar and can continue to live. At this stage, if I am attacked by the 8-cloud divine general, I am afraid I will completely die. Almost all the candidates who had completed the first stage of deduction had such thoughts in their hearts. Of the 750 candidates present, only 2 had completed the third stage of deduction, and only 5 had completed the second stage of deduction. It was obvious that the complete inheritance this time would not be obtained by those who had completed the first stage of deduction. Their goal was very simple. They wanted to obtain some information about the inheritance and then self-destruct to save their lives. This was the way of the king. The 8-cloud divine general looked at the various factions experts below with thoughts in his mind. They seemed to be impatient. He chuckled and said, "Don't be anxious. According to the rules, you can come into contact with the inheritance. However, I still have some questions that I need to ask you." Questions? The candidates' hearts tightened. At the same time, they were also muttering that this 8-cloud divine general was so troublesome. At this stage, why was he still asking questions? The other candidates have no questions. I mainly want to ask you, Empyrean Masters. The 8-cloud divine general looked at the Empyrean Masters present. There were a total of 15 Empyrean Masters, 8 from the first universe, 5 from the second universe, and 2 from the third universe. This time, due to the different deduction requirements, these Empyrean Masters were at a disadvantage. They even performed very poorly during the Sky King diagram deduction. Among them, a few Empyrean Masters almost did not complete the first stage of deduction within 20,000 years. If you answer my questions incorrectly, then you have no fate with the inheritance, said the 8-cloud divine general. The 15 Empyrean Masters were shocked. Someone wanted to ask, didn't they agree on this before? The 8-cloud divine general explained, "It's not that I don't want to give you a chance, but the inheritance of my 8-cloud divine general has special requirements for the miniature universes that you nurture. Once a miniature universe is nurtured, it will be fixed, and its future path will be limited. If the structure of your miniature universe does not meet my requirements, then you are naturally not qualified to receive the inheritance." There are such requirements? The structure of a miniature universe? The Empyrean Masters present were shocked, and some started to worry. No one knew what the requirements of the 8-cloud inheritance were for miniature universes. The 8-cloud divine general continued. The other Tao lords, true lords, and 9 tribulation transcenders are weak and have yet to open up miniature universes. As long as they can receive the inheritance of my 8-cloud divine general, when they open up miniature universes in the future, they will naturally receive guidance on how to structure a suitable miniature universe. But for you Empyrean Masters, your miniature universes have already been fixed. The 8-cloud divine general asked them, "Now, tell me the structure of your miniature universes directly." Structure? The 15 Empyrean Masters were hesitant. Right now, they really wanted to know what kind of universe structure God General 8-Cloud wanted, and then they could just fabricate some fake information to target it. However, the 8-Cloud Divine General was not stupid. He did not reveal any information, nor did he give them any chance to fabricate anything. At the same time, the other candidates were secretly relieved. Fortunately, the question was directed at Empyrean Masters, and it had nothing to do with them. No wonder the 2 Holy Land universes did not send any Empyrean Masters over. It seems that the 8-cloud inheritance allows Empyrean Masters to become the inheritor. However, the requirements are extremely harsh. The structure of the miniature universe must meet the special requirements of the 8-cloud Divine General. As for the Empyrean Masters of the 2 Holy Lands, their miniature universes have been destroyed by the calamity, so there is no need to talk about a universe structure. Jiang Ci thought to himself, so that's how it is. The inheritance actually has requirements for miniature universes. The other Tao Lords, True Lords, and Ninth Tribulation Transcenders all widened their horizons. This had nothing to do with them, so they all watched with great interest. They wanted to know what was going on with the structure of a miniature universe. Speak. What are you waiting for? The 8-cloud Divine General frowned. You speak first. He pointed at Empyrean Master Fong Lai. Empyrean Master Fong Lai's expression changed slightly. All of them wanted to be the last to answer. This way, they could infer the requirements of the 8 Cloud Divine General based on the answers of the other Empyreans. Therefore, whoever answered first would be at a disadvantage. However, now that the 8 Cloud Divine General had chosen him, there was no room for hesitation. Empyrean Master Fong Lai clenched his teeth and said, "When my Grotto Heaven world evolved into a miniature universe, I was at the edge of the entire miniature universe. I opened up the space of the 8 origins: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness. They were connected to the origin of the entire miniature universe to stabilize the structure of the entire miniature universe. Ordinary methods. Next, the 8 Cloud Divine General shook his head indifferently, and his gaze fell on the 3rd Sacred Master of the Heavenly Feather Clan. After answering the question, Empyrean Master Fong Lai's expression changed drastically. He sighed silently. It seemed that this was not going to work. Now, it was the 3rd Sacred Master's turn to be nervous and worried. Chapter 620. Facing 8 Cloud Generals questioning, the 3rd Holy Master of the Sky, Feather Clan, quickly made up a story. The miniature universe that I created includes a total of 10,000 space planes, and the origin of these space planes is based on the Sword Path secret technique to form a sword-shaped universe origin. That's all. 8 Cloud General looked at him expressionlessly. The 3rd Holy Master was making up a story, but when he heard 8 Cloud General's question, he immediately felt that he had a chance. He quickly added, "Of course, that's not all. To stabilize these 10,000 space planes, I created another 10,000 miniature space planes in each of them, and the origins were also in the shape of swords. Actually, there are a total of trillions of space planes." What nonsense! If you had such a structure, your miniature universe would have collapsed long ago. 8 Cloud General sneered. Next. Ha! Some great beings couldn't help but laugh. The 3rd Holy Master glared at them. He had indeed made up a structure that was purely his imagination. After all, when becoming a Celestial Master, everyone had carefully designed the structure of their miniature universes. No one had dared to mess around. Although there were many ideas, they were all careful and safe. They didn't dare to try too much. When I became a Celestial Master, my cave world evolved into a miniature universe, and all the space planes in it used the origins as the foundation to form a pyramid. It was extremely stable. Although it was stable, it also restricted your development to a higher level. Next, my miniature universe. These Celestial Masters were all racking their brains to answer. Regardless of whether they were talking about the structure of their miniature universes or just making up a story, they were all trying to get close to 8 Cloud General's requirements. Next. Your structure is interesting, but are you sure you have such a structure? It's too ordinary. If you really have such a structure of your miniature universe, it's a miracle that you've survived until now. 8 Cloud General listened to the answers of the 15 Celestial Masters and made comments, but none of them met his requirements. After all the Celestial Masters had answered, he shook his head lightly. As expected, without guidance from a stronger great being, it's impossible to complete an advanced universe structure based on your own ideas. You Celestial Masters have limited potential, so you're not qualified to inherit my inheritance. The 15 Empyrean powerhouses looked at each other, all very helpless. I didn't expect there to be so many things to pay attention to when creating a miniature universe. Zhang Xi thought to himself. That's right. Cultivators in the Chaos Sea who can reach the Heavenly Venerate level are already at the top. There was no clear standard for which miniature universe was better or worse. Only a powerful existence from an ancient civilization like the 8 Clouds General would know which universe structure is better. This was the importance of a legacy. The 8 Clouds inheritance was the accumulated experience of countless experts in the past. It was a path that led to the peak. For the sake of such a path, the past generations of experts had paid an unimaginable price. In other words, The value of each peak succession was immeasurable. It was no wonder that the supreme beings of the two holy land universes were tempted. However, Eight Clouds' divine general looked at the 15 Empyreans and suddenly said, "Everything in this world has a chance of good fortune. I am someone who keeps my promises. Since you have completed the first stage of the deduction, I will naturally give you a chance. However, the difficulty for you to obtain the inheritance is thousands of times greater than the other candidates." All the Empyrean venerates became excited. As long as there was still a chance, it was fine. Also, Eight Clouds' divine general's eyes suddenly turned cold. They were filled with murderous intent that made people shudder. The candidates were nervous. They didn't know what was going to happen. All the candidates of the Heavenly Feather race are not qualified to receive the inheritance, and they will all die. Eight Clouds' divine general said coldly. The Heavenly Feather race? Jiang Ci was shocked. This, Tao Lord Tuo Yu is also shocked. The Heavenly Feather race is not qualified to receive the inheritance? True Lord Hu Yu was also confused. Impossible. Tao Lord Jinlan was shocked and furious. Not only her, but the third Sacred Master, the fourth Sacred Master, Tao Lord Shifeng, and all the other candidates of the Heavenly Feather race were shocked. Boom! The third Sacred Master immediately took out the Heavenly Feather race's cornerstone treasure, the 7th grade flying type true treasure rippling palace. He entered the palace of turbid waves almost instantly. Then, the colorful palace rapidly grew in size. Come in. Instantly, the fourth Sacred Master, Tao Lord Shifeng, Tao Lord Jinlan, and the others rushed into the rippling palace as fast as they could, ignoring their shock and anger. They all knew that even if they were angry, they had to hide inside the 7th grade true treasure first. It wouldn't be too late to question it later. After all, the third Sacred Master's strength was enough to ensure their safety by fully activating the 7th grade true treasure. Although the Eight Clouds' divine general was powerful, he had already died. He was just an illusion and probably couldn't do anything to them. Soon, a total of 54 candidates of the Heavenly Feather race, including the 2 Heavenly Venerables, entered the rippling palace. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. On the green grassland, there was a colorful palace that looked very eye-catching. Lord Eight Clouds' divine general, why are the Heavenly Feather race not qualified to receive the inheritance? All of us have to die. Why is there such a difference? Eight Clouds' divine general, if you really don't want us to receive the inheritance, why didn't you tell us directly at the start of the selection? Just like how you treated the corpse race, saying that they aren't qualified to receive the inheritance. If you had told us earlier, we wouldn't have had to send so many people here. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Feather race questioned one after another. They were all very angry. Yes, Lord Eight Clouds' divine general, why is there such a difference in treatment? Why did you give us hope and then make us despair? In the end, you said that we aren't qualified and even wanted to kill us. Angry voices came from the rippling palace one after another. The Eight Clouds' divine general's abyss-like eyes were filled with a sharp blood-red light. He said coldly, "You bunch of birdmen, your ancestors betrayed the primordial realm in the early years and helped the astral realm cut off our path of retreat. Otherwise, with the strength of an imperial lord, how could we have been defeated so easily? If not for the fact that I'm already dead, I would have wiped out your race with a slap." These words were full of killing intent. They shrouded the fourth square, and the temperature suddenly dropped. The content of these words shocked all the heavenly venerables, Tao Lords, perfected lords, and Ninth Tribulation Transcenders, a total of 750 candidates primordial realm, the astral realm. The Eight Clouds' divine general came from the primordial realm, and the Heavenly Feather race used to be a race of the primordial realm. But they betrayed the primordial realm? There was too much information hidden in these words, and the powerhouses present couldn't figure out the relationship between them for a while. Jiang Ci was also very shocked, but his shock was somewhat different from the other candidates. To be precise, he was even more clear about the relationship between them. This was because Qin Shuang's map had mentioned the primordial realm and the astral realm. At that time, he didn't care about these. After all, such names were very common. For example, Dao Lord Nine Clouds Grotto Heaven World was called the Nine Clouds Realm. In addition, there was too much information in Qin Shuang's map. It was very easy for him to ignore the names of the primordial realm and the astral realm. Now, after hearing the 8 Clouds Divine General's words, he immediately recalled the relevant information in his mind. Qin Shuang's race can monitor the entire Chaos Sea with a mysterious monitoring space. They are incomparably powerful, but they are only the descendants of those terrifying existences in the relief carvings. According to Qin Shuang, those terrifying existences, which are their ancestors, once had 7 Holy Land universes. However, they were all destroyed in a great battle with the enemies of the upper realm. Jiang Xi recalled the scenes recorded in the relief carvings of the mysterious monitoring space. There were powerhouses fighting, causing the sky to fall and the earth to sink. The void split open into abyssal cracks that couldn't be healed. Endless chaotic gray fog poured down like a waterfall. There was a golden whip that swept across the sky, destroying numerous ancient warships and leaving behind a golden river in the void. There was a mountain peak that directly killed a group of giants with 3 heads and 6 arms. Black rain overflowed into the sky. There was also a peerless figure that created a resplendent path that pierced through everything, sweeping away the powerful enemies in the sky like rain and crossing into an unknown world. That extremely terrifying battle created the 2 great danger zones of the Chaos Sea, Golden River and Mount Xianhuan. And Qin Shuang's map once vaguely mentioned that the astral realm seemed to be the enemy of the upper realm in that battle. Jiang Xi quickly understood everything. In that case, the ancestors of Qin Shuang's race, those terrifying existences, should be related to the primordial realm. In other words, they were people of the primordial realm. Then, were they related to the 8 Cloud Divine Generals and the Supreme Monarch? Jiang Xi couldn't think of an answer for this at the moment. Before he could continue thinking, his train of thought was interrupted by angry and unwilling voices. This is impossible. Ancestors of the heavenly feather race. The first sacred lord of our race was the first heavenly feather race life, born in the first universe. He's the ancestor of the heavenly feather race. How could the first sacred lord betray the primordial realm? Waves of angry roars came from within the Mud Billow Palace. The 8 Clouds Divine General was extremely cold. The Heavenly Feather Race is an eternal race. Although the Heavenly Feather Divine General was destroyed by the people of our primordial realm, the Heavenly Feather Race is still a race of eternal races. Although the Heavenly Feather Race was annihilated by the primordial realm, the bloodline she left behind is an existence that can't be erased. After every calamity, the Chaos Sea will give birth to the Heavenly Feather Race again. Even some of her inheritance will return to your race. The syllables in the 8 Cloud Generals' words were different from hers. Everyone was able to discern this point, and they thought of many other things. The Heavenly Feather Divine General? All the Heavenly Venerables and Tao Lords present knew that the Heavenly Feather Race had once obtained the inheritance of a Heavenly Venerate ruin in the Myriad World's ruins. The 9 Empyrean level Holy Lords could use their inheritances to summon an incomparably sacred Supreme Phantom. That light figure was 1,000,000 kilometers tall and had 12 pairs of 5-colored wings on its back. Although its face was blurry, it was certain that it was a woman. Now, combined with the 8 Cloud Generals' words, of course, everyone could guess that the sovereign light figure was probably the Heavenly Feather Divine General. Eternal race? Bloodline can't be erased? Jiang Xi was shocked. He had seen the battle between Tomorrow Venerate and the 2 Heavenly Venerables of the Heavenly Feather Race in the mysterious monitoring space. He had also seen the Heavenly Feather Race's sovereign descent. Therefore, he knew the connection between them. Now you can all die. The 8 Cloud Generals spoke again. The blood-red light in his abyss-like eyes had become extremely dazzling. Haha, you didn't give us hope or a way to live in that case. I like to see how many years you've been dead. Do you have the ability to pass through the obstruction of a Tier 7 supreme treasure to kill us? The third sacred lord laughed angrily. He was mad. Come, let me see how strong a mere shadow can be. The fourth sacred lord roared. Boom! The palace of turbid waves suddenly turned into a stream of light and smashed toward the 8 cloud generals with great power. The power of 2 heavenly venerables activating a Tier 7 supreme treasure at the same time was extremely terrifying. The other candidates present, including Jiang Ci, were all shocked. Even the other 13 heavenly venerables were not confident that they could withstand this attack. Oomph. The 8 cloud generals snorted coldly. Countless green rays of light appeared on the grass of the square, exuding rich vitality. Then, these green rays of light condensed in the air and wrapped around the palace of turbid waves layer by layer like spider webs and silk. Boom! The palace of turbid waves struggled madly, causing cracks to appear in the space around it. However, the countless green rays of light were tough. They bound the palace of turbid waves tightly, preventing it from escaping. Ha! You can only bind it, but you can't kill it. The third sacred lord's voice came from the palace of turbid waves. This is a Tier 7 supreme treasure. There are only a few of them in the entire Chaos Sea. What a joke. It's just a Tier 7 supreme treasure. If I were still alive, I could crush it with a wave of my hand. But now, the 8 cloud generals looked down and pointed to the ground. An abyssal fissure suddenly appeared on the ground that was covered by grass. Waves of terrifying aura fluctuations emanated from it. The palace of turbid waves struggled madly, but it was still dragged toward the crack by the countless green rays of light. The secret techniques I left behind may not be able to kill you, but the dangerous places I set up are enough to kill you. Boom! Angry roars came from the palace of turbid waves, but it was still dragged into the terrifying crack by the countless green rays of light. Rumble! The crack closed instantly, and the square became quiet again. The terrifying energy that spread from it also disappeared. Even so, the experts present were still fearful of him under normal circumstances. The third sacred lord of the Heavenly Feather Clan would be invincible in the Chaos Sea if he used a Tier 7 supreme treasure. Unless he met an absolute being or an invincible celestial master like Purple Sky, his life would be in danger. Now, the 8 cloud generals had killed the third sacred lord and the fourth sacred lord with a wave of his hand. At the same time, in the boundless Chaos Sea, the 9 miniature universes of the Heavenly Feather Clan floated near the first universe. 2 of the miniature universes were collapsing rapidly. Universe barriers that were hundreds of light years long and wide crashed toward the stars and continents in the miniature universes. The sky fell and the earth cracked. It was doomsday. Evacuate. Move to the other sacred lord's universes. The sky is falling. The third sacred lord is dead. I'm not leaving. I'm going to live and die with the fourth sacred lord. The 2 miniature universes were filled with cries. Universe transportation portals kept operating, sending the members of the Heavenly Feather Clan to the other miniature universes. At the same time, the remaining 7 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather Clan were gathered in the first sacred lord's miniature universe. Sacred lords. After the third sacred lord was sucked into the crack of the abyss, the third sacred lord felt that something was amiss. All the Tao lords, true lords, and 9 Tribulation Transcendent were able to survive. Tao Lord Jinlon respectfully reported the situation to the 7 sacred lords. That crack of the abyss is very powerful. It should contain terrifying primordial spirit attacks. The third sacred lord and the fourth sacred lord couldn't withstand those attacks, even when they worked together. When they couldn't hold on any longer, they immediately ordered us to self-destruct and leave. The survivors described the situation one by one. The 7 sacred lords didn't speak, but their expressions were ugly. The 8 Cloud Generals had said that the Heavenly Feather Clan was an eternal race and that new members of the Heavenly Feather Clan would be born after the Chaos Sea disaster. But what did that have to do with them? Once the calamity arrived, they would all die. Even if there was a new Heavenly Feather Clan, it would be another race. The only chance for the Heavenly Feather Clan to become eternal was gone, just like that. Not only that, but the 3rd Sacred Lord and the 4th Sacred Lord had also died. Those were 2 heavenly venerables, especially the 3rd Sacred Lord, who was a 3rd step heavenly venerable and the 2nd strongest person in the clan. When the 9 Sacred Lords of the Heavenly Feather Clan worked together to use the Supreme Descent technique, they could summon a Supreme projection with strength close to that of a Supreme. Now, there were only 7 Sacred Lords left. Although they could still use the Supreme Descent technique, its power would be greatly reduced. Moreover, their clan treasure, the Rippling Palace, had been lost in the 8 Cloud Ruins. They had suffered heavy losses. Damn it! The 9th Sacred Lord's eyes were filled with killing intent. According to what the 8 Cloud Generals said, the Heavenly Feather Clan will definitely fight to the death with them. The 2nd Sacred Lord said in a low voice, "If that's the case, we must prepare as soon as possible. Once we find out who the final 8 Cloud Inheritor is, we must immediately kill them." The 1st Sacred Lord said coldly. Then, the 7 Sacred Lords rushed to the Chaos Sea ruins at the same time. After the Heavenly Feather Clan's pain and anger, they made the decision to kill the 8 Cloud Inheritor. At the same time, the Juntian Sacred Ground, the 4th Universe's human race, and the other forces in the Chaos Sea were also looking forward to it. Based on the current situation, only Jiang Ci and Perfected Lord Hu Yu had the highest possibility of obtaining the inheritance. However, the other candidates still had a chance. In the Juntian Sacred Ground, Supremacy Juntian personally talked to Perfected Lord Hu Yu and Perfected Lord Shihan's clones. It was obvious that this ancient supremacy could not sit still any longer. Supremacy Red Lotus of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground also personally met Perfected Lord Tuyi and the other candidates. All the forces were looking forward to the candidates who made it to the 4th stage to obtain the inheritance. The heavy burden of each race was placed on the candidates, causing them to be extremely excited and fanatical. Since they had already embarked on this path, it was equivalent to walking on a path of no return. This was because only one inheritor could survive in the end. The rest would have to die. Therefore, everyone was already mentally prepared. Whether it was for themselves or for their race, they would do whatever it took. Even if they had to pay with their lives, they would not hesitate. Now, what they needed to do was to try their best to send the information they obtained from the inheritance back to their race before they died. In the 4th universe, Venerable Ming also had a conversation with Jiang Ci's clone. Venerable Ming said with a deep gaze, "In the vast Chaos Sea, there are originally only 2 paths if one wants to cultivate eternity. One is the eternal road that descended from an unknown place. However, according to the records of many races, it seems that the eternal road has not descended for a long time." Of course, Jiang Ci knew the reason. It was because the ancestor of Qing Shuang's race had a great battle with the upper realm, so the eternal road no longer descended. Venerable Ming continued, "The other path is to break through eternity. Go to the endless void above the Chaos Sea and break through the realm wall. If you can break through it, you can also achieve eternity. However, this path is similar to a path of no return. Even Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament did not have the confidence to break through the realm wall back then. Compared to Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament back then, there's still a big gap, let alone breaking through eternity." Venerable Ming sighed softly and then chuckled. Now, it seems that there's still a 3rd path. Previously, the various forces in the Chaos Sea had always had doubts. In the absence of the Eternal Road, why are there 2 great Holy Land universes? Presumably, the 2 supreme beings were like today. They obtained the ancient inheritance in the myriad world ruins and thus obtained a method to cultivate eternity. Venerable Ming looked at Jiangxi. Today's 8 clouds inheritance is another opportunity to become eternity. This opportunity is the biggest opportunity for you and the human race in the 4th universe. Moreover, you're now the most likely candidate to obtain the inheritance. At the beginning of the 4th universe, the human race stood up step by step from being weak. Under the leadership of heavenly venerable purple firmament, we rose among the thousands of races in the 4th universe and became the strongest peak race. At that time, the human race experienced countless wars with other races and faced the danger of extinction many times until the rise of heavenly venerable purple firmament. Now, the human race is strong. Countless descendants of a human race can travel and play in this vast universe without any worries. They can use a large amount of resources to cultivate and even make many races our vassals. Other than the human race in the 1st universe that was exterminated when they were weak, in the other universes, the human race is the peak race. Because we have an unyielding heart, a heart that is always upward. We're not willing to be weak. Similarly, we're not willing to be annihilated in the long river of time. Venerable Ming's tone was resolute and decisive. What the human race wants to be is an eternal existence, even stronger than the 2 Holy Land universes. We want to reach the level of the ancient civilization and create a more brilliant and powerful civilization. And this time, it's an opportunity. The rise of every great being has some key transformation turning point. And the rise of a race also has such a key transformation turning point. Your opportunity this time is the key turning point of the human race's destiny. Whether the human race walks to the peak or is annihilated in the long river of time, it's all up to you, Jiangxi. Venerable Ming looked at Jiangxi, his eyes full of expectation. I'll do my best. Jiangxi nodded solemnly. In the 4th square of 8 cloud ruins, 8 cloud, godly general, stood in front of the 8-story pavilion and looked down at the remaining 696 candidates. Then he said loudly, "This pavilion is 8 cloud pavilion. The inheritance of the 8 clouds pulse is all hidden in the pavilion of secrets. When the 8 clouds received the inheritance in the past, it was also in this 8 cloud pavilion." As soon as this was said, the eyes of all the candidates, including River Word, immediately lit up. They were looking forward to it. This 8 cloud pavilion is a true treasure. Although it's used to carry the inheritance, 8 cloud, godly general said with a sigh, it can absorb all kinds of energy, including the gray fog and the chaos ocean. It can maintain the stability of the internal space of 8 cloud pavilion and maintain the reproduction of life in the space. Jiangxi and the others were shocked, but they quickly calmed down as they were used to it. Under normal circumstances, only the 4 original universes, the 2 Holy Land universes, and the miniature universes of celestial masters could absorb such terrifying energy for their own use. Even celestial masters couldn't absorb the gray fog in the chaos ocean. However, the 8 clouds inheritance from the primordial realm wasn't restricted by this rule. Even a supreme treasure could actively absorb the chaotic gray fog, which was why it could remain intact after the era of infinite calamity. 8 cloud, godly general looked at them and said, "Now, it's time for you to receive the inheritance. Before the inheritance begins, there's something I need to clarify." The hearts of Riverward and the other candidates immediately rose again. They were worried that the 8 clouds divine general would cause trouble again. 8 cloud, godly general continued, "I know that in your era, secret techniques are divided into 3 levels: pinnacle, ultimate, and origin. In the primordial realm, it's not like this. Over there, secret techniques are divided according to their levels, and it's more detailed. The first 3 levels correspond to pinnacle secret techniques. The 4th to 6th levels corresponded to the ultimate secret techniques. Levels 7 to 9 correspond to celestial master secret techniques. Levels 10 and above correspond to supreme secret techniques. The 696 candidates all heaved a sigh of relief and fell into deep thought. According to this classification, my Mountain Sea Sword Sutra of the Great Tao is a 4th-tier mystic art? Riverward thought. Level 4 to 6 ultimate secret techniques were generally mastered by Tao Lords. This was because one had to comprehend the heavenly Tao to create a secret technique of this level. His Great Tao Scroll was created from a Great Tao level Taoist technique. Originally, it could only reach level 3 at most. However, he cultivated 7 Taoist techniques at the same time and combined the 5 elements. In the end, he broke through this limit and reached level 4. Then, what's the purpose of 8 Cloud, Godly General, saying all this? Jiang Ci raised his head and looked at 8 Cloud, Godly General. The other candidates were the same. 8 Cloud, Godly General said, I'm saying all this because the final inheritance of the 4th level is determined by your results in creating the secret technique. In this level, you need to create a new secret technique. Due to your different cultivation levels, my requirements for you are also different. The requirement for 9 Tribulation Transcenders is to create a level 3 secret technique. The requirement for Perfected Lords is to create a level 6 secret technique. The requirement for Tao Lords is to create a level 9 secret technique. The requirements for Heavenly Venerables are lower. You just need to create a level 10 secret technique. Whoosh! Immediately, the candidates present were in an uproar as they looked at the Heavenly Venerables, too abnormal. The remaining 13 Heavenly Venerables all had ugly expressions. Some smiled bitterly, while others cursed in their hearts. Lo my ass, a level 10 secret technique was already at the supreme level. If they could create it, they would have become supreme long ago. Why would they wait until now? Therefore, this is a competition game. Among you candidates, the first to create a secret technique that meets the requirements will be the final inheritor. Remember, it's a new secret technique. 8 Cloud, Godly General's words were shocking. Jiangxi's expression also changed. Did that mean that his advantage in the 3rd level was gone? Apart from the Heavenly Venerables, the other candidates all revealed looks of joy and excitement. Were they back on the same starting line? At this moment, 8 Cloud, Godly General continued. Of course, in this level, the help you can receive is also different. This 8 Cloud Pavilion has a total of 8 levels. The first 5 levels are all basic inheritances. From bottom to top, the higher the level, the more and richer the foundational inheritances hidden. It will be of greater help to you in creating secret techniques later on. You can create secret techniques faster according to the inheritances inside. As for which level you will be assigned to, it will be determined according to your results in the 3rd level of deduction of the Heavenly King diagram. The gazes of the candidates immediately landed on Jiang Ci. Some also landed on Perfected Lord Huyu. That was because the 2 of them had the highest deduction results. Only Mountain Sea and Huyu completed the 3rd stage of deduction. 8 Cloud, Godly General also looked to the 2 of them. Between the 2 of you, Mountain Sea's deduction results are the best. Therefore, Mountain Sea will enter the 5th level and Huyu will enter the 4th level. Jiang Ci heaved a sigh of relief. Perfected Lord Huyu looked deeply at Jiang Ci with a crazy gaze. In his opinion, Jiang Ci was a Tao Lord expert and needed to create a rank 9 secret technique. However, he was only a Perfected Lord expert and only needed to create a rank 6 secret technique. The difference in difficulty was like heaven and earth. There are 4 candidates left who completed the 2nd stage of deduction. All 4 of you will enter the 3rd level. 8 Cloud, Godly General, continued originally. There were 5 candidates. However, Tao Lord Jinlan of the Heavenly Feather Race was dead. The remaining 4 candidates, Tao Lord Tuoyi, Tao Lord Shihan, Perfected Lord Firewind, and Sanhai of the Demon Race, were incomparably excited. The foundational inheritances of the 3rd level should be very rich as well, right? Hope was ignited in their hearts. As long as they could create a rank 9 secret technique, they would have a chance of obtaining the inheritance. Normally, they would not have such confidence. However, they believe that the foundational inheritances of 8 Cloud Pavilion should be able to help them achieve this. There are 690 candidates left who completed the first stage of deduction. Apart from the 13 heavenly venerates, the other candidates have all entered the second level. The 13 heavenly venerates will enter the first level. 8 Cloud Godly General said finally. The expressions of heavenly venerate Fong Lai and the other heavenly venerates were very complicated. They did not know whether to rejoice or be angry. They were all existences that stood at the top of the primal chaos sea. Now, they had fallen to the bottom and were even inferior to a ninth tribulation transcender. However, they were also clear that they had already walked to this point, and there was already no possibility of turning back. They could only hope that there were foundational inheritances that could allow them to cultivate to the eternal level in the first level of 8 Cloud Pavilion. Then they could self-detonate and leave, bringing these inheritances to their race. Although this hope was very, very small, almost negligible, there was still a little bit of hope. As for creating a secret technique or something, they no longer hoped for it. Rank 10 secret techniques corresponded to the supremacy level. If they could create one, they would have long cultivated to the eternal level. At this moment, they were all very jealous of Tao, Lord Mountain Sea, and perfected Lord Huyu. They had occupied a level of foundational inheritance alone, and the requirements were so low. Go in. 8 Cloud, Godly General, waved his hand. On the first 5 levels of 8 Cloud Pavilion, glowing doors opened one after another. There was only one door on the 5th and 4th levels, for on the 3rd level, and many on the 2nd and 1st levels. Jiang Xi and perfected Lord Huyu flew towards their respective doors. The other candidates did the same. Soon, all 696 candidates entered the 8 Clouds Pavilion. 8 Cloud, Godly General looked at this scene with a complicated expression. He said softly, 8 Cloud Pavilion has finally opened again. How long has it been? Too long. It's been so long that my memories are blurry. When this matter is over, I can be truly annihilated. I can live up to my ancestors. After Jiang Xi entered the glowing door on the 5th level of 8 Cloud Pavilion, space-time immediately changed. He discovered that the so-called 5th level was not an ordinary pavilion, but a chaotic space. There was a large amount of chaotic gray fog slowly flowing below, and above was darkness. There were stars hanging in the darkness, faintly emitting all kinds of light. Where is the foundational inheritance? Jiang Xi walked on the ground filled with chaotic gray fog and looked around. Finally, he turned his gaze to the shining stars above. Whoosh, whoosh, in the dark sky, a huge star in the center suddenly shot out a dazzling beam of light, directly enveloping him. Jiang Xi did not sense any danger, so he did not dodge. The moment the beam of light enveloped him, a cold mechanical voice sounded. Candidate, you have a right to the core inheritance. Please choose the category of the foundational inheritance. Close combat, long range, equipment forging, vegetation, machinery, miscellaneous, close combat. Jiang Xi made his choice. The Tao techniques that he cultivated, the strength of his body that was comparable to a 6th grade supreme treasure, and the various treasures that he had, all decided that he was most suitable for close combat. Please choose the type of close combat that you are good at. Saber, sword, spear, axe, sword. There was nothing to hesitate about. The 4th round selection requirement was to see who could create a secret technique that met the requirements first. This was a competition game, so of course, he had to choose the field that he was best at to create a secret technique. Activating the close combat sword inheritance. The cold mechanical voice was emotionless, like an AI program. Boom! Many of the stars in the sky shot out beams of light, enveloping Jiang Xi's body. Suddenly, a large amount of inheritance information rushed into Jiang Xi's mind. It was a very detailed, foundational inheritance of sword techniques. These foundational inheritances started from the level of a perfected lord and gradually went deeper until the level of a heavenly venerable. Each of them interpreted the swordsmanship from a different angle and dissected the swordsmanship bit by bit. In fact, Jiang Xi even saw a similar sword technique idea to the mountain sea sword scripture. There were all kinds of sword techniques that fused together. A total of 3,600 sword inheritances rushed into Jiang Xi's mind in one go. It made Jiang Xi a little dizzy, and his primordial spirit seemed to have entered a state of overload. This was because the information of each inheritance was directed to the level of a heavenly venerable. It could be said that there was a huge amount of information. Even with the strength of Jiang Xi's primordial spirit, it took him a full 3 days to absorb all of it. In the 8 clouds inheritance, the secret techniques of heavenly venerables are only the foundation. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. He was looking forward to the final inheritance more and more. Then, he began to carefully organize the 3,600 secret techniques. It's really too mysterious. These foundational inheritances are all heavenly venerable level 9 secret techniques of Sword Dao. With my current foundation of Dao techniques, I can't create secret techniques of this level, because this isn't just touching the heavenly venerable level, but each of them has reached the limit of a heavenly venerable. There are a total of 3,600 such foundational inheritances. This 8 clouds inheritance is really abnormal. Any one of them is enough to make the major forces in the chaos sea go crazy. Of course, Jiang Xi was very clear that these were sword techniques created by other experts. Although they were strong, they were not his own. Therefore, even if he cultivated to perfection according to these inheritances, he would not be able to reach the strongest power that the Creator could unleash. The truly strongest secret techniques were all created by the experts themselves. The ones that were suitable for themselves were the best. And these 3,600 foundational inheritances were the foundation for him to create the secret techniques. At this moment, boom, 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 the stars in the sky suddenly erupted with an even more intense and dazzling light. Jiang Xi's attention was immediately attracted. The starlight poured down like a waterfall and landed in the chaotic gray fog below. Then, it quickly changed and condensed into 3 sword-shaped mountains. Each sword mountain was over 100 million kilometers tall, and they were sparkling and translucent like crystals. There were many meteor-like rays of light that were constantly changing inside. Within the 3 sword mountains, countless meteor-like rays of light intertwined with each other, forming a magnificent and enchanting picture. It was as if it was a natural treasure. You have the core authority, so you're qualified to obtain the 3,600 sword Dao manuals left behind by the past experts to provide reference for your own secret technique creation. In addition, you are the first candidate selected for this inheritance, so you can obtain 3 additional secret technique sword mountains. Inside each sword mountain, there are eternal rules of Sword Dao, representing the eternal mystery of Sword Dao. You can observe the 3 sword mountains and learn from the 3,600 sword inheritances to create a new Sword Dao secret technique. When your sword art meets the requirements first, you can become the new successor of the 8 Clouds sect. After the cold mechanical voice finished speaking, it fell silent. Jiang Xi held his breath. The secrets of eternity are hidden in the sword mountains. The eternity that many forces in the chaos sea crazily pursue is in front of me, just like that, and there are a total of 3. He looked at the 3 sword mountains in front of him. Those meteor-like rays of light were dazzling and dazzling. Just a glance was enough to intoxicate one's mind. Unbelievable. It is indeed beyond any power I've seen before. It is far beyond my ultimate Sword Dao. All the experts in the chaos sea cultivated Dao techniques. Only then could they be recognized by the universe's origin and cultivate to tribulation transcender, perfected Lord, Tao Lord, but the meteor-like rays of light hidden in the sword mountains in front of him were incomparably transcendent. As expected, Jiang Xi suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. Just now, he wanted to use his clone to simulate these three sword mountains in the sky connecting mountain river painting, just like how he simulated the Heavenly King diagram. The result was no surprise. He failed directly. This was because the meteor-like rays of light inside each sword mountain were constantly changing, and there was no repetition. It was already extremely difficult for him to simulate a certain scene, let alone simulate a scene that was constantly changing, unless he didn't cultivate and just followed these changes and simulated it all the time. However, that would be completely putting the cart before the horse and wasting time. I can't simulate it for now. Jiang Xi shook his head right now. Obtaining the 8 Clouds sex inheritance was his top priority. Observe the sword mountains. Learn from the 3,600 sword inheritances and create a new sword Dao secret technique. This was what he needed to do next. This chapter is 10,000 words. Chapter 621. Jiang Xi was now in front of the 3 sword mountains, thinking about the requirements of the last test. According to the requirements of the 8 Cloud Divine Generals, a 9th Tribulation Transcender needs to create a 3rd stage secret technique. A perfected Lord needs to create a 6th stage secret technique, and a Tao Lord needs to create a 9th stage secret technique. The other candidates think that I'm a Tao Lord, but in fact, I'm still a perfected Lord. In other words, I only need to create a 6th stage secret technique. According to the standards of the 8 Cloud Divine Generals, the 4th stage to 6th stage secret techniques correspond to the ultimate secret techniques of the Tao Lord level. It just so happens that my Sword Tao has been upgraded to the ultimate Sword Tao realm, which is equivalent to the Heavenly Tao realm. Although it hasn't been upgraded to perfection, it's enough to create a 6th stage secret technique. Moreover, during the 20,000 years of deducing the Heavenly King diagram, my comprehension ability has been greatly enhanced, and the strength of my essence soul has also reached the Heavenly Venerable level. The deduction function of the experience points interface has also been greatly enhanced, creating a new 6th stage Sword Tao secret technique. It's not difficult at all. Jiang Xi was extremely confident. Next, he observed the 3 sword mountains in front of him while studying the 3,600 sword legacies. As long as he could record them into the interface, he could quickly upgrade these basic legacies, saving a lot of time. During this process, countless sword techniques flashed through his mind. As he observed, some of the meteor light rays inside the 3 sword mountains seemed to have turned into sword light and constantly drilled into Jiang Xi's body. He was like a piece of land that had been dry for countless years, constantly devouring this massive amount of sword legacies, and his foundation was rapidly improving. At the same time, Jiang Xi was also constantly deducing, trying to create new secret techniques. As long as he could create the first style, he could use the interface to quickly deduce and improve. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. Although the time was short, in these 1,000 years, Jiang Xi's cultivation efficiency had increased by hundreds of thousands of times compared to before. It seemed like 1,000 years, but it was equivalent to hundreds of millions of years of cultivation. His understanding of the Sword Tao had finally reached a limit, and he urgently needed to break through. On this day, Jiang Xi stood in the slow-moving, chaotic gray fog with a long sword in hand, staring at the 3 sword mountains. Suddenly, the sword in his hand moved. Whoosh! A green ray of light appeared in the air. It was like a dream, flashing and disappearing. Following that, countless green rays of light appeared, one after another, as if they contained an endless amount of vitality. In an instant, the entire void was covered by this endless green light, turning into a world of vitality. Boom! In the end, a green sword light annihilated the world that was full of vitality, as if it was going to destroy the world. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and it was extremely short. However, the entire process was like a cycle of reincarnation, from birth to death. Who would have thought that the secret technique created by combining the life, heavenly Tao, and the Omega Sword Tao would be so powerful? Jiang Xi was shocked. Since that's the case, this move shall be called Life Reincarnation. According to the path of advancement, the higher level of the Grand Tao of Wind was the heavenly Tao of life. He had never given up on deducing Taos. Not long after he had deduced the Omega Sword Tao, he had deduced his second heavenly Tao, the heavenly Tao of life. Then, he used the heavenly Tao of life and the Omega Sword Tao to create the first move of the new secret technique, Life Reincarnation. However, Jiang Xi was still a little nervous. In his opinion, the Cosmos Scroll and the Grand Tao Scroll of the Mountain Sea Sword Tao could be seen as a complete secret technique. The next Heavenly Tao Scroll would be the same. What he was afraid of was that the Eight Clouds General did not think so. If that was the case, his 1,000 years of effort would be wasted. However, if he was right, he would have a great advantage. Candidate, the first move of the Sword Tao secret technique has been successfully created. The cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Jiang Xi chuckled. It was done. He was betting that this legacy space was always under surveillance. In this way, he would know if the secret technique he created met the requirements. Once it met the requirements, he would be able to follow the old path and create a new path. He wouldn't let such a good foundation go to waste. If he were to look for inspiration to create a new secret technique, it would be a waste of time. Now it was simple. He just had to continue deducing the Tao technique. As long as he deduced the heavenly Tao corresponding to the 5 elements Tao technique, he would be able to create the second move of the Mountain Sea Sword Scripture's heavenly Tao scroll. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years passed. In the legacy space on the 5th floor of the Eight Clouds Pavilion, Jiang Xi stood in front of the 3 secret technique sword mountains. Suddenly, he waved his sword again. Rays of 5-colored light flowed out and gradually spread out, covering the entire legacy space. The 5-colored light constantly changed, finally forming a black and white yin-yang diagram. Boom! At this moment, a huge devouring force appeared. This yin-yang diagram seemed to be able to devour the entire world. One had to know that the sword in Jiang Xi's hand was only an ordinary stage 5 supreme treasure. Even so, it could unleash such power. It was enough to show the power of this move. The terrifying power was already close to the heavenly venerable level. Of course, this legacy space was an important place of the Eight Clouds sect. With Jiang Xi's strength, he could not shake it. The Soar Mountains and the stars in the sky didn't move at all. Jiang Xi dispersed the yin-yang diagram. This move is a secret technique created with the 5 elements Heavenly Tao and Ultimate Sword Tao as the foundation. It actually formed such a mysterious yin-yang diagram. Since that's the case, then this move shall be called 5 Elements Yin-Yang. This was the second move of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's Heavenly Tao Scroll. The 5 elements Heavenly Tao included the Great Tao of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. A total of 5 Great Taos. But at the Heavenly Tao level, the 5 elements Heavenly Tao were combined to form the 5 elements Heavenly Tao. This was also the 3rd Heavenly Tao that Jiang Xi had comprehended. Candidate, the second move of the Sword Tao secret technique has been successfully created. The cold mechanical voice sounded again. Jiang Xi looked up at the stars in the dark sky and waited silently for a moment. Then he frowned. The first move, Life Samsara, and the second move, 5 Elements Yin-Yang, are definitely at stage 6. Why haven't they met the requirements of the 8 Clouds Divine General? Could it be that he thinks that just these 2 moves are not enough to form a complete secret technique? Jiang Xi was vexed. If he continued to create, it would become a heavenly venerable stage 7 secret technique. With my current foundation, it's not enough to create a heavenly venerable secret technique. After all, he was still a 5 transformations true Lord. Unless he chose to break through to Tao Lord and continue to deduce Tao techniques, he would try to grasp the source and create new secret techniques. The problem was that his current experience points were not enough to raise his current 3 heavenly Taos to perfection. Naturally, he could not deduce higher-level Tao techniques. What should I do? Jiang Xi's mind raced. In the inheritance space on the 4th floor of the 8 Clouds Pavilion, Jun Tian's sacred grounds, true Lord, who you carefully observed the 2 towering secret technique mountains in front of him. There were also countless rays of light flowing inside. Even if one did not understand the mysteries within, they would find it extremely beautiful. I've been through countless eras and have already created 4-stage 6-saber Tao secret techniques. As long as I can find new inspiration through the saber mountains in front of me. In addition to the 360 saber legacies that the inheritance space has given me, I only need 1 era to create a new secret technique. True Lord, who you muttered to himself. He was still looking for inspiration to create a new secret technique. There were 4 inheritance spaces on the 3rd floor of the 8 Clouds Pavilion. One of them was filled with chaotic gray fog. Tao Lord Ta Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, frowning as he pondered. There was also a towering secret technique mountain in front of him. With 36 saber legacies as references, I can also observe the saber mountains that contain eternal mysteries. I'm a half-step heavenly venerable and have already created 2-stage 6-saber Tao secret techniques. However, it's difficult for me to create a new one. It was a Tao Lord of the Red Lotus sacred ground and was not afraid of the calamities. He had already lived for countless eras, and his research of various Tao techniques had already reached his limits. It was truly too difficult for him to find a new secret technique. According to the Supreme, I can only comprehend a new secret technique with the help of this secret technique mountain in front of me. However, it's very difficult and depends on one's comprehension ability. Tao Lord Tuo Yu was troubled. Jiang Xi and the others were not the only ones troubled. At the same time, the ancient Tao Lords from the Jun Tian Sacred Ground and Red Lotus Sacred Ground were all troubled as they were stuck at the threshold of inspiration. The ultimate source of inspiration for creating secret techniques was still a matter of comprehension ability. Their comprehension abilities were not bad, but they had long been exhausted over the long years, unless they could find new inspiration from the secret technique mountain. However, the only ones qualified to observe the secret technique mountain were Jiang Xi, perfected Lord Huyu, Tao Lord Toyi, and the other 3 level 3 candidates. The other level 2 candidates and level 1 heavenly venerables did not receive such treatment. It was not that easy to reach the requirements of the 8 divine generals with the simplest of legacies. However, none of the experts dared to slack off and were working hard. Every single one of them was hoping for that slim chance of obtaining the 8 divine generals' legacies. Time passed, and another 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Universe 4, within the mountain river diagram of the Heaven Empyrean building. The spirit body of Jiang Xi's clone sat in a lotus position in the vast cosmos. Opposite him was the white-robed Tomorrow Venerable. Tomorrow Venerable, I've created 2-stage 6 secret techniques based on the 3 heavenly Taos. However, I still haven't reached the requirements of the 8 divine generals. Clearly, these 2 secret techniques cannot form a complete set of Sword Tao secret techniques. I've been thinking hard, but I still can't find a way to create the 3rd one. Do I have to create a heavenly venerable level stage 7 secret technique? Tomorrow Venerable, please advise me on how I should advance. Tomorrow Venerable had a warm smile on his face. The 8 divine generals' legacies are the best legacies in that primordial realm civilization. The requirements for the inheritor are naturally very high. A secret technique that seems complete to us might have flaws in the eyes of the 8 divine generals. Jiang Xi nodded. However, what were the flaws? How could he perfect it? The Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's concept was to use Sword Tao as the core and other Tao techniques as supplements to create secret techniques now. His life Heavenly Tao and 5 elements Heavenly Tao had combined with his ultimate Sword Tao to form a new secret technique. Was he supposed to comprehend another Heavenly Tao now? That would be too difficult. He had only deduced 3 Heavenly Taos after 100,000 years. When cultivating Tao techniques, the more Tao techniques one cultivated at the same time, the harder it would be in the future. To comprehend a 4th Heavenly Tao would definitely be 100 times more difficult. He might not even succeed in 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years. By then, he wouldn't have a chance to obtain the 8 Divine Generals' legacies. The 8 Divine Generals gave you the 3 secret technique Sword Mountains. The source must be on the Sword Mountains, Tomorrow Venerable said. I understand. However, the Sword Mountains contain eternal mysteries that are equally difficult to comprehend. I've been trying to find new inspirations from them. Jiang Ci said helplessly. Tomorrow Venerable smiled. I've discussed this with Purple Firmament Heavenly Venerable before. Purple Firmament Heavenly Venerable? Jiang Ci's eyes lit up. That's right. He said that Sword Tao's secret techniques will eventually return to the sword itself. However, regardless of whether it's ultimate Sword Tao, 5 elements Heavenly Tao, life Heavenly Tao, time Heavenly Tao, space Heavenly Tao, etc., these Heavenly Taos are just a manifestation of the origins. However, the essence of these origins is actually the same. Tomorrow Venerable said slowly. Jiang Ci didn't say anything and fell in a deep thought. Purple Firmament Heavenly Venerable was also a sword cultivator. The Purple Firmament Sword Sutra that he created was the highest secret technique of the Tao Alliance. However, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. This was because Purple Firmament Heavenly Venerable was permanently suppressed by the 4th universe. The origin was hostile to cultivators who cultivated this secret technique. Therefore, Purple Firmament Sect used a method of inheritance imprints to pass down this secret technique from generation to generation, until it was passed down to Jiang Ci. It could be said that Jiang Ci's Sword Tao was so smooth not only because of the help of the experience panel, but also because he had the Purple Firmament Sword Sutra with him. Although the secret technique didn't contain any moves, it was like a book that thoroughly explained the Sword Tao. It allowed him to be even more powerful when comprehending the Sword Tao. Now, the words of this big shot in the Sword Tao had enlightened District 9, causing Jiang Ci's thinking to change, and he had caught a trace of inspiration, a flash of inspiration. It was like primitive humans inventing the wheel for the first time. This was a process of thinking and cognition change. Since the source of the Tao technique is the same, then why should I be restricted to the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's secret technique thinking? I can completely combine the 3 Heavenly Taos and create an even stronger secret technique move. In this way, I will definitely be able to meet the requirements of the 8-Cloud Divine General. Jiang Ci's thoughts suddenly opened up. Of course, it was easy to say, but difficult to do. The 3 Heavenly Taos were like incomparably precise instruments. Wanting to disassemble them and then reassemble them was naturally very difficult. Fortunately, the 3 sword mountains in front of him gave him a lot of help. The meteor light inside the sword mountains was extremely mysterious. When the panel was deducing, the efficiency was countless times faster than usual. Difficult. Very difficult. Too difficult. Not only was Jiang Ci's train of thought trapped, but many candidates from the Juntian Holy Land were also trapped at this step. Even perfected Lord Huyu, who had once created 4 sets of rank 6 secret techniques, couldn't find the inspiration for a secret technique. He had lived for countless eons. Although it was eternal, he had also exhausted his inspiration in the long years. In a temple in the giant-hammered divine world of the Juntian Holy Land. Supreme, there's no hope at all. Perfected Lord Huyu's clone sat below the temple. He was very vexed. I studied the 2 secret techniques Saber Mountains, but I didn't feel anything at all. Supreme, in the long history of our Juntian Holy Land, there has never been a case of a Tao Lord creating a rank 9 secret technique. If I can't grasp the source, how can I create a heavenly venerable level secret technique? Supreme, please guide me. Tao Lord Chihan was also extremely anxious. There were other candidates who were also sitting cross-legged around. Jun Tian Supreme's blurry figure sat above the temple. He said slowly, "That's because your thinking and cognition are limited. Who said that you can't create a heavenly venerable secret technique without the source? Who you, Chihan, carefully comprehend the secret technique mountain in the inheritance. If you can comprehend a little from it, you will see a new world." Perfected Lord Hu Yu and Tao Lord Chi Han exchange glances. A new world? Comprehend carefully. Don't relax at all. Jun Tian Supreme instructed. Yes. The dozens of candidates said respectfully. Red Lotus Holy Land. The blurry figure of Supreme Red Lotus looked like a woman. She was also encouraging the candidates from this holy land. Tui, you have a secret technique mountain as a reference. Abandon many of your past ideas and find new ideas from that saber mountain. Yes. Tao Lord Tuo Yi replied respectfully. However, the worry between his brows did not dissipate. 8 Clouds Pavilion. 696 candidates. Only the 6 candidates from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels were qualified to observe the secret technique mountain. The other candidates from the 1st and 2nd levels could only find inspiration to create secret techniques through those few basic inheritances. Those basic inheritances could be cultivated to the limits of a heavenly venerable and were incomparably precious. However, even Jiang Xi and the others were vexed. Needless to say, the candidates from the 1st and 2nd levels were even more vexed. After searching bitterly for 10,000 years, they still could not find any inspiration to create secret techniques. In the end, only one of them could leave this 8 Clouds inheritance alive. If they failed, what was the point of having a few basic successions? Time passed, year after year. Jiang Xi stood in front of the 3 sword mountains and observed the mysteries inside the sword mountains. He constantly deduced the 3rd move of the Mountain Sea Sword Scripture's Heavenly Tao Scroll. After having an idea, his speed was faster. Moreover, the Sword Mountains contained the eternal mysteries of the Sword Tao. With these as a reference, the efficiency of deduction was naturally higher. After an unknown period of time, on this day, Jiang Xi held a long sword in his hand and stood in the slowly flowing chaotic gray fog. Suddenly, he swung his sword. The sword light lit up and instantly streaked across the void. Then, the light suddenly exploded and actually gathered into a huge black and white sphere. Countless sword lights, carrying a destructive aura, were all compressed into the black and white sphere. In an instant, the diameter of this black and white sphere reached 10 billion kilometers. Poof. The black and white sphere was like a bubble illusion that suddenly exploded. A resplendent sword light flashed and disappeared. A fine mark visible to the naked eye appeared in the entire inheritance space and did not dissipate for a long time. Although this sword only drew a very fine mark, it still shook the 8 Cloud Pavilion's inheritance space. Its power reached the level of an empyrean. In the countless destructive sword lights, through the generation of yin and yang, a wisp of vitality is born. This is destruction and rebirth. Jiang Xi gently closed his eyes. At this moment, the 3 great heavenly Taos merged into one. Life Heavenly Tao, 5 Elements Heavenly Tao, and Ultimate Sword Tao were perfectly displayed in this sword technique. Candidate, the 3rd move of the Sword Tao Mystic Technique has been successfully created. The cold mechanical voice sounded again, but the voice did not stop. It continued. Congratulations on creating a rank 7 Mystic Technique. You have completed the mission and become the final inheritor. Although the voice was cold, There was finally a trace of emotion in it. Whoosh, before Jiang Ci could be happy. He turned his head and looked over as if he had sensed something. A figure appeared in the chaotic gray fog in the distance. It was the eight-cloud divine general wearing crimson battle armor and holding a halberd. At this moment, the eight-cloud divine general's face was full of smiles. There was no longer a trace of coldness. Lord Eight-Cloud Divine General. Jiang Ci bowed respectfully. There is no need to call me Lord. The Eight-Cloud General smiled and said, You can call me Master. I'm the previous Eight-Cloud, and you're the current Eight-Cloud. I'm your guide, and also your master. Greetings, Master. Jiang Ci still bowed respectfully. Huh. Eight-Cloud Divine General laughed, and then said, If that is the case, then there is no need to leave the other candidates alive. Kill them all. Completely fall. Jiang Ci's heart stirred. He quickly said, Master, these heads, these candidates, can they be left for me to kill? Oh. Eight-Cloud Divine General looked at Jiang Ci meaningfully, as if he had seen through Jiang Ci's greatest secret. Soon he smiled and said, You are the new Eight-Cloud. Of course you can. Jiang Ci immediately relaxed. He was still thinking about how to explain this request, but Eight-Cloud Divine General did not ask for the eternal experience points. It is worth the risk. At this moment, Eight-Cloud Divine General waved his hand. The stars in the sky emitted light and finally condensed into a colorful energy ball. Refine this item, and you will be able to control some of the killing methods on the first 5 floors of the Eight-Cloud Pavilion. Jiang Ci reached out and took it. He fused it into his body and refined it almost instantly. Then, in the next moment, he sensed that he had formed a connection with the Eight-Cloud Pavilion. Although he could not activate the entire Eight-Cloud Pavilion, he could already peek into all the inheritance spaces on the first 5 floors. At this moment, Dao Lord Ta Yi, Dao Lord Xianglu, Heavenly Master Feng Lai, and the other candidates, including Dao Lord Yinxing and a few other human candidates from the 4th Universe's human camp, were all under his control. At the same time, some of the killing methods in each inheritance space appeared in his mind one by one. He could confirm that as long as he willed it, he could easily kill the other 695 candidates. Other than the candidates of my race, the other experts, since you are all going to die anyway, just contribute some experience points to me. Jiang Ci did not show any mercy and directly activated the dangerous areas of each inheritance space. Destroy. At the same time, for a long time, in order to create the secret techniques and obtain the Eight-Cloud inheritance, the candidates who had long fallen into madness had completely sunk into a state of madness. Suddenly, the stars in the sky burst out with invisible energy, which instantly descended on the candidates. Except for a few candidates from the 4th Universe's human camp. No, True Lord Hu Yu's eyes widened, and his face was ferocious. No, the inheritance is mine. It's mine. Then he lost all signs of life. His body was not destroyed, but his primordial spirit had long dissipated. This is Dao Lord Thi, who was comprehending the secret techniques mountain, suddenly changed his expression, and then he also lost all signs of life. One by one, the great beings instantly fell as if they were frozen. Moreover, this was a complete fall. As for those experts with clones, their clones fell at the same time. During this process, even heavenly venerables could not resist the invisible power in the inheritance space. As they fell, another 13 miniature universes in the chaos sea began to collapse and be destroyed. For a time, all the major forces in the chaos sea were shocked. Chapter 622. Red Lotus Holy Land Universe. Supreme Red Lotus, who was enveloped by the Red Lotus shadow, frowned slightly. She looked at her clansman, who was creating a secret technique, seriously and instantly lost his breath. Especially Dao Lord Tuoyi, who she had high hopes for, had also fallen. This made her expression change slightly, not looking too good. Fail. Who obtained the 8 clouds inheritance? Is it the human race of the fourth universe? Or great sky? Or some other lucky force? Supreme Red Lotus valued this inheritance very much because there were still some legends about the 8 clouds in the world she lived in. One could imagine how powerful this inheritance was. This was an inheritance that had shone through countless eons. Even if it was separated by a long river of time, it would still shine brightly. Whether it's me or great sky, we both know how precious this inheritance is and want to obtain it. Supreme Red Lotus frowned and thought. Let's see what Great Sky Holy Land does next, or whether Mountain Sea of the fourth universe is still alive. Then, we will know who obtained the inheritance. Great Sky Holy Land Universe, in a temple in the Giant Hammer Divine World. The candidates who were originally sitting cross-legged all lost their breath in an instant, and their primordial spirits dissipated. Supreme Jun Tian, who was sitting on the throne in the temple, snorted angrily. He stared at the corpse of Dao, Lord Hu Yu at the front with an ugly expression, and said in a low voice, Dao Lord Mountain Sea of the fourth universe. The instant death of the candidates caused the entire Chaos Sea to fall into a great turmoil. The 8 clouds inheritance was something that all the major forces desired. To them, it was a chance to achieve eternity and escape the calamity. Who obtained it? Is it the human race of the fourth universe or the great sky holy land? Who is it? The major forces of Chaos Sea were all puzzled and guessing anxiously, including Supreme Red Lotus. Although they felt that Dao Lord Mountain Sea was most likely, the other candidates could not be ruled out. Only the Great Sky Holy Land was 99% sure that the final successor was Dao Lord Mountain Sea. I have broken through and become the successor of the 8 clouds lineage. Jiangxi's clone sent a message to Venerable Ming and Dao Lord 9 Clouds. This news immediately caused a great commotion among the upper echelons of the race. They were all overjoyed. Within the Tongtian Mountain River portrait, Heavenly Venerable Zi Xiao looked at the Heavenly King portrait and smiled. The Dao Alliance's method of communication was through the Skyspan Mountain and River diagram, so he was naturally aware of the contents of Jiangxi's message. This silent war in the Chaos Sea will decide the fate of our race. The humans of the fourth universe have won. Purple Firmament Holy Man laughed happily. Regardless of whether he can escape from the suppression of the fourth universe before the calamity arrives, their race is destined to have a limitless future. As long as there were no accidents, they would definitely be able to open up a Holy Land universe that belonged to the human race. 8 Clouds Pavilion, 5th floor of the inheritance space. Jiangxi's face was full of smiles as he listened to the continuous notifications in his mind. You have killed a first step Heavenly Venerable. Eternal EXP plus 100. You killed a second step Celestial Venerable. Eternal EXP plus 300. You killed a third step Celestial Venerable. Eternal EXP plus 900. You killed a space level Dao Lord. Eternal EXP plus 9. You have killed a rank 5 True Monarch. Experience points plus 50 billion. You have killed a 9th Tribulation Transcender. Experience points plus 180,000. Following this melodious voice, his experience points were also increasing rapidly. Experience points, 8,460 trillion. Eternal EXP, 6,451. This was the final harvest. Jiangxi's face was full of smiles. He was very happy. In this way, he had the experience to upgrade his ultimate Sword Dao, 5 Elements Heavenly Dao, and Life Heavenly Dao. Thank you, Master. He bowed respectfully to the 8 Clouds General. It's fine. You are the new 8 Clouds General. You have the right to decide their life and death. The 8 Clouds General smiled. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Whoosh! The 3 sword mountains directly turned into nothingness. That's it. Jiang Xi looked over, his heart aching. Those were treasures. They all contained eternal mysteries. It would be good to bring them back for the higher-ups of the race to study. These are just the basic inheritances. You can study them as much as you want in the future. The 8 clouds general laughed. These are all shallow daos that the previous generations of 8 clouds used to relax during cultivation. The most precious thing of my 8 clouds lineage is naturally the core inheritance. Core inheritance? Jiang Xi immediately looked forward to it. Follow me. The 8 clouds general pointed, and a whirlpool passage appeared in the dark sky above. He brought Jiang Xi and flew in one after another. Space and time changed, and they came to a new space. Jiang Xi realized that this space was extremely huge. Even his spiritual awareness couldn't detect the boundary. At this moment, there were many glowing space whirlpools around them. This is the 8th level of 8 Clouds Pavilion, the core inheritance space, and these space whirlpools are the passages that connect to other inheritance spaces. 8 Clouds Pavilion is the place where the previous generations of 8 clouds receive their inheritances. It is a truly strange treasure and extremely precious. In terms of size, the space contained here is even bigger than a miniature universe. The 8 Clouds General smiled. Jiang Xi nodded. It could be understood that the interior of 8 Clouds Pavilion was actually a miniature universe. In other words, it was refined from a miniature universe. Let's go. The 8 Clouds General brought Jiang Xi and instantly teleported to the depths of the core inheritance space. After standing still, Jiang Xi realized that he was already at the peak of a huge mountain in space. Looking down, he could see the boundless nebula flowing around this mountain peak. Jiang Xi was puzzled. This is the tomb of my 8 Clouds lineage's ancestors. The 8 Clouds General became very serious. Jiang Xi also became solemn. Looking around, he could feel many powerful auras faintly circulating around this huge mountain in space. However, these auras weren't complete. With a slight sense, he realized that they were incomplete. There were only wisps. Look over there, the 8 Clouds General said. Jiang Xi looked in the direction that the 8 Clouds General was pointing. He saw that on the peak of the mountain, there was a slightly flat area, and there were many towering human-shaped statues. The incomplete auras that he sensed earlier were emitted by these human-shaped statues, and these human-shaped statues were the 8 clouds of the previous generations. In fact, Jiang Xi even saw the 8 Clouds General statue at the back. He also wore red battle armor and held a halberd. However, what attracted his attention the most was the statue at the front. This was because this statue was the most dazzling. He had long hair draped over his shoulders and wore a white robe. His simple face seemed to contain the truths of the world. Those seemingly calm eyes hid an extremely distant gaze, as if they could see through the river of time, as if they could see Jiang Xi's existence. Jiang Xi's mind shook. With just a glance, he felt as if all the secrets in his body had been seen through. Moreover, the leading statue emitted an incomplete aura. Although it was vague, it contained a unique might that had already surpassed the scope of his understanding. It wasn't just the leading statue. Jiang Xi discovered that the incomplete auras emitted by the other statues were the same, just a bit lacking. This meant that the strength of the previous 8 clouds far surpassed the level of an Empyrean. Thus, when he arrived here, he didn't discover the existence of the statues at all. The one at the front is the founder of my 8 Clouds lineage, the 8 Clouds God King. The 8 Clouds General's eyes were filled with worship. Founder 8 Clouds God King, Jiang Xi was filled with deep veneration. The 8 Clouds General continued. The previous 8 Clouds inheritors are all called 8 Clouds. Your future name will also be 8 Clouds. I am the 183rd generation 8 Clouds, and you are the 184th generation. However, the greatest existence of the previous 8 Clouds is the founder 8 Clouds God King. He is also the only Chaos Essence God King of my 8 Clouds lineage. He is an existence that truly stands at the peak. Chaos Essence God King? Jiang Xi earnestly listened. He was surprised. Could it be that the so-called Divine General and God King weren't military ranks of cultivators, but cultivation realms? Just as he was about to ask this question, the Eight Clouds general said with a solemn expression, "Now, kneel before the founder and the previous generations of Eight Clouds. Like this, you will truly be the 184th generation Eight Clouds." Jiang Xi temporarily put away the doubts in his heart. He walked forward, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed, bam. His forehead landed solidly on the rock. Immediately, the statues of the previous generations of Eight Clouds emitted rays of light of different colors. Like fire seeds, they surged into his body furthermore. The founder statue at the front also released a wisp of white flame that landed between Jiang Xi's eyebrows. Passing on the torch, the Eight Clouds general watched this scene from the side and revealed a relieved smile. Just now, his statue also emitted a wisp of flame. It looked like a simple kowtow, but in fact, this was the most important step of the entire Eight Clouds inheritance. Only by obtaining the recognition of the founder and the previous generations of Eight Clouds could one become the true successor of the Eight Clouds. Even though Jiang Xi already had the strength of a heavenly venerable's essence spirit, he could not help but groan in pain. At the same time, there was a white flame enveloped in various colors between his eyebrows. It was constantly pulsating as though it was about to be inlaid into his body. A strange inheritance mark was gradually taking shape. Seeing this flame-like mark, the Eight Clouds general's body trembled slightly. He muttered in his heart, "Mountain Sea, from this moment onwards, you are perfected Eight Clouds." At this moment, Jiang Xi's entire body was trembling, and his veins were bulging. The intense pain made him unable to help but raise his head and roar. This was because the inheritance mark was not only imprinted between his eyebrows, but also between his essence spirit's eyebrows. Finally, between the eyebrows of his body and essence spirit, a wisp of white flame enveloped in various colors finally solidified and took shape. Immediately after, it completely concealed itself and disappeared. Even spiritual awareness could not detect it. "This is too painful." Jiang Xi opened his eyes, and his entire body was still trembling slightly. The Eight Clouds general laughed. "This is the inheritance mark created by the founder. Once the Eight Clouds of each generation inherit it, they can easily merge with the Eight Clouds Pavilion. And they must have the inheritance mark in order to refine the Eight Clouds Pavilion and obtain the true inheritance of the Eight Clouds." Jiang Xi took a deep breath and tossed the pain he felt just now aside. Compared to the Eight Clouds inheritance, this bit of pain was nothing. And the Eight Clouds Pavilion was such a special true treasure with a miniature universe hidden within. All it took was an imprint between his eyebrows for him to refine. This was too easy. It was unlike true treasures like Sky Tower and Xianhuang Mountain, which had troublesome refining conditions. Although I have fallen, the wisp of essence spirit left behind is still controlling the Eight Clouds Pavilion. You must wait for me to take the initiative to disperse my control of the Eight Clouds Pavilion before you can refine it, before it recognizes you as its master. You must do one thing." The Eight Clouds general continued. "Teacher, please speak," Jiang Xi said respectfully. "Swear," the Eight Clouds general said solemnly. "Now, repeat after me." Jiang Xi nodded. The Eight Clouds general said, "I, as the new Eight Clouds, swear before the founder and the previous generations of Eight Clouds, with the inheritance mark as a witness, I will never pass the core inheritance of the Eight Clouds Pavilion to outsiders. If I violate this oath, my body and soul will be destroyed." "I must swear?" Jiang Xi hesitated. "You must. Otherwise, you will fall, and I will choose another inheritor." The Eight Clouds general's expression was solemn. Jiang Xi didn't hesitate anymore. He said, "I, as the new Eight Clouds, swear before the founder and the previous generations of Eight Clouds, with the inheritance mark as a witness, I will never pass the core inheritance of the Eight Clouds Pavilion to outsiders. If I violate this oath, my body and soul will be destroyed." His voice reverberated across the peak of the mountain. The flame mark between his eyebrows lit up, and the voice entered his mind. If you violate this oath, your body and soul will be destroyed. If you violate this oath, your body and soul will be destroyed. If you violate this oath, your body and soul will be destroyed. The voices echoed in Jiang Xi's mind. Jiang Xi didn't underestimate this oath. It seemed like it really had the power to destroy his body and soul. The inheritance mark of the 8 clouds will never disappear. I know you are a true emperor. If you die, there are many methods in this world that can revive you. But even if you revive, you will still carry the inheritance mark forever. Once you violate the oath, the inheritance mark will destroy your body and soul. No matter how many times you revive, you will be annihilated. You will keep reviving and being annihilated. The 8 clouds general said. Jiang Xi's heart turned cold. This was terrifying. Resurrection wasn't something impossible. For example, the ghost race of the 4th universe had the large and small bone seas. They could allow ghosts below the level of a true emperor to reincarnate. It was a different kind of revival. There were also Tao lords who grasped the heavenly Tao of time and heavenly venerables who grasped the origin of time. They also had the strength to revive powerhouses below the Tao Lord level, however. This kind of revival required a certain price. Generally, Tao Lords who controlled time weren't willing to do it. Moreover, there were very few Tao Lords and heavenly venerables who truly controlled time. Jiang Xi knew one. It was the lone powerhouse of the 4th universe, Heavenly Venerable Lu. Of course, if he was killed by the inheritance mark, then no matter what powerhouses he knew or what resurrection method he had, it would be useless to him. Of course, as long as you don't spread the core inheritance, the 8 clouds general said with a smile. Then he added, before this wisp of my spiritual consciousness dissipates, if you have any doubts, just tell me. I can answer them for you. Jiang Xi nodded and asked the question he had just asked. Were divine generals and divine kings realms or official ranks? The 8 clouds general said with a smile. These are higher cultivation realms. After the heavenly venerables, there is the eternal realm and the primordial chaos realm. The eternal realm is divided into lesser supreme and greater supreme. The primordial chaos realm is divided into divine generals, divine kings, and rulers. Jiang Xi was secretly shocked. He didn't expect there to be so many cultivation realms above them. This 8 clouds general was just a wisp of spiritual consciousness, but it was already so powerful. Then, how powerful would the primordial chaos divine kings and primordial chaos rulers be? The 8 clouds divine general sighed. My hometown, the primordial realm, is an incomparably vast world. There are also ordinary cultivators there, as well as tribulation transcender, true monarch, Tao Lord, heavenly venerable, and other immortal Tao cultivators. And heavenly venerables are just the threshold to become a super powerhouse. Although they're already considered a powerhouse, they're only dominating a small area. They're still far from being a true super powerhouse. However, even if you become a supreme of the eternal realm, you're only qualified to establish a sect in the primordial realm and enjoy the worship of thousands of races. You are still not a super powerhouse. Only when you reach the primordial chaos realm can you be called a super powerhouse in the primordial realm. Divine generals, divine kings, rulers, any level is enough to run rampant in that huge world. Riverward's heart was filled with longing. How big was this world? According to the 8 clouds general, the primordial realm should be bigger than the chaos sea. And besides the primordial realm, there was also the astral realm. However, did the primordial realm still exist? Based on the relief pattern in the mysterious monitoring space, it could be inferred that the ancestors of Qin Shuang's race came from the primordial realm, but they were all destroyed by the astral realm. If the primordial realm still existed, then Qin Shuang's ancestors would not have fought with the enemies of the astral realm. Jiang Xi spoke out these speculations in his heart. The eight clouds general's expression suddenly became very ugly. The astral realm. He snorted angrily, his whole body boiling with killing intent. The astral realm is the primordial realm's great enemy. Eight clouds general of the past almost all died in the war with the astral realm. Back then, the emperor fought with the lord of the astral realm and brought the final path back to the primordial realm. After a period of recuperation, the emperor led us on the final path. And the race you mentioned did indeed come from the primordial realm. Their mission was to guard the emperor's escape route. It's just that the hateful heavenly feather divine general and those traitors were bewitched by the lord of the astral realm. In the end, they cut off our escape route, causing the primordial realm's army to fail on the verge of success. The emperor was the lord of the primordial realm. Without him overseeing the primordial realm, the remaining races naturally could not withstand the attack of the astral realm. The eight clouds general's voice was low. Jiang Xi suddenly understood. No wonder the eight clouds general was a candidate to destroy the heavenly feather race. In the future, if you succeed in your cultivation, you must destroy the heavenly feather race and cut off their eternal bloodline. Don't let them have the chance to reproduce. The eight clouds general's eyes were filled with killing intent. I will remember. Jiang Xi nodded solemnly. Good. The eight clouds general's expression became serious again. Now, there are 2 points that I want to emphasize to you. You must remember them. Master, please speak. Jiang Xi hurriedly listened carefully. The eight clouds general continued. The first point is about cultivation. How to break through the limits of a heavenly venerable. First, let's talk about the chaos sea. There's not only one chaos sea in this world. Actually, the primordial realm and the astral realm each have one. And the chaos sea that we are in belongs to the primordial realm. It is called the primordial realm chaos sea. Compared to the primordial realm and the astral realm, the chaos sea is like a cradle or a lower realm. Every chaos sea's heaven and earth laws are very weak and domineering. Because the Tao that cultivators cultivate is a part of the heaven and earth laws, they can only reach the limits of a heavenly venerable at most. If you want to continue cultivating the Tao, you must break through the chaos sea's heaven and earth laws. A long time ago, our primordial realm's Emperor Lord and the astral realm's Lord each created the eternal road and bestowed it to many experts in the Chaos Sea. It allowed many heavenly venerables in the Chaos Sea to have the opportunity to cultivate eternity on their Tao path. That is the first path. Riverward's heart was in turmoil, and he was incomparably shocked. It turned out that there was more than one Chaos Sea. The one in front of him was the primordial realm's Chaos Sea and the astral realm's Chaos Sea. And the so-called Eternal Road was actually created by the two supreme existences of the primordial realm and the astral realm. It was no wonder that ever since Qing Shuang's race, the Eternal Road had never appeared in the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. The Emperor Lord was already dead. Who in the primordial realm could create the Eternal Road? The astral realm was the primordial realm's great enemy. Naturally, it would not be kind enough to bestow eternity to the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. Then how did the current Juntian Sacred Ground and Red Lotus Sacred Ground come about? Jiang Xi asked. I saw how the candidates from these two sacred grounds cast their Tao. They should have obtained other inheritances from the primordial realm. They were left behind by the two Grand Supremes in the primordial realm's army. Eight Clouds explained. Jiang Xi nodded gently. So that was the case. Then what about the other two paths to break through the Chaos Sea's heaven and earth laws? He asked again. The remaining two paths are relatively more difficult. But as long as one passes these two paths and cultivates eternity, they can generally become Grand Supremes. There won't be any big problems becoming a Chaos Essence Divine General in the future, Eight Clouds said with a smile. Jiang Xi listened seriously. Simply put, the second path is to break through the limits of the body. The third path is to break through the limits of the essence soul. The body and essence soul aren't restricted by Tao arts. It's the purest cultivation method. As long as one can break through the limits, they can release a power stronger than Tao arts. The core inheritance of my 8 clouds lineage talks about these 2 paths, and it's the peak existence of these 2 paths. 8 clouds divine general said loudly, his tone slightly higher. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. The 3 paths that 8 clouds divine general mentioned were more specific than the method to cultivate eternity that Venerable Ming had told him previously. There seemed to be a way to follow. Follow me. I'll bring you to see the core inheritance. 8 clouds divine general stretched out his hand and pointed. A space vortex appeared in front of him. 2 figures flew into the space vortex, one after the other. After the space vortex changed, they arrived in a new space. Jiang Xi looked around. Blue waves rippled around him. It was a boundless lake. In the middle was a small island with an ordinary wooden house. Beside the wooden house was a small pond. This scene gave him a sense of familiarity. It was very similar to the mysterious monitoring space. After thinking about it for a while, he understood. The ancestors of Qin Shuang's clan were from the primordial realm. It was not surprising that they could build a similar space. They came to the pond. This independent space is the most important one among the many inheritance spaces of the 8 Clouds Pavilion. 8 Clouds Divine General said slowly. Look, there are 2 black stones floating above the water. Jiang Xi looked in the direction that 8 Clouds Divine General was pointing. The pond was not large. There were 2 smooth black stones floating above it. Wisps of divine light pulsed on the surface of the stones. This is a legacy stone. It can store a large amount of information. Even if it's a chaotic prime, it can store all the memories of chaotic prime. These 2 inheritance stones are the core of my 8 Clouds lineage. 8 Clouds Divine General introduced. Core. Jiang Xi looked at it seriously. Look at the pond. 8 Clouds Divine General waved his hand. Splash. The water in the pond flew up, revealing the black stones at the bottom. At a glance, there were probably more than 10,000 of them. Look at the endless lake. 8 Clouds Divine General waved his hand again. Boom! Waves roared as the lake water around the small island rose into the air. It was as though the world had turned upside down as the water floated into the sky. Jiang Xi saw the situation at the bottom of the lake. The bottom of the lake was also covered with countless black stones. Chapter 623. Inside the core inheritance space on the 8th floor of 8 Clouds Pavilion. Jiang Xi looked at the black stones that had a faint divine glow pulsing on their surface. His heart was pounding. So many inheritances? 8 Clouds Divine General smiled and said, These are all inheritance stones. The 2 in front of you are the essence of the core inheritances. They are the true core. They are also the strongest inheritances that our ancestral master, 8 Clouds Divine King, left for our 8 Clouds lineage. The 14280 inheritance stones in the pond are also core inheritances, but their value is slightly lower. They represent many schools of thought, including close combat, long-range attacks, refinement, vegetation, machinery, and so on. Any one of the techniques and cultivation methods hidden in them is enough to drive many factions in the primordial realm crazy. As for the inheritance stones in the lake, there are more than 100 million of them. They are the information that the experts of our 8 Clouds lineage constantly collected when they roamed the primordial realm. They are all-encompassing. 90% of the common techniques and customs of the primordial realm are in these inheritance stones. Of course, these records are the most superficial and basic things, just like the basic inheritances that you received previously. 8 Clouds Divine General's tone was calm, but made Jiang Xi extremely excited. What a monster! This was completely a super library. Or rather, it was a template copied from the primordial realm. With these 100 million inheritance stones, they could definitely replicate the middle and low-end powers of the primordial realm. 8 Clouds Divine General pointed to the bottom of the pond and said, These 14280 inheritance stones are the pride of the past 8 clouds. They're their blood, sweat, and tears. Of course, there are also some important cultivation information that is priceless. Even in the primordial realm, any one of these inheritance stones can set off a shocking war. And the contents of the 2 in front of you can even set off a destructive war in the primordial realm. It can even set off a war between the primordial realm and the star realm. Remember, these 2 and the 14280 inheritance stones are not to be leaked to anyone else. As for the ones in the lake, there are not so many rules. You are free to deal with them. 8 Clouds Divine General instructed. I will remember. Zhang Xiai suppressed the excitement in his heart and answered respectfully. You have the inheritance imprint. You can use your spiritual sense to check the information of the 2 inheritance stones. 8 Clouds Divine General smiled. Zhang Xiai took a deep breath and looked forward to it. The essence of the core inheritance, the strongest absolute art left behind by the ancestor, 8 Clouds Divine King. What would it be like? Chaos Essence Divine King level experts were existences that stood at the pinnacle of the primordial realm. Phew! A wisp of riverward spiritual sense touched the 2 black stones. At the moment of contact, the 2 inheritance stones faintly lit up, and ancient and complicated patterns appeared on their surfaces. Then, a huge amount of information about the inheritance rushed into Jiang Xi's mind like a raging tide. Even with the strength of his heavenly venerate primordial spirit, it took him 2 full days to complete the transfer. The 8 Clouds General stood at the side and watched with a smile. After a long time, Jiang Xiai opened his eyes, which were filled with shock and disbelief. The essence of the 8 Clouds lineage's core inheritance was only 2 absolute arts, and they were named after the 8 Clouds. They were 8 in cloud. 8 foot, full name 8 lives, was a set of absolute arts that targeted the body. By cultivating this technique, the strength of one's body could continuously break through the limits. Of course, to what extent one could cultivate to ultimately depended on one's talent and diligence. Cloud, full name Cloud Extinguisher, was a set of absolute arts that targeted the primordial spirit. Similar to 8 lives, cultivating this technique could allow the strength of one's primordial spirit to continuously break through the limits. The highest realm was immortality. Clearly, the creator of this absolute art, 8 Clouds Divine King, had not cultivated it to the highest realm. Immortality was just an imaginary realm. Otherwise, 8 Clouds Divine King would not have perished in the war between the 2 worlds. However, Jiang Xiai was confident that with the help of the experience panel, it was not impossible to cultivate these 2 absolute arts to the highest level. With these 2 absolute arts, my future is secure. Jiang Xiai laughed. Don't be so confident. 8 Clouds General shook his head. Oh, Jiang Xiai was taken aback. Take a closer look at these 2 absolute arts. 8 Clouds General said directly. Jiang Xiai sank his consciousness into his mind and immediately checked. The information contained in these 2 absolute arts was massive. Just the memory transfer alone took a long time. Therefore, when the memory transfer was taking place, he only looked at the first simple information. He did not take a closer look at the large amount of memories that followed. Now, when he really went to check it out, even with the strength of his heavenly venerate primordial spirit, he still hadn't finished reading the 8 Lives Ultimate Technique after half a month. And at this moment, his expression changed. You discovered it. 8 Clouds General laughed. Where's the rest? Why is it gone? Jiang Xiai was bewildered. 8 Lives was left behind by the founder. According to the introduction of the absolute art, there should be 8 levels, but why are there only the first 3? I can clearly sense that the last 5 levels are in my memory, but I can't read them. Why is that? It was a very strange feeling. It was as if there was something that was clearly in his mind, but he could not recall what it was. It was the same for the 8 Lives absolute art. It was in his memory, but no matter how he tried to recall the contents of the last 5 levels, he could not find them. This strange feeling of forgetfulness only occurred when he was young and weak. With his current strength, everything that he had experienced in his life, every memory, was clearly imprinted in his mind. He would not forget a single thing, because the first 3 levels are the limit that a heavenly venerable can cultivate to 8 clouds, General said with a smile. These 2 absolute arts, as well as the inheritance stones in the ponds and lakes, all the information stored in them, can only be seen at the limit of a heavenly venerable. You can't see anything higher than the eternal realm. Could this be the law restriction of chaos C? Jiang Si's heart stirred. That's right. As long as you break through the law restriction of chaos C, you will be able to recall the contents of the last 5 levels. 8 clouds, General nodded. He continued, my 8 clouds lineage has 2 absolute arts. As long as you can cultivate the first 3 levels, your body and primordial spirit will reach the limit of a heavenly venerable. Then, you can easily break through the law restriction, so there's no need to worry. Jiang Si nodded gently. Now that I've finished talking about cultivation, there's one last thing that I need to entrust you with, 8 clouds, General said. Master, please speak. Treat Heaven Connecting Tower well. It was left behind by another divine monarch of the primordial realm. Back then, the divine monarch with heaven-defying talent was an existence that we admired. 8 clouds, Divine General said, with a complicated expression. Jiang Si was stunned. Heaven-reaching tower was actually related to a divine king of the primordial realm? He immediately thought of many things. Since the 8 clouds, Divine General knew about the heaven-reaching tower, could the path on Earth really be the final path that the Yuan Realm's army embarked on? No. Jiang Si quickly rejected this speculation, because the Emperor Lord of the Primordial Realm, 8 Clouds General, and other powerhouses had already fallen for God knows how many years. And Earth was born in this era, so it was impossible for there to be a connection. Perhaps heaven-reaching tower was only obtained by a powerhouse of Earth in ancient times and then left on Earth. Jiang Si's mind was a little confused. He wanted to understand these relationships. Before he could come back to his senses, 8 Clouds General suddenly smiled. He waved his hand, and a black stone flew out from the bottom of the lake and landed in front of the 2 of them. Originally, in the lonely era of endless eras, I had a lot to say, a lot to entrust, and a lot to tell you about the glory of my 8 Clouds lineage. However, when I thought of the Emperor and the Divine King, I suddenly realized that I had already fallen. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Why should I be reluctant to leave this mortal world? That's why I recorded everything into this legacy stone, including what I wanted to tell you, as well as the secrets of the entire 8 Clouds Pavilion. They're all stored inside. You'll know all of this when you see it. After saying that, 8 Clouds General looked up at the endless darkness, then squatted down, gently grabbed the soil on the island, and sniffed it. Then he smiled. It's time for me to return to the Emperor's side. Whoosh! 8 Clouds General's entire body seemed to vanish into thin air. A gust of wind blew past, and he disappeared without a trace. Teacher, Lord 8 Clouds General. Jiang Si shouted twice, but there was no response. He was stunned. He still hadn't been told how to get out. This independent space was the most important place in 8 Clouds Tower. With his power, he definitely couldn't break through the space barrier forcefully hung. At that moment, rays of light were born from the endless darkness and quickly shrouded over. Jiang Si looked up. Those rays of light converged, and he had nowhere to hide. The flame inheritance imprint between his eyebrows also appeared, producing a mysterious gravitational force that swallowed all the rays of light. Finally, everything returned to normal. A feeling of being in control of everything appeared in Jiang Si's mind. He looked around, and with a thought, the ground broke open, and a blade of grass grew out. Then the grass grew bigger and bigger, even spreading to the surroundings. Soon, a patch of grass grew out. It recognized me as its master. Jiang Si was stunned. Eight Clouds Tower had recognized him as its master, and now he could control this space of inheritance that was comparable to a celestial master's miniature universe. Although he was still unfamiliar with it, he could easily sense all the spaces within Eight Clouds Tower. Just like how he could sense the entire mountain sea cave, it was his world. Eight Clouds General took the initiative to give up control. Jiangxi's expression was complicated. He looked to his side, where Eight Clouds General had grabbed a handful of soil. Jiangxi suddenly realized that Eight Clouds General, who wore red armor and held a sky piercer, had most likely disappeared forever. In this world, only he, the 184th Eight Clouds General, was left. After a while, I still haven't asked clearly about Sky Tower. Jiangxi slapped his head. What Eight Clouds General said just now had shocked him too much, and he hadn't recovered from it for a while. He actually forgot to ask. He quickly grabbed the inheritance stone left behind by Eight Clouds General and probed it with his spiritual awareness. Then a large amount of information was transmitted to his mind. Then he searched through the massive amount of information. Unfortunately, he didn't find any information about Sky Tower. Jiangxi stood where he was and thought for a while, then asked in his heart, "Enai Shang, do you know anything about your previous master?" "Sorry, I lost my memory." Enai Shang sighed. "However, I can feel that my complete state should have broken through the limit of a true treasure, surpassing a level 9 true treasure. But it seems like I'm missing something, and coupled with the layers of seals, that's why I fell to my current level." Enai Shang said, "Missing something?" Jiangxi pondered and then thought of something. With a thought, he used the EXP panel to convert an eternal shard. "Try this." The refining process of Sky Tower was different from that of other true treasures. It had to swallow a large amount of immortal power to unlock the seals. This was obviously to replenish something, and eternal fragments were of a higher level than immortal power. Perhaps they could be replenished? If it was before becoming the successor of Eight Clouds, Jiangxi wouldn't have dared to be so extravagant and directly use 1 yuan of eternal experience to try this. However, after killing the other candidates, he got more than 6,000 eternal experience points. Naturally, he had the confidence to do so. In the space of Sky Tower, the spirit of the true treasure, Enai Shang, materialized and then began to refine the eternal fragment. A moment later, the eternal fragment turned into a stream of light and merged into Sky Tower. Buzz instantly, Sky Tower trembled slightly. As the eternal fragment continued to be refined, the aura of this special true treasure began to increase slightly and gradually strengthen. It's effective. It's really effective. Jiangxi and Enai Shang were pleasantly surprised. "I'll give you 100 eternal fragments first. You can slowly refine them." Enai Shang smiled and nodded. Immediately, Riverward transformed 100 eternal fragments and left them in the space of Tongtian Tower. Although he couldn't get an answer to the origin of Heavenly Tower, this unexpected reward was still pretty good. Jiangxi collected his thoughts and turned his attention back to the inheritance stone, continuing to understand the information of Eight Clouds Pavilion. Before Eight Clouds deity's spiritual consciousness dissipated, he left detailed information in this inheritance stone, recording the many functions and points to pay attention to. There were also many historical origins and important events of Eight Clouds, which were recorded in detail. Of course, the most important information was related to Eight Clouds Pavilion. Eight Clouds Pavilion was personally refined by the first ancestor, Eight Clouds Deity King. Almost 90% of the inheritance space and various functions were refined by the ancestor. The remaining 10% were added later by the Eight Clouds of the past. Jiangxi sighed. The information left by Eight Clouds Deity King was too detailed without this inheritance stone. Even if Eight Clouds Pavilion recognized him as its master, he was afraid that he would need to explore the various inheritance spaces inside to truly understand this place. After all, this was a miniature universe. Even if he used an era and didn't sleep or rest, he wouldn't be able to explore all of it. But now, he already knew everything about this place. Simply put, the entire Eight Clouds Pavilion was a perfect place to nurture great beings. This miniature universe was divided into many independent spaces with different functions. Some were similar to a super library, which was the place where the inheritance stone was stored. Almost all of the most basic techniques and inheritances of the primordial realm were recorded here. There were also countless precious experiences on the path to the pinnacle. Some were spaces used for battle trials, and there were many battle puppets inside. For example, the 9-sector puppet was one of them. In addition, there were trial puppets that were created using the 8 clouds of the past as models. As long as one entered that space, they could fight with them. Those trial puppets could unleash part of the great being's strength. Among them, the strongest opponent was the ancestor, 8 clouds deity king. There were many other spaces. Some were used to create techniques, some were for weapon refinement, some were for medicine refinement, and some were for meditation. In short, all the spaces inside 8 Clouds Pavilion were constantly replenished and perfected by the 8 clouds of the past. It was a place to nurture great beings. How perverted, how extravagant. Jiang Xi was speechless. Before he accepted the inheritance, he had imagined what the 8 clouds inheritance would be like. But when he really became 8 clouds, he realized that his imagination was not enough. He had underestimated this inheritance. With such an extravagant 8 clouds pavilion, it was extremely unlikely that one would not become a great being in the future. Becoming a great being in the primordial chaos realm was only a matter of time. In addition, the 8 clouds inheritance had very strict requirements for its inheritors. Those who were chosen, be it in terms of talent, comprehension, perseverance, character, and so on, were all top-notch existences. Even without the inheritance, their future achievements would not be small. But with the help of the 8 clouds inheritance and the 8 clouds pavilion, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Naturally, they would be able to go even higher. In the Chaos Sea, the ancient inheritances that everyone fought over, such as the heavenly feather race's celestial venerate ruins, are only ordinary inheritances in the primordial realm. They are even incomplete heavenly feather inheritances, and any one of the inheritances here is 100 times stronger than the ancient inheritances they obtained. Jiang Xi sighed with emotion. He now had the foundation to build a powerful civilization. As long as he was given time, he could build a pinnacle civilization that could stand for countless eras in the long river of time. Of course, he was still very far away from a powerful civilization in the primordial realm. Knowledge is power. The experiences accumulated by countless experts on the path of cultivation, the concepts of the countless cultivation schools that they have opened up, these are the most fundamental parts of the legacy. The first thing Jiang Xi wanted to do was something that almost all the previous generations of 8 clouds would do. That was to memorize all the information in the inheritance stones and accumulate his own foundation. Perhaps he was not a cultivator of those schools, but with these accumulations, when he cultivated in the future and used the experience points panel to deduce, he would be able to comprehend by analogy and be more efficient. Or in the future, when he encountered opponents of this school in battle, he would be able to predict the enemy's moves. Through these inheritances, he would know the opponent's background, strengths, and weaknesses. Come on. Jiang Xi waved his hand. Suddenly, a large number of black inheritance stones floated in the air. There were hundreds of millions of them. Categorize. Jiang Xi's spiritual awareness split into thousands and probed into all the inheritance stones at the same time. He came into contact with the information in them and began to categorize and organize them. Soon, these hundreds of millions of inheritance stones were reorganized and organized according to various categories. Although I haven't comprehended the Time Sky Tao, I'm a master of 8 Clouds Pavilion. I can use the origin of this miniature universe to maintain a domain that accelerates time by 1,000,000 times. With a thought, Jiang Xi's time flow on this small island became 1,000,000 times faster than normal. Previously, when he was cultivating in seclusion in Lu Yuzhou had set up a domain that accelerated time by 1 million times on that starry sky island. However, this kind of time acceleration method consumed too much energy. At that time, if it weren't for the bet between Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi and Heavenly Venerable Lu would definitely not have been willing to consume energy like that. And now, because Eight Clouds Pavilion was a miniature universe, it could use similar methods, of course. The consumption was still huge. I can still afford to spend 100 or 200 years. Jiang Xi shook his head lightly. Then he carefully memorized the contents of the inheritance stones. At the same time, he did a detailed study. In 10,000 Worlds ruins, the giant stone celestial body where Eight Clouds Pavilion was located was still shrouded in red fog, forming a special area that dispersed the endless gray fog. The glowing stone door in the middle of the fog was already closed. Occasionally, great beings would pass by, but they only looked at it enviously and left quickly. They didn't dare to stay any longer lest they arouse the displeasure of Eight Clouds General. After all, that terrifying being had killed the third sacred master and the fourth sacred master of the heavenly feather race, as well as 13 heavenly venerables and hundreds of Tao Lord from other powers in Chaos Ocean. The overall strength of so many great beings had already surpassed any of the 3 powers in Chaos Ocean. The 8 Cloud Divine Generals were definitely the most ruthless existence in the Chaos Sea, while the various factions in the Chaos Sea were suspecting and guessing. Most of them were unsure who the inheritor was. Jiang Xi, on the other hand, was calmly studying the inheritance stones. Eight Clouds Pavilion was absolutely safe, and he was inside Eight Clouds Pavilion. Every stone, celestial body in 10,000 Worlds ruins had a hidden space inside. If one didn't open it, even a third step heavenly venerable wouldn't be able to force his way in. Therefore, he could cultivate in peace here. As time passed, Jiang Xi understood the cultivation and breakthroughs of Tribulation Transcender, Perfected Lord, Tao Lord, and Heavenly Venerable. Even after reaching the Celestial Venerable level, he had thoroughly researched how to continue to cultivate and advance. In other words, in the entire Chaos Ocean, even those true Heavenly Venerables didn't know as much as Jiang Xi about Heavenly Venerable cultivation. That was because the primordial realm civilization had already analyzed these cultivation stages thoroughly. And these were the most ordinary inheritances in Eight Clouds Pavilion. They were all stored in the inheritance stones in the lake, and there was no confidentiality value at all. Therefore, although Jiang Xi was only a rank 5 perfected lord now, he was already qualified to guide Tao Lords and Heavenly Venerables in their cultivation. After all, the Heavenly Venerables of the various powers in Chaos Ocean were all blind. Even if they broke through, they were still muddle-headed. They didn't have the experience of their seniors to guide them, so they naturally couldn't carry out systematic research and cultivation. Who knew how many detours and wrong paths they took in the process? The worst thing about cultivation was taking the wrong path. One wrong step would lead to many wrong steps, and it would be difficult to correct them. Chapter 6:24. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed since Jiang Xi received the inheritance. Universe 4, within the Tongtian Mountain River diagram, in the cosmos where the human Tao Lords were meeting. Ming Tian Ming and Tao Lord 9 Firmaments sat before a gigantic stone table. In terms of friendship, they had the deepest relationship among the upper echelons of the human race. Back then, not only did Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmaments take Tao Lord 9 Firmaments as his disciple, he had also guided Ming Tian Ming in his cultivation. Therefore, the two of them could be considered as fellow disciples. Jiang Xi has been an inheritor for so long. He only sent us a message, and we can't contact him anymore. I contacted his clone, but he didn't reply either. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was a little worried. Haha, You're truly a master and disciple. It's only been 1,000 years, and you can't sit still anymore. Ming Tianming laughed. I'm just worried that something might happen. Who knows if the Eight Clouds general has other intentions, such as possession. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head. Then why don't you just look for Jiang Ci directly? I'm worried that I'll disturb him from receiving the inheritance. What's there to worry about? Only Jiang Ci's true body is receiving the inheritance. Could it be that his clone can't split a wisp of spirit consciousness into the Tongtian Mountain River diagram when he receives the inheritance? Ming Tianming shook his head with a smile. If you're worried, I'll send him a message. Ming Tianming was straightforward and sent a message to Jiang Ci directly. Before long, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the gigantic stone table. It was Jiang Ci, who was dressed in white robes. His attire was simple. It was not the cold attire of the past, where he wore black armor with golden patterns and carried a sword on his back. Jiang Ci, just as Ming Tianming was about to speak, he frowned and observed Jiang Ci carefully. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was even more meticulous. He had already noticed the difference and was staring intently at Jiang Ci. What realm were the two of them at? He could tell at a glance that Jiang Ci had changed too much. It was a temperament that came from his bones. Some people's temperaments would become more resolute and sharp after fighting too much. Some people would develop a scholarly aura after reading too much different experiences had caused his temperament to change. While Jiang Ci was absorbing the fundamental heritage of the entire primordial realm civilization, his vision and realm had undergone tremendous changes. He far surpassed those so-called Empyrean powerhouses. He could be the master of those Empyreans and guide them. Therefore, his temperament had undergone an earth-shattering change. Looks like this inheritance is not ordinary. Venerable Ming looked at Tao Lord Nine Firmaments and lamented. When I saw him just now, I felt like I was looking at heavenly, venerable purple firmaments. You are indeed very similar to Master, Tao Lord Nina Firmaments said with a smile. Venerable Ming, Master, don't make fun of me. Jiang Ci smiled indifferently. He sighed in his heart. He never thought that he would be in seclusion for 1 billion years. The foundational legacies in the Eight Clouds legacy were simply too vast. They covered 90% of the primordial realm's civilization's foundation. When he was memorizing and studying these basic inheritances, he could still maintain his consciousness at first. But as his research deepened, his memories and foundation became richer and richer. He actually fell into a special state between being muddle-headed and clear-headed. Even his avatars were immersed in it. If not for Venerable Ming's message, he might have continued his research. I can see that you have gained a lot this time. Venerable Ming said with a smile. Yes, it is. Jiang Ci nodded, but his heart ached. He had gained a lot, but the price was also great. According to his original plan, he only needed to maintain a time acceleration of 1 million times for 1 or 200 years. But this state lasted for 1,000 years. In reality, it had been more than 1 billion years. This kind of consumption was huge. Eight Clouds Pavilion's miniature universe had consumed close to 1% of its origin. It would probably take 1 billion years to recover. Tao Lord Nina Firmaments asked, "How is the inheritance this time? Are you confident of attaining eternity? Will it be of help to the human race, so that we humans won't have to fear the dangers of the cataclysm?" Tao Lord Nina Firmaments asked. Jiang Ci smiled and nodded. From the Tribulation Transcender realm all the way to the limit of Empyrean realm, everything is in my heart. His tone was really big. Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Clouds looked at each other and smiled. Their eyes were filled with anticipation, of course. They knew what kind of person Jiang Ci was. It could be said that they had watched Jiang Ci grow up. From a person's growth, one could see their character and style of doing things. To Lord Ming and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Riverward would only take action when he was confident and prepared. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't say or do anything. And now, since Jiang Ci dared to say it so confidently, it would definitely succeed. Everything is in your heart. That's a big tone, but I'm very happy to hear it. Venerable Ming Ming was full of smiles. Cultivation from the tribulation transcender realm all the way to the limit of Empyrean realm. Tao Lord Nine Clouds couldn't help but ask, then do you know that without the road of eternity? How can one cultivate eternity? Could it be that one has to go to the endless void above the chaos, sea, to challenge eternity? Is this the only path? Challenge eternity. Venerable Ming Ming's gaze also focused as he stared at Jiang Ci. Even he, a third-step Empyrean, was filled with fear and had no confidence in challenging eternity. Jiang Ci naturally knew this. Before the 8 clouds divine general disappeared, he had mentioned this to him. Moreover, although there wasn't much information about the eternal realm in the various basic inheritances he had studied in the past 1 billion years, in total, he definitely knew more about how to cultivate eternity than any faction in the Chaos Sea. Due to the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth, the cultivators of the Chaos Sea can only reach the limit of Empyrean realm in terms of Tao cultivation. Therefore, they have to pass through the road of eternity to continue cultivating. Jiang Ci said slowly. The laws of heaven and earth? Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Clouds looked at each other. Others didn't know, but they had often been in contact with Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament. Even after Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament was suppressed, he usually contacted the two of them the most. Therefore, they had long learned about the laws of heaven and earth from Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament. Whoosh! There was a black throne at both ends of the huge stone table. Celestial Venerable Ming was sitting on one of them. At that moment, a purple-robed figure appeared on the other black throne. It was Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament. However, Jiang Ci, Celestial Venerable Ming, and Tao Lord Nine Clouds didn't notice the laws of heaven and earth. Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament listened with interest. However, the road of eternity will no longer descend in the chaos sea of the primordial realm. Jiang Ci recounted the war between the primordial realm and the astral realm, as well as the various origins and history. After Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Clouds heard this, the shock on their faces couldn't be quelled for a long time. Clearly, their worldview had been overturned. There was actually such a huge world outside. After calming down, Tao Lord Nine Clouds asked, since the road of eternity is no more, there should be other ways to cultivate eternity, right? Yes. Jiang Ci nodded. Besides the road of eternity, there are 2 other paths. That is to break through the limits of the Empyrean realm with one's body and essence spirit. This way, one won't be restricted by the laws of heaven and earth in the chaos sea of the primordial realm. Naturally, one can cultivate eternity and easily break through the boundary walls of the chaos sea's endless void. Break through the limits of the Empyrean realm with one's body and essence spirit. Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Clouds smiled bitterly. The mainstream cultivation method of the 4 primordial universes and the 2 Holy Land universes in the Chaos Sea was Tao cultivation. There was no complete cultivation path of the body and essence spirit. Even if there were some sporadic body-tempering tribes, they would at most become Tao lords. For example, the Battle Rune continent of the Purple Firmament Sect's 3rd Firmament world was proficient in body tempering. The tribe's patriarch, Tao Lord 5 Elements, became a Tao Lord through body tempering. On the other side, Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament sighed softly. The strength of his essence spirit had already broken through the limits of the Empyrean realm and reached the level of an Eternal Supreme. Unfortunately, he had broken through during the war with the 4th universe's original will and not through cultivation. Moreover, the price he had to pay was too great. He would be suppressed forever. Although his essence spirit was already at the level of an Eternal Supreme, he wasn't considered a true Eternal Supreme before his cultivation truly broke through. Once the calamity came, he would still be annihilated. In the 8 clouds inheritance I obtained, there is a cultivation method for the body and essence spirit. However, due to the restriction of the inheritance imprint, I can't impart it to others. Otherwise, my body and soul will be destroyed. Jiang Si sighed. It doesn't matter. As long as you can cultivate to eternity, we can also benefit from your light and become eternal existences. Celestial Venerable Bright smiled, just cultivate well. Tao Lord 9 Firmament nodded. Jiang Si was silent. He knew very well that relying on others to obtain eternity was like relying on a prisoner. If there was a chance to cultivate to eternity, no one would be willing to rely on others. In the future, when I become an eternal supreme and can see more inheritance information, I will think of a way to let Master and the others cultivate to eternity. Jiang Si thought to himself, let's not talk about this for now. Tao Lord 9 Firmament smiled freely and then asked, Jiang Si, you should have the method to cultivate from a Tao Lord to a Celestial Venerable, right? Although he had the combat strength of a half-step Celestial Venerable, he was still a Tao Lord. The next step was to become a Celestial Venerable, so he was very concerned about this problem. Of course I do. Jiang Si nodded with a smile. In the primordial realm civilization, there are countless experts. Becoming a Celestial Venerable expert is a huge threshold. However, because there are many breakthroughs, many factions have concluded a systematic method. There are many experiences that can be used as reference to maximize the chances of becoming a Celestial Venerable. In this Calamity era, we humans might have 4 or 5 Celestial Venerable experts in the end. However, with the guidance of these methods, we should be able to increase it by several times. The heavenly feather race of the first universe only obtained the inheritance of a Celestial Venerable ruins. Furthermore, it was an incomplete heavenly feather inheritance, but gave birth to 9 Celestial Venerable experts. Although the humans of the fourth universe couldn't compare to the heavenly feather race in terms of age, it wouldn't be difficult for them to give birth to more Celestial Venerable experts with the guidance of the 8 clouds inheritance. Several times, Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord 9 Firmament were immediately shocked. In that case, all the Tao Lords of the human race can become Celestial Venerables in the future? Tao Lord 9 Firmament asked. Excluding Riverward, the human race only had a total of 22 Tao Lords. No, that's not what I meant. Jiang Si shook his head calmly. If a Tao Lord wants to become a Celestial Venerable, there's a huge threshold in the middle. Even with the guidance of the 8 clouds inheritance, although the chances of breaking through can be greatly increased, it's still very difficult. For example, our race only has a little over 100,000 perfected lords and 22 Tao Lords. However, if we have the guidance of the 8 clouds inheritance, we might have more than 1 million perfected lords and close to 1,000 Tao Lords under this more perfect cultivation system from Tribulation Transcender to Celestial Venerable. Of course, this sort of training method will result in some of the less talented clansmen being able to reach the true Lord level at most, but in the end, they will be able to become Tao Lords. Therefore, the average talent of these close to 1,000 Tao Lords is definitely inferior to our current 22 Tao Lords. However, with so many Tao Lords, it's not difficult to produce dozens of Celestial Venerables. If we're lucky, there might be close to 100, Jiang Si said slowly. The huge stone table immediately quieted down. Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord 9 Firmament were stunned, unable to calm down for a long time. It was too heaven-defying. How many Celestial Venerables were there in the strongest universe in the Chaos Sea? Only about 100. As for the second and third universes, there were probably less than 100 in total. Needless to say, the 2 Holy Lands were unable to produce new Celestial Venerables. The few remaining Celestial Venerables in the Holy Lands were left behind countless years ago. Because they didn't have miniature universes, their actual combat strength had decreased a lot. Now, Jiang Si was telling them that the humans of the fourth universe could be more powerful than all the races of the first universe combined. This, Tao Lord 9 Firmament wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Are you confident? Tomorrow Venerable's eyes lit up. Of course, in the primordial realm civilization, celestial venerables are only the lowest threshold to enter the ranks of the strong. Jiang Xi nodded confidently. As the strength of the human race increases and we occupy more territories in the fourth universe, more talented people will be born. It won't be too difficult for close to 100 celestial venerables to appear in the future. Haha, good. Tomorrow Venerable laughed. Then, give us some pointers now, and let us see how powerful this 8 clouds inheritance is. No problem. Jiang Xi smiled and nodded. I'll call them all over. Tomorrow Venerable immediately sent a message. Soon, figures began to appear on the 2 thrones on the 2 sides of the long stone table. They were the Tao Lords of the human race. Tomorrow Venerable, did something happen? Why did you call us over in such a hurry? Someone asked, however. When they saw Jiang Xi, they all became excited and looked forward to it. This was because they all knew that Jiang Xi was currently accepting the 8 clouds inheritance. Now that he had appeared, it seemed that he was going to talk about something related to the inheritance. Jiang Xi, tell the 8 clouds when you will let me out. The other perfected lords and 9 tribulation transcenders of the human race also haven't come out, Tao Lord Yanqing said with a smile. The 8 clouds divine general has already disappeared. I'm now the new 8 clouds. When a matter at hand is over, I'll bring you all back. Jiang Xi nodded. Tao Lord Yanqing didn't say anything else. Then, tomorrow Venerable looked at the Tao Lords and said with a solemn expression, Jiang Xi has already accepted the 8 clouds inheritance. Now, he wants to tell everyone how to break through from the Tao Lord realm to the celestial venerable realm. Whoosh! Among the Tao Lords in front of the stone table, only Tao Lord 9 Firmament was calm. The other Tao Lords couldn't maintain their calm and were all excited. Breaking through from the Tao Lord realm to the celestial venerable realm, there was no way for them to follow this process. Moreover, they had to cultivate to the celestial venerable realm before the calamity arrived. If the calamity arrived, even if the human race had an eternal universe, they wouldn't be able to break through. Jiang Xi, are you confident? Buddha's Venerable was the first to ask. Jiang Xi, can I also become a celestial venerable? Tao Lord Qingyu asked directly. He was Jiang Xi's uncle master, but his cultivation was only at the desolate level. At this time, the other Tao Lords were also asking. Jiang Xi said with a smile, everyone's talent is at the top of the human race. If you can cultivate to the Tao Lord realm without the guidance of a complete cultivation system, you are naturally extraordinary. Once you have the guidance of the inheritance, you will definitely have the highest chance of becoming a celestial venerable. As for who will break through in the end, I can't guarantee. You will understand after listening to what I have to say. All right, don't ask anymore. Listen to Jiang Xi, tomorrow Venerable shouted. These Tao Lords who had been waiting for countless years quieted down. They suppressed the doubts and anxiety in their hearts and began to listen carefully. On the other side of the black throne, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament also began to listen. Jiang Xi looked at everyone's faces and then said, there are 3 paths to cultivate from Tao Lord to Celestial Venerable. The first is the Tao techniques that everyone usually cultivates. The second is body tempering, which is to cultivate the body. The third is spirit refinement, which is to cultivate the primordial spirit. For Tao Lords, the most important step to becoming a celestial venerable is to let the volume of the grotto heaven world reach the limit. Then it will rush out of the barrier of the original universe and turn into a miniature universe in the chaos sea. The 3 paths I mentioned are the methods to let the grotto heaven world reach the limit. The 2 heavenly venerables and all the Tao Lords in front of the stone table nodded slowly. Everyone knew this. The size of the grotto heaven world was determined by the cultivator's Tao technique realm, body realm, and primordial spirit realm. However, everyone mainly cultivated Tao techniques. So most of the time, everyone neglected the cultivation of the body and primordial spirit. In fact, if a cultivator's body and primordial spirit were superior to those of the same level, then their grotto heaven world would definitely be larger than those of the same level. It was no wonder that everyone neglected this. In fact, the various factions in the Chaos Sea were all blind when it came to the cultivation of celestial venerables. Because there were simply too few of them, there was no way to conduct systematic research. Moreover, there wasn't a true super powerhouse who could stand at the top and integrate and summarize in a way that was advantageous to them. Now, let me first talk about how to let the grotto heaven world reach the limit through Tao technique cultivation. Zhang Xi said slowly. The white-robed Zhang Xi was explaining the Tao and dispelling doubts. The other Tao lords were listening attentively. This scene seemed to be forever frozen in the river of time, and it moved heavenly venerable purple firmament. A long time ago, I also gave a lecture like this. At that time, it seemed to be in a similar situation. My existence allowed the humans of the fourth universe to stand among the pinnacle races and become the strongest pinnacle race. That was the first major turning point in the fate of our race. Now, Zhang Xi has brought an even stronger legacy of the primordial realm civilization. He will lead the human race to undergo a second major turning point. And this time, the transformation will be even more thorough and far-reaching than the previous one. Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament sighed. He understood that as Zhang Xi passed down these legacies, the human race would gradually undergo a transformation. The number of true lords would continue to increase, and there would be more and more Tao lords. Celestial venerables would also appear one after another. In this calamity era, the humans of the fourth universe would eventually become the number one faction in the Chaos Sea, even more powerful than the two Holy Land universes. The fate of the human race. Turning point. Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament listened silently. Although he didn't know if he could escape the suppression of the fourth universe, he seemed to be able to see how powerful the human race would become under Zhang Xi's leadership in the endless years to come. Breaking through from Tao Lord to Celestial Venerable, Zhang Xi first summarized the three paths in the simplest way, drawing out the corresponding legacy theory. Then, he began to explain in detail, including the details of each path, the many difficulties in cultivation, how to solve the problems, and so on. Just these theories alone took Zhang Xi a month to explain before he finished. After all, the Celestial Venerable level could be considered the first major threshold in the entire path of cultivation. It felt like a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. There were too many details. A single misstep could lead to a world of difference in future achievements. These are all theoretical guidelines. That's why I finished it so quickly. Zhang Xi smiled at the end. When I return from the Chaos Sea, I will bring back some detailed legacy secret techniques, such as some combat techniques for everyone. The amount of information in each secret technique is vast. It's too slow if I just recite it orally or use my spiritual consciousness to materialize it. It took Zhang Xi so long to input the information of an inheritance stone into his mind. A vast and powerful secret technique. If he only explained it verbally, it would take him an era to finish it. Similar to the Heavenly Feather Race's Supreme Descent technique, some special secret techniques, Celestial Venerable Combat techniques. The human Tao, Lords present, were all looking forward to it. Zhang Xi smiled and said, "There are many complete secret techniques in the Eight Clouds legacy that allow one to reach the limits of a heavenly venerable from Tribulation Transcender. These are nothing. There were hundreds of millions of inheritance stones at the bottom of the lake. Although the information recorded in the inheritance stones was the outermost inheritance, the Eight Clouds legacy was not something that could be easily obtained, but to be able to be collected by the Eight Clouds faction. How could it be simple information? It was basically a secret technique that could be cultivated to the limits of an Empyrean. Moreover, That inheritance stone contained over 1,000 different secret techniques. Of course, many of the secret techniques are just for everyone's reference. After seeing enough of them, you'll be able to comprehend them by analogy. True cultivation still depends on you. From Tao, Lord to Heavenly Venerable, this is a huge threshold, after all. It's much more difficult than becoming a perfected Lord or Tao Lord. Jiang Ci continued. Everyone, including Tao Lord Nine Clouds, fell into deep thought. This month had a great impact on them. Everyone had a direction for how to cultivate in the future. As for whether they could succeed or not, it would depend on themselves. Knowing and doing were two different things. Chapter 6:25. Chaos Ocean, Giant Hammer, Godly World of Great Sky, Holy Land. There was a godly palace built on top of a mountain, emitting endless godly light and murderous aura. This was where Heavenly Master Wan Luo's cave abode was located. Heavenly Master Wan Luo was one of the few great heavenly masters in Great Sky, Holy Land. Although he didn't have a miniature universe, he could still maintain his combat power at the level of a third-step celestial master with the help of many ancient inheritances and a full set of seven-step true treasures. Inside the godly palace, Heavenly Master Wan Luo's avatar sat on the throne with his eyes closed. He kept talking about all kinds of cultivation knowledge. The hundreds of perfected cultivators below all listened attentively, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. Heavenly Master Wan Luo suddenly stopped talking, and those true emperors looked up in confusion. That's all for now, Heavenly Master Wan Luo said softly. Yes. Although the true emperors were confused, they still bowed and left. Who? Then, a misty figure appeared in the godly palace. It was Jun Tian Supreme. Greetings, Supreme. Heavenly Master Wan Luo bowed respectfully. Previously, I ordered you to lead 20 Universe Realm Tao Lords and wait outside the 8 Cloud Ruins. Have you discovered that Tao Lord Mountain Sea? Jun Tian Supreme asked in a deep voice. Celestial Lord Wan Luo replied respectfully, reporting to Supreme. Ever since my clan's true monarch, who you and the other candidates failed, I've been keeping an eye on them under Supreme's orders. I've never let my guard down. The stone celestial body where 8 Cloud Ruins is located has a maximum diameter of 90 million kilometers. The 20 Universe Tao Lords and I have been keeping an eye on it. No matter how strong Tao Lord Mountain Sea is, he can't leave quietly. However, 1,000 years have passed, and we still haven't found him. We can guess that he's still in 8 Cloud Ruins. Don't be careless. With the foundation of 8 Cloud Inheritance, there might be a way to hide from you. Jun Tian Supreme shook his head. Don't worry, Supreme. Apart from Jun Tian Holy Land, Red Lotus Holy Land, Heavenly Feather Race from the First Universe, and some other great powers are guarding there. There's no way he can escape. Heavenly Master Wan Luo said. Very well. No matter what, we have to capture Tao Lord Mountain Sea. The inheritance of 8 clouds that he obtained is extremely important to me. We have to capture him at all costs. Jun Tian Supreme's tone was indifferent yes. Emperor Wan Luo replied respectfully. Jun Tian Supreme nodded indifferently. Given the foundation of the Great Sky Holy Land, even if they lost over 100 Tao Lords at once, wouldn't be a big deal. This was because the Holy Land could only withstand a limited number of Tao Lords. In addition, over the long years, the Holy Land had accumulated a large number of quasi-Tao Lords. Once a Tao Lord perished, a quasi-Tao Lord would quickly break through and take his place. Therefore, to the high and mighty Jun Tian Supreme, he did not care about this bit of loss at all. He was well aware of what the 8 Clouds inheritance meant. Even if he threw in the entire foundation of the Great Sky Holy Land, as long as he could obtain a small portion of the 8 Clouds inheritance, it would bring him endless benefits. He could even break through the current eternal state and become a super powerhouse in the upper realm. In the Wanjie ruins, the stone celestial body where the 8 Cloud Ruins was located was still shrouded in red mist. There were no experts around. At this moment, Empyrean Wan Luo and the 20-universe realm Tao lords were all hidden and scattered in all directions, staring at the stone door of the 8 cloud ruins. Each of the 20 Tao lords had an incarnation hidden in Empyrean Wan Luo's sword-shaped rank, 7 flying treasure so that they could contact each other at any time. Everyone, Empyrean Wan Luo, just looked for me. Empyrean Wan Luo glanced at them. Again, Lord Wan Luo. Empyrean Wan Luo has already looked for you 5 times in the past 1,000 years. It seems like Empyrean Wan Luo really values this inheritance. I'm considered an old man in our holy land. In countless eras, I've never seen Empyrean Wan Luo take something so seriously. How could he not? Look, not only is Lord Wan Luo here, but there are also 20 of us universe realm Tao lords guarding here. Even if the remaining 7 heavenly venerables of the heavenly feather race come together, we can still hold on for a while. Isn't it easy to deal with a half-step heavenly venerable mountain sea Tao lord? After all, in terms of strength, there are 4 half-step heavenly venerables among the 20 of us. Haha, it's easy. The Tao lords of the great sky, holy land were very relaxed. They all had high statuses. For countless years, they could even talk to the heavenly venerables of the holy land on equal footing. It could be said that their 1/3 step heavenly venerable and 20 top-notch universe realm Tao lords were definitely the top experts of the great sky, holy land. This also showed how determined the great sky supremacy was. Similar to the great sky holy land, the Red Lotus Holy Land's 3rd step heavenly venerable sparkling dust also led 20 universe realm Tao lords to guard the 8 cloud ruins, waiting for the inheritor to appear. In another void near the 8 cloud ruins, a middle-aged man with 6 pairs of white wings was also staring at the area shrouded in red fog. He was the first sacred lord of the heavenly feather race, the existence closest to an invincible heavenly venerable in the Chaos Sea. Previously, the heavenly feather race had suffered heavy losses in the fight for the 8 cloud inheritance. Not only had they lost the 3rd sacred lord and the 4th sacred lord, but they had also lost dozens of supremely talented Tao lords. Thus, the remaining 7 sacred masters moved out at the same time to stop the 8 cloud successor, which was a rare sight. Great Sky Holy Land, Red Lotus Holy Land, a bunch of has-beens. Without the 2 supremacies, what are you? This time, the 7 heavenly venerables of the heavenly feather race have moved out together and controlled all the safe routes around the 8 cloud ruins. Even if you capture the inheritor, don't even think about escaping. The 8 cloud inheritance will eventually belong to the heavenly feather race. The first sacred lord had firmly controlled this safe route. Moreover, the other 6 sacred lords had also sent out a clone to gather around the first sacred lord so that they could contact each other at any time. Once a battle broke out in the area one of them was in charge of, the other 6 would immediately rush over. The Myriad World Ruins was not like other places. It was very strange here. If one wanted to wander around here, one had to know the safe route. If one wandered around without a target, it was very easy to be contaminated by those strange white flames and green winds. Even a 3rd step heavenly venerable would not dare to say that he could resist those strange things. Moreover, these 2 strange things could follow the spiritual consciousness and directly attack cultivators who use their spiritual consciousness to investigate. Therefore, in the Myriad World Ruins, there were basically no cultivators who dared to use their spiritual consciousness to investigate on a large scale generally. Those who could investigate a light year away were considered courageous. Of course, those who were courageous were more likely to provoke the strange things and die faster. Myriad World Ruins, the 8th level of the 8 Cloud Pavilion's inheritance space. It's finally over. Jiang Ci heaved a sigh of relief. I didn't expect tomorrow's supremacy to have so many problems in cultivation. It only took me a month to explain to Master and the others how to become a heavenly venerable. However, it took me more than 10 years to explain to tomorrow's supremacy how to cultivate to the limit of a heavenly venerable. let's stop here. Jiang Ci stood up and waved his hand, placing the hundreds of millions of inheritance stones back to their original positions. Although 1,000 years had passed in the outside world, he had spent 1 billion years here. He had already memorized the information in the inheritance stones. Of course, with so many inheritance stones, it covered 90% of the primordial realm's civilization foundation. It was extremely vast. Although he had memorized it all, the follow-up research would take a long time. He would need to study it slowly in the future. No matter how much he studied it now, it would not increase his strength. He had to go out and continue cultivating. Of course, the main reason was that his experience points were almost used up. He looked at the changes in the experience points interface. Cultivation, true body. Fifth transformation, true lord. 9 tribulations, 900 trillion. Clone. Fifth transformation, true lord. 9 tribulations, 900 trillion. Dao technique. Ultimate sword Dao, 1,000 yuan, 1,000 yuan. 5 elements, heavenly Dao, 1,000 yuan, 1,000 yuan. Life heavenly Dao, 1,000 yuan, 1,000 yuan. Secret technique. Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. Heavenly Dao scroll, 10,000 yuan, 10,000 yuan. 8 lives, 1,675 yuan, 10,000 yuan. Cloud annihilation, 1,785 yuan, 10,000 yuan. Cultivation. Technique. Purple Cloud Sword Sutra deduction. 1 million experience points per time conversion. 1 eternal experience point equals 1 trillion experience points. 1 eternal fragment equals 1 eternal experience point. 2,510 trillion eternal experience point. 3 yuan. In the 1 billion years of seclusion in the million-fold time acceleration domain, Jiang Ci fell into a special state and did not continue to use the interface to deduce. However, he was still awake for the first 100 million years. He used the experience points interface to raise the 3 great heavenly Dao to the perfected realm. The 3 great unique secret techniques had also improved a lot. Among them, because the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra was created by him, it was perfected when it was created. As for 8 lives and cloud annihilation, it took him a total of 30 million years to reach the beginner level of understanding. Then, he used the interface to raise it to the current realm. If it were not for the lack of experience points, he would have already raised it to the perfected state of the first level. As for the secret techniques in the past, Jiang Ci naturally did not care for them with the inheritance of the 8 clouds. After changing the 2 great unique techniques, those secret techniques were automatically removed from the interface. These 2 great unique techniques are really powerful. Although they have not even reached 20% of the first level, the strength of my body and primordial spirit have already improved a lot. Jiang Ci carefully sensed. In the past, his body's strength was only at the beginner level of a stage 6 supreme treasure. Now, it was much stronger than many ordinary stage 6 supreme treasures. The strength of his primordial spirit had also improved from the beginner level of a stage 1 heavenly master to the level of an ordinary stage 1 heavenly master. This was only the first level of 8 lives and cloud annihilation. These 2 great unique techniques had 8 levels. If I can complete the first level, then my body's strength should be at the level of a stage 7 supreme treasure. The strength of my primordial spirit should be at the level of a 2nd step heavenly venerable. Jiang Ci was filled with anticipation. Then, he started to worry again. Even if he got out, where would he get experience points? What he needed for his cultivation now was eternal experience points. This meant that he had to kill at least a Dao Lord to satisfy his cultivation needs. If he wanted to obtain experience points by killing ordinary cultivators and convert them bit by bit, he would probably not be able to collect enough eternal experience points by the end of this calamity. Let's leave the 8 cloud ruins first. Jiang Ci shook his head. Besides the experience points, there was a stage 9 supreme treasure outside, waiting for him to refine. After refining Mount Xianhuang, I can choose to break through and become a Dao Lord. But before that, there is one more thing I need to do. Whoosh! Jiang Ci moved his mind, and a space vortex appeared in front of him. Then, he stepped into it and arrived at another inheritance space. Treasure space. He looked around and saw that he was surrounded by the void. Right in the middle was a towering treasure mountain. On top of the treasure mountain, there was a dazzling brilliance that shot into the sky, revealing endless power. Every ray of brilliance was so strong that it made Jiang Xi's heart tremble. It was as if thousands of heavenly venerables were self-destructing. The waves of overwhelming power made Jiang Xi breathless. There are a total of 361 treasures that have been accumulated over the years by generations of 8 clouds. Unfortunately, I can only take one, and I have to put one back while I'm still alive. Jiang Xi looked at the treasure mountain. That was the rule. Every generation of 8 clouds did the same. Generally, they would take one and put one back. If they were strong and had great achievements in the future, they could put 2 or 3 back, and it would be considered a contribution to the 8 clouds. What Yakin had taken from the Mountain of Treasures and returned to the Mountain of Treasures was recorded on the stone tablet of the Mountain of Treasures. The 361 treasures on this mountain had a special name in the primordial realm. They were called origin embryos. This was a kind of precious treasure that was refined according to the unique refining methods of the primordial realm. Every one of them was enough to make those primordial chaos realm super powerhouses excited. Embryos meant embryos. For a cultivator, different treasures were needed at different times. For example, a tribulation transcender wouldn't be able to use a 6th-tier supreme treasure. Therefore, any form supreme treasure couldn't be used by a powerhouse forever. Therefore, there was a special treasure like the origin embryo that was not fully formed and had relatively low requirements. Even tribulation transcender powerhouses could use it. To be precise, it was a kind of magic treasure that could grow. It could continuously absorb and integrate with other supreme treasures to strengthen the origin of the origin embryo and achieve the purpose of upgrading as long as the owner of the origin embryo was strong enough. It could provide enough supreme treasures to devour. In that case, this origin embryo would be able to grow into an extremely terrifying top treasure in the end. I can only choose one. What should I choose? Sword embryo? Jiang Xi really wanted to take a few more. However, the mountain of treasures in front of him was built by the ancestor, Divine King 8 Clouds. The restrictions inside were not something he could undo. He had to have 8 Clouds inheritance imprint to take out an origin embryo. Without the inheritance imprint, even if he forced his way in, he wouldn't be able to take away the treasures here unless he was stronger than Divine King 8 Clouds. However, if he had that kind of strength, he probably wouldn't take a fancy to this mountain of treasures. Every one of them seems to be made by nature. Jiang Xi strolled on the mountain of treasures. Rays of light soared into the sky, emitting powerful auras. Once they erupted, even heavenly venerables would be instantly killed. However, there were special restrictions on this mountain that suppressed the power of every origin embryo, so they wouldn't threaten Jiang Xi. Attack, armor, essence soul, flight, so many strange treasures. Jiang Xi looked at them one by one, envious. He really wanted to take the full set of 4 treasures and leave. Unfortunately, I can only choose one. Jiang Xi stopped halfway up the mountain, looking at a tall stone sword. This stone sword looked like it was carved from rock, but also looked like it was formed by natural weathering. It was incomparably tall. Casually taking it out, it could form a mountain on its own. Although it was inserted into the mountain's side, the position of the sword hilt was the same height as the mountain of treasures. Of course, what attracted Jiang Xi the most was still this stone sword's outer shape. Among these 361 origin embryos, there are 6 sword embryos. Only this one is very similar to the killing shadow sword that I used since young. It's just that the blade is longer, leaning more toward power. This is even better. After I cultivate 8 lives, my body will definitely be more powerful than same-rank powerhouses. Adding on this sword, it'll be like adding wings to a tiger. This is it. Jiang Xi walked forward and reached his hand out to touch the massive stone sword. Buzz! Immediately, A layer of light film appeared on the entire stone sword surface. On it, countless patterns and symbols flowed rapidly. Compared to the meteor light rays inside the three sword mountains that he comprehended previously, this was clearly much more complicated. Boom! The entire mountain of treasures began to tremble. Light began to appear in every corner, reflecting the light of this massive stone sword. A legacy mark appeared between Jiangxi's eyebrows, forming a resonance with the light. Immediately after, he realized that he had formed a special connection with this stone sword, as if it was a part of his body. This was obviously a more advanced method of recognizing its owner. Origin embryos are magical treasures that can only be refined with a huge price. The current 8 clouds, remember, it will be your partner for life, your best friend in life and death. Treat it well. An old voice sounded in Jiangxi's ears. This voice is it the founder of the treasure mountain, the 8 clouds king? Jiangxi was a little surprised, but still bowed respectfully. Then he looked at the massive stone sword in front of him and thought, small, small, small. Immediately, the towering stone sword shrunk rapidly. Soon, it had shrunk to a height that was slightly higher than Jiangxi's waist. Buzz! Jiangxi waved the sword lightly without using any Dao techniques or mystic arts. The sword blade had an invisible sharpness, causing a mark to appear in the surrounding space. This power! Jiangxi was surprised and delighted. The 8 Clouds Pavilion was also refined by the founder, the 8 Clouds King, and the space inside was extremely stable. Even he had to use the newly created Level 7 Mystic Arts, the third move of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's Heavenly Tao Scroll, to leave a mark in this space. And now, this sword embryo's blade could cause a visible mark in space. It was enough to see how powerful this treasure was. Although it's only at the beginning of Level 7, it's still a Level 7 treasure. Jiangxi smiled. Compared to Sky-Piercing Tower and Mount Xianwang, this sword embryo's grade was much lower. However, this sword embryo was a growth type. As long as it devoured enough treasures, it was not impossible for it to reach the level of Sky-Piercing Tower and Mount Xianwang. Most importantly, this sword embryo was completely compatible with him, making it easier to use. In battle, it was naturally easier for him to unleash his strength. After I stepped onto the path of cultivation, the first sword I used was the Shadow's Lair sword. And this sword embryo is a weapon that can accompany me for life. It can accompany me to the peak or accompany me to my death. Jiangxi lowered his head and gently stroked the sword with his finger. This sword should also be called the Shadow's Lair sword. With a thought, Jiangxi left 2 simple words on the sword, Shadow's Lair. Since he stepped onto the path of cultivation on Earth, he had used many sword-type Dharma treasures. Now, he had finally found a sword that he could use all the time. The Shadow's Lair sword. Senior 8 Clouds, I know you look down on those ordinary treasures, but you should at least leave a few hundred of them in the 8 Clouds Pavilion. Jiangxi sighed. If there were so many ordinary treasures, the sword embryo would have a source of devouring in the future. However, the inheritance stone left behind by the 8 Clouds Divine General had recorded it very clearly. Each 8 Cloud could only take 1 origin embryo in the inheritance. As for the other treasures, the 8 Clouds of each generation had to fight for them. Fortunately, the candidates also left some treasures behind during the inheritance selection. With a thought, over 10,000 treasures of various types appeared in front of Jiangxi, ranging from Stage 1 to Stage 7. There was one Stage 7 treasure, which was the Heavenly Feather Race's treasure, the Rippling Palace. There were 121 Stage 6 treasures, most of which came from the candidates of the 3 major forces of the Chaos Sea, the Heavenly Feather Race, the Great Sky Holy Land, and the Red Lotus Holy Land. The 3 major forces were rich and experts above the Tao Monarch level, basically all had Stage 6 treasures. There were 2,560 Stage 5 treasures, which came from the Tao monarchs, and some perfected monarch-level candidates. There are 16,872 treasures of stage 4 and below, which were basically left behind by the candidates of the three major forces of the Chaos Sea. Given their foundation, those 9 tribulation transcender candidates who were sent to participate in this inheritance selection all had stage 1 or stage 2 treasures. We'll keep the 7th grade and 6th grade supreme treasures for the human race's experts. We'll keep some for the Earth's lineage, and the remaining ones will be devoured by the slaughtering shadow sword. Riverward quickly distributed the treasures. The 4th square of the 8 cloud ruins was a green grassland. It was very spacious, and only an 8-story ancient pavilion stood at the end. Whoosh! Suddenly, the towering 8-cloud pavilion disappeared into thin air. It was replaced by a man wearing black armor with golden patterns and carrying a stone sword on his back. From what Master and Venerable Ming said, it seems that the Great Sky Holy Land, the Red Lotus Holy Land, and the Heavenly Feather Race have many experts lying in ambush outside the 8-cloud ruins to capture me. Jiang Ci frowned slightly. This was a troublesome matter. With his current strength, he had already surpassed a half-step Heavenly Venerable. Even if he met a first-step Heavenly Venerable, he would still dare to fight. However, if he was facing dozens of Heavenly Venerables, and there were even third-step Heavenly Venerables, he would definitely not be their match. Should I use the Heaven Connecting Tower and rush out? Jiang Ci shook his head. This was not a foolproof plan. Although the Heaven Connecting Tower was sturdy, it could only block those attacks. It would be difficult to break out directly. If those experts lying in ambush outside trapped him and sent him to a dangerous place in the Chaos Sea, then it would be over. For example, the depths of the Myriad World ruins, 90,000 light-years below, was known as the Forbidden Area of the Chaos Sea. Since countless eras, no force had been able to explore the area 90,000 light-years below the Myriad World ruins. Even Qing Shuang's clan, which was so powerful, could only explore 90,000 light-years deep and did not dare to go any further. Any expert who entered that area would not be able to return. Jiang Ci's mind turned rapidly as he considered how to break out. At the entrance of the Myriad World ruins, a middle-aged man in white held a golden armillary staff. He broke through the void and teleported to the outside of the huge abyss. After 30,000 years, I finally arrived here from the Golden River. Heavenly Feather Tribe, Jun Tian's sacred ground, Red Lotus sacred ground. You want to kill my tribe's prodigy. Have you asked for my permission? Tomorrow, Venerable looked at the huge abyss with a diameter of 300 million light-years. In fact, ever since he knew that Jiang Ci had entered the 8-cloud ruins, he had rushed here alone. He did not have a 7th-order flying treasure to break through the many dangerous places in the Chaos Sea, nor could he cross half of the Chaos Sea quickly through the mysterious monitoring space channel like Jiang Ci. His journey was sometimes through the space whirlpool, sometimes by teleportation, and sometimes by flying. For 30,000 years, he had not stopped for a moment. Now, he had finally arrived. In another year, I will reach the 8-cloud ruins. Chapter 6:26. A year later, 8-cloud ruins, the 4th square. Ming Zun is here. Jiang Ci was surprised and happy. His clone had just received a message from Ming Tianzuan. Who would have thought that the strongest powerhouse of the human race would spend a total of 30,000 years to rush here from Goldflow River? These were 2 great forbidden grounds that crossed the Chaos Sea, and there were countless difficulties and dangers within. I preached to Ming Zun for more than 10 years, but he did not reveal anything to me. I was still worried about how to leave. Jiang Ci smiled and shook his head. However, if Ming Zun helps me break the encirclement of those forces, my chances of escaping will greatly increase. Jiang Ci followed the path he came from. He passed through the 3rd square, the 2nd square, and finally arrived at the first square. He stood at the place where the first round of selection was and looked at the void world. He was filled with emotions. 30,000 years of experience flashed before his eyes like an illusion. The figure of the eight-cloud general seemed to still be standing beside the altar and had not dissipated. Perhaps, during the first stage, he had already decided that I was the inheritor, and the subsequent stages were just a formality. This thought flashed through Jiangxi's mind. The eight-cloud general already knew that he was the owner of the heaven-reaching tower, and this treasure used to belong to a divine king of the primordial realm. It could be said that there was an unbreakable fate between him and the primordial realm. Chaos origin divine general, divine king, and ruler. From this point of view, the divine king had a higher status than the eight-cloud general. She should be at the same level as the eight-cloud divine king. What kind of person was she? Jiangxi shook his head gently and hid his emotions in the bottom of his heart. He then took out the heaven-reaching tower and shrunk it to the size of a speck of dust. He then flew toward the glowing stone door. This void world still hides some secrets. I'll leave it for the future. He took one last look at the void world that had brought him great opportunities. Jiangxi did not take away the nine-realm puppet because it was the most common type in the trial space of the eight-cloud pavilion. The stone celestial body where the eight-cloud ruins was located had a maximum diameter of 90 million kilometers. It was neither big nor small in the Wanjie ruins, which was a strange place. Spiritual sense was not very useful. The three major forces that had been monitoring the eight-cloud ruins did not dare to let down their guard. From where they were, they could see the stone door in the red fog with their naked eyes. Right now, the stone door was still tightly shut. Suddenly, the stone door seemed to move, opening a gap, but nothing seemed to have happened. Did you see that? The stone door should have been slightly opened just now. Quick! That Tao Lord of the mountains and seas must have already slipped out. Everyone, pay attention to your surroundings. Don't let him escape. Exalted Celestial Myriad Net and the 20 universe Tao Lords of the Great Sky Sacred Land were the first to grow wary. Although they could see the stone door with their naked eyes from where they were standing, they could not see it clearly because they were still quite far away. Moreover, Jiangxi had already shrunk Tong Tian Tower to the extreme, so it was impossible to see it with the naked eye. As for spiritual sense detection, first of all, spiritual sense could not be released wantonly in the Wanjie ruins. Secondly, even if they could use spiritual sense, these experts would not dare to check the situation in the eight-cloud ruins for fear of angering the divine general of the eight-cloud inside. All of you keep a close watch. Heavenly Master Wan Luo immediately became nervous and ordered, "Don't be careless. Once you discover a flying treasure or other flying object, you must stop it. Don't let Tao Lord of the mountains and seas escape." Yes, the 20 universe realm Tao Lords responded in unison. The Supremes have already told us many times. This is a matter of great importance. Moreover, the experts of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground and the Heavenly Feather Race are lurking nearby, wanting to capture the last inheritor. We have been guarding for so long. Don't let them take advantage of us in the end. Heavenly Master Wan Luo shouted. Haha, Lord Wan Luo, don't worry. We have so many level 7 ultimate treasures. Even the 7 heavenly masters of the Heavenly Feather Race can't take the inheritor away from us. The 8-cloud inheritance will belong to the great sky, sacred ground in the end. The battle was about to start. At this moment, the great sky, sacred ground wasn't the only one who noticed the strange movements of the stone door. The Red Lotus Sacred Ground and the Heavenly Feather Race who were guarding the other areas also noticed the experts of the 3 factions who had been peaceful for 1,000 years, as well as the experts of the other factions in the Chaos Sea, were all excited. That stone door is finally moving. The inheritor is coming out. This is our race's last hope for eternity. We must capture that inheritor. That despicable 8-cloud divine general caused the deaths of 2 heavenly masters and many Tao lords of our race. He even wants to cut off our race's hope for eternity. His inheritor must die. No matter how great the potential of this inheritor is or how great the threat is, he has to pass today's trial. No matter how talented a cultivator was, they would need enough time to grow. Even if he obtains the inheritance now, he won't be much stronger in a short period of time. Although our race is the strongest race in the first universe and the third largest faction in the Chaos Sea, once the calamity descends, as long as there is no eternity, even the strongest race will perish. For eternity, we don't have to worry about anything. We don't have to care about the Great Sky Holy Land and the Red Lotus Holy Land. So what if they are Holy Land universes? In front of the opportunity for eternity, there is only one word: snatch. This is our last hope. The remaining 7 sacred masters of the heavenly feather race communicated through their avatars. Let's wait and see. Let the Great Sky Holy Land and the Red Lotus Holy Land fight for it first. The experts of the other factions will definitely make a move. The fight for the inheritor this time won't be that simple. Although there are only 3 factions on the surface, there might be more hidden in the dark. That's right. That Tao Lord of the Mountain Sea has obtained the inheritance and must have means to protect himself. It won't be easy to capture him. Let's wait and see first, and then find the right opportunity. We have already guarded the various safe routes. As long as he passes through one of these safe routes, the 7 of us can join forces and capture him in one fell swoop. The eyes of the 7 sacred masters emitted a divine light and killing intent. This time, it wasn't just a battle for revenge. It was a battle to change the fate of their race. According to the 8-cloud divine general, the heavenly feather race was an eternal race. In the next calamity, the heavenly feather race would be born again in the Chaos Sea. However, that heavenly feather race only had the same bloodline as this heavenly feather race. It had nothing to do with them. Only when they were truly eternal could it be called eternal. At the same time, the various factions lurking around the 8-cloud ruins had yet to confirm who the inheritor was. However, this didn't hinder their next move. They knew that what they had to do was to capture the inheritor. Whether it's perfected Lord Huyu, Tao Lord of the Mountain Sea, or any other candidate, it's fine as long as we capture him. This was the common thought of all the factions. Jiang Xiai only came out after confirming that tomorrow Venerated Ming was near the 8-cloud ruins. With tomorrow Venerated Ming's cooperation, I'll break through even the heavenly net. The heaven-connecting tower was like a speck of dust, advancing at high speed in the quiet void. When the distance was too far, it was hard to see with the naked eye. One could only see it clearly when they were close. This is that flying treasure of the pagoda. It's Tao Lord of the Mountain Seas. A Tao Lord of the Great Sky Holy Land hurriedly contacted Heavenly Venerated One Luo and the other Tao Lords through his avatar. I'll stop him first. I'll rush over now. Heavenly Venerated One Luo was pleasantly surprised. All right. Tao Lord CG received the order and immediately turned into a stream of light, flying towards the tower. Boom, boom, boom. Heavenly Venerated One Luo rode on his 7th grade flying treasure and followed a safe path. His speed instantly increased by 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times the speed of light. He was so fast that before Tao Lord CG could get close to Jiang Xiai, Heavenly Venerated One Luo had already arrived. Tao Lord of the Mountain Sea, my race's Great Sky Supreme wants to meet you. Why don't you follow me to the Great Sky Holy Land? He said loudly. There was no arrogance in his tone, only incomparable confidence. The heaven-connecting tower, which was the size of a speck of dust, stopped in the void. Jiang Xiai was in the space of the heaven-connecting tower, looking at the outside world. Great Sky Holy Land? As expected of the number 1 faction in the Chaos Sea. They're even the first to make a move. This should be Heavenly Venerated One Luo. He's a 3rd step Heavenly Venerate and has a full set of 7th grade treasures. He's a top expert among the Heavenly Venerates. He once blocked the other factions at the entrance of the 8-cloud ruins for a long time. Jiang Xiai thought to himself. After thinking about it, his voice transmitted through the heaven-connecting tower. Heavenly venerated Wan Luo, I have urgent matters to attend to in the fourth universe. When I'm done, it won't be too late to meet your Supremes. What do you think? Oh, my race's Supremes invited you. You're not even going to give them face? Heavenly venerated Wan Luo smiled, but his heart was filled with coldness. Return to the fourth universe? Once heavenly venerated Wan Luo returned, the other factions could only watch helplessly. After all, no faction dared to provoke the original wills of the four primal universes. They were existences that could suppress even invincible heavenly venerates. Could it be that when your great sky holy land invites guests, you forcefully invite them? Riverward's expression was indifferent. I've already said good things. Since you don't listen, don't blame me for being impolite. Heavenly venerated Wan Luo sneered. He steered the sword-shaped flying boat straight to the airspace above sky-piercing tower. Then, the sword-shaped flying ship opened up a huge hole, and an extremely strong suction force burst out, enveloping the entire sky-connecting tower, trying to suck Riverward and the supreme treasure inside. Suck it in. Heavenly venerated Wan Luo shouted. Do you think I'll be sucked in just because you said so? Jiang Ci smiled. Swoosh! Suddenly, the heaven-connecting tower that was being sucked in disappeared and was replaced by an 8-story pavilion. The heaven-connecting tower was one of his trump cards. It was better not to expose it for the time being. However, the 8-cloud pavilion did not have such scruples. Back at the fourth square of the 8-cloud ruins, many candidates saw this special treasure and knew that it was the treasure of the 8-cloud inheritance. Therefore, they did not have to worry about it being exposed. Even if they did not take it out now, the experts of the various factions in the Chaos Sea knew how powerful the 8-cloud pavilion was. That's the 8-cloud pavilion. As expected, heavenly venerated Wan Luo's expression changed when he saw the 8-story pavilion. In the end, the Celestial Exalts and Downward candidates had all died within this treasure get-in. Heavenly venerated Wan Luo drove his 7th-grade flying boat with all his might, trying to suck the 8-cloud pavilion in. Boom! However, no matter how hard he tried, the 8-cloud pavilion did not budge. Instead, it was rapidly expanding. Previously, it was only a few dozen meters tall. In the blink of an eye, it became a gigantic object that was 1 trillion kilometers tall. Then, the tip of the gigantic pavilion broke through the void and flew forward majestically. It was not afraid of the suction force at all. Oh no! Heavenly venerated Wan Luo's expression changed drastically. He realized that it was impossible to suck the 8-cloud pavilion in with the suction force of the treasure. Block it! He drove the flying boat and crashed into the 8-cloud pavilion. Boom! The two colossal objects collided in the void. In the silent Wanjia ruins, even time and space were originally still, but now there were waves after waves of great waves. However, the 8-cloud pavilion only shook slightly and dissipated the terrifying impact of the collision. Then, it continued to fly forward unstoppably. This was a treasure made by the ancestor of the 8-cloud lineage, the 8-cloud godly king, and it contained a miniature universe. A third step, Heavenly Venerate wanted to shake the 8-cloud pavilion with just a 7th-grade treasure. It was impossible. Heavenly Venerated Wan Luo could only watch as the 8-cloud pavilion got further and further away from him. Lord Wan Luo, let me help you. At this moment, Dao, Lord Hai Ji, flew over. Quick, trap him in front. Heavenly Venerated Wan Luo said anxiously. Go! Dao Lord Hai Ji blocked the path of the 8-cloud pavilion and waved his hand, sending out a golden stream of light. It was a 6th-grade special true treasure in the shape of a golden net. It was used to restrain enemies. The golden net rapidly expanded in the air, and soon it was more than 1 trillion kilometers in diameter and enveloped the 8-cloud pavilion. Small, small, small. Dao Lord Hai Ji controlled it with all his might. However, No matter how he controlled the golden net, the eight-cloud pavilion did not show any signs of shrinking. Instead, it continued to fly forward. Ka. The golden net emitted a sound similar to that of metal cracking, as if it was about to break. Not good. Dao Lord Hai Ji's expression changed. Lord Wanluo, I can't stop it either. Within the core inheritance space of the eight-cloud pavilion, Jiang Xi sat leisurely in front of the wooden house on the island. This is the place. Break. He smiled gently. Boom. The eight-cloud pavilion, which had been traveling at 100 times the speed of light, suddenly sped up, and a powerful force exploded. Dao Lord Hai Ji, who was in front, was too close to dodge. Pooh. This universe-level Dao Lord, who had the combat power of a half-step heavenly venerate, was crushed by the eight-cloud pavilion, his body and soul destroyed. You killed a universe-level Dao Lord. Eternal experience points +9. Seeing this, heavenly venerated Wanluo's expression changed slightly. Then he snorted coldly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he once again used his flying boat to chase after the eight-cloud pavilion. At the same time, the phantom of a golden hammer formed out of thin air. With the terrifying might of a third-step heavenly venerate, it smashed towards the eight-cloud pavilion. A ninth-grade mystic art. Within the eight-cloud pavilion, Jiang Xi's expression immediately turned serious. Chapter 6:27. The eight-cloud pavilion could withstand the impact of a Tier 7 treasure, but it might not be able to withstand the power of a Tier 9 mystic technique. A Tier 9 mystic technique represented the limit of a heavenly venerable. One step further, and it would be at the supreme level. Heavenly venerable Wanluo's attack was supported by a Tier 7 treasure. It could definitely severely injure or even kill a first-step heavenly venerable. Therefore, Jiang Xi was not sure if he could withstand such an attack. Boom! The giant hammer shadow, formed by the Tier 9 mystic technique, shattered the void and instantly smashed into the eight-cloud pavilion. A terrifying power erupted instantly, trying to break through the layers of barriers of the eight-cloud pavilion and attack Jiang Xi in the core inheritance space. However, there were too many inheritance spaces within the eight-cloud pavilion. The power of the giant hammer shadow was weakened layer by layer. When it finally reached Jiang Xi, it was only left with the power of a Tier 2 mystic technique. Looks like I underestimated the eight-cloud pavilion. This is a treasure that is not inferior to the sky-reaching tower. The difference is that the main function of the eight-cloud pavilion is to nurture super experts. It doesn't have any attack power. Jiang Xi smiled and crushed the last giant hammer shadow. However, it's enough to deal with the current situation. Boom, boom, boom. The eight-cloud pavilion crushed all obstacles and flew forward at high speed with an unstoppable momentum. He's actually unscathed? Heavenly Venerable Wanluo was shocked. He had used his strongest attack just now, but it still could not do anything to Jiang Xi. What should we do? Heavenly Venerable Wanluo was really anxious. He was very clear about the situation. Although Jiang Xi was an inheritor, the forces in the Chaos Sea did not take Jiang Xi seriously. Therefore, the various forces set up layers of ambushes outside the eight-cloud pavilion in preparation to capture Jiang Xi. The Juntian sacred ground relied on many Tier 7 treasures and the fact that the various forces were not united to set up an ambush closest to the eight-cloud pavilion. If Jiang Xi was allowed to break out of their encirclement, the other forces outside would rush in. Once a chaotic battle broke out, it was hard to say who Jiang Xi would fall into. Until now, Celestial Venerate Wanluo still hadn't taken Jiang Xi seriously. He believed that Jiang Xi had only relied on the Eight Clouds Pavilion of the Eight Clouds Inheritance to block his attack as long as they could stop Jiang Xi. In the end, regardless of whether it was the Eight Clouds Inheritance or the Eight Clouds Pavilion, both would belong to their great sky holy land. The problem now was how to stop Jiang Xi who seemed impossible to stop at all. Could it be that they were just going to watch Jiang Ci rush out of their encirclement and let the other forces join in the fight? Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, more than 10 figures flew over from all directions. They were the other 19 universe-level Tao, lords of the great sky, sacred ground. Let's attack together and stop him. Heavenly Premier Wan Luo shouted anxiously. Buzz. Immediately, many secret technique phantoms condensed in the void. Most of them were the giant hammer phantoms unique to the great sky sacred ground. There were also 8-armed giants, strange beasts, supreme treasures, and so on. This was the attack of the 19 top universe-level Tao Lords. Not only were there 3 half-step heavenly venerates, but half of them also had 7th-grade supreme treasures. Their combined attack was enough to fight against 3 to 5 heavenly venerates. Boom, boom, boom. All the attacks hit the 8 Clouds Pavilion at almost the same time. A huge explosion occurred, and a terrifying power swept across a radius of 1 trillion kilometers. Even the void of the myriad world's ruins that was still had terrifying abyssal cracks appearing. However, when everything calmed down, the speed of the 8 Clouds Pavilion was still unaffected, and it continued to move forward unstoppably. We can't stop him. Lord Wan Luo, what should we do? If this continues, he'll escape. The remaining 19 universe-level Tao lords were also anxious. They kept shortening the distance between them and the 8 Clouds Pavilion, trying to shrink the encirclement. Within the 8 Clouds Pavilion, Jiang Ci's expression was still calm, but he was calculating his position and the best route in his heart. Don't get too close. Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo hurriedly reminded. The scene of Jiang Ci driving the 8 Clouds Pavilion and killing a half-step Heavenly Venerate was still clearly imprinted in his mind. The 19 universe-level Tao lords didn't know about this situation. When they heard this warning, they reacted quickly and immediately retreated. Too late, Jiang Ci sneered. Speed up. Instantly, the speed of the 8 Clouds Pavilion increased from 100 times the speed of light to 10,000 times the speed of light. Of the 19 universe-level Tao lords, the furthest one was only 10 million kilometers away. With the speed of the 8 Clouds Pavilion, he could cross it almost instantly. Swoosh! The 8 Clouds Pavilion shattered the void. First, it crushed the nearest universe-level Tao Lord. Then, it drew a beautiful arc and crashed into the second Tao Lord. Puff! Puff! You kill the universe-level Tao Lord. Eternal experience points +9. You kill the universe-level Tao Lord. Eternal experience points +9. A series of notifications sounded on the interface, indicating that one universe-level Tao Lord after another had been killed. Run. Retreat. Run. Even if they wanted to escape, how could they escape? In the end, only one of the 19 universe-level Tao Lords had a Tier 7 protective treasure. He wasn't directly crushed by the 8 Clouds Pavilion, but he was more than half dead. The rest had all died. At the same time, their treasures were also instantly collected by Jiang Ci into the 8 Clouds Pavilion. Jiang Ci, you deserve to die. Heavenly Sovereign Wan Luo was shocked and angry. But more than that, he felt incredulous. Haha, you've lived for so long. How can you say such things? Jiang Ci laughed loudly. At the same time, the 8 Clouds Pavilion continued to advance unstoppably. Boom, boom, boom. Heavenly Sovereign Wan Luo continuously used his strongest attacks. Numerous golden hammer phantoms formed by Tier 9 mystic arts struck the 8 Clouds Pavilion that was billions of kilometers tall. However, these attacks were destined to be futile. Soon, Jiang Ci charged out of the encirclement occupied by the June Sky Sacred Land and was seen by even more factions. It's the 8 Clouds Pavilion. The successor is charging out with the 8 Clouds Pavilion. The June Sky Sacred Land couldn't catch him or stop him. This is our chance. Attack. In this area, not only was there the second largest faction in the Chaos Sea, the Red Lotus Sacred Land, but there was also the Heavenly Feather Race that was not weak at all. Moreover, the Heavenly Feather Race could be said to have sent the strongest forces this time. There were a total of 7 Heavenly Venerate Sacred Lords. In addition, many factions in the First, Second, and Third universes, as well as Heavenly Venerate Lone Travelers, were not easy to deal with either. Some factions, even if their Heavenly Venerates were weaker than the Heavenly Feather Race, would only send more peak universe realm Downlords. After seeing the 8 Clouds Pavilion, these factions added up to more than 50 Heavenly Venerates and nearly 1,000 Downlords. They immediately entered a frenzied state of attack. In midair, powerful and terrifying attacks easily distorted and shattered the space-time of the myriad world's ruins. Some tried to swallow the 8 Clouds Pavilion directly, while others attacked indiscriminately. They not only attacked the 8 Clouds Pavilion, but also other factions, trying to mess up the situation. This was because only when the situation was chaotic would those weaker factions and lone Heavenly Venerates have a chance to fish in troubled waters. Boom, boom, crash. These attacks landed on the 8 Clouds Pavilion, causing it to tremble again and again. Finally, its speed was affected and it slowed down. Amidst this huge commotion, 5-colored brilliance circulated. In an instant, it condensed into a light figure that looked like a woman's. The woman's face was blurred. She was nearly 1 light year tall and had 12 pairs of 5-colored wings on her back. She held a giant sword in both hands and looked extremely divine. This was the supreme light figure summoned by the 7 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather Race. It was the Heavenly Feather General from countless years ago. When Jiang Ci first entered the Chaos Sea, he had seen 2 Heavenly Venerates of the Heavenly Feather Race join forces to summon a supreme light figure. However, its power was obviously not as strong as the one before him. That formless pressure completely enveloped the world, as if it was some kind of supreme existence. Oomph. The supreme light figure with a blurry face waved the giant sword in her hand and drew a circle in the air. Then, that circle was like a black hole that quickly swallowed the 8 Clouds Pavilion that was billions of kilometers tall. Even Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo, who had a full set of 7th grade supreme treasures, could not shake the 8 Clouds Pavilion. However, the supreme light figure of the Heavenly Feather Race could do it. This showed how powerful they were. However, in the next moment, bam, 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 almost at the same time, a total of 10 7th grade supreme treasures struck that supreme light figure, causing it to crumble. Damn it! The 7 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather Race were furious they had seen the opportunity just now. When they saw that the 8 Clouds Pavilion's flying speed was affected under the attacks of so many people, they immediately took action. They wanted to use the strongest supreme light figure to swallow the 8 Clouds Pavilion in one fell swoop. However, in such a chaotic battle, their plan failed in the end. 7 birdmen of the Heavenly Feather Race, you want to capture the inheritor? Dream on. My corpse race has been watching you for a long time. In the distance, a sinister old man sitting on a blood-colored coffin laughed sinisterly. Corpse race. The 7 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather Race were even more furious. The Heavenly Feather Race and the Corpse Race of the First Universe were both races with heaven-defying talents. Because the 2 races had opposing talents, they were natural enemies. Both sides had never stopped fighting, and neither side could see the other side coming out on top. Previously, the Heavenly Feather Race had the 9 sacred lords and could be said to have completely suppressed the Corpse Race. But now, the Heavenly Feather Race only had 7 sacred lords left. When the 2 races fought again, the Corpse Race was not afraid. Boom, boom, boom. The battle in the void became even more intense. So many Heavenly Venerables and Tao Lords were not only besieging Jiang Ci's 8 Clouds Pavilion, but they were also fighting amongst themselves. In the core inheritance space of the 8 Clouds Pavilion, Jiang Ci was also shocked just now. He was almost swallowed by the supreme light figure of the heavenly feather race. Fortunately, the factions in the Chaos Sea were not united. The attacks of the heavenly venerables directly defeated the supreme light figure. As expected of the inheritance method left behind by the Chaos Origin Divine General. Just the supreme light figure is so terrifying. Of course, Jiang Xi was also aware that his current cultivation level was only a 5th transformation True Lord. Once he became a Tao Lord and activated the 8 Clouds Pavilion, the situation would be different. More than 50 heavenly venerables and nearly 1,000 Tao Lords. After being safe again, Jiang Xi's heart burned with passion again. He really wanted to smash these powerhouses that roamed the Chaos Sea to death. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. This situation was not like when the Great Sky Holy Land besieged him just now. With so many powerhouses attacking together, the speed of the 8 Clouds Pavilion was greatly reduced now. What he needed to consider was how to escape and not to think about gaining experience points. Unless boom, roar, roar, all sorts of terrifying sounds or all sorts of supreme treasures smashed over one after another. There were also all sorts of heavenly venerables above rank 7 that continuously condensed and landed on the 8 Clouds Pavilion. These attacks broadened Jiang Xi's horizons. In the entire Chaos Sea, there were pitifully few heavenly venerables and even fewer rank 7 supreme treasures. But today, 1/3 of the heavenly venerables and more than half of the Chaos Sea's rank 7 supreme treasures were gathered here. This won't do. Although our attacks slowed down the 8 Clouds Pavilion, they did not cause any damage to the 8 Clouds Pavilion, let alone capture the inheritor in the river. Trap him first. As long as we can stop the 8 Clouds Pavilion, we will have a chance to slowly get him out. These powerhouses discovered the terror of the 8 Clouds Pavilion after a period of chaos and frenzied siege. Those factions that had deliberately wanted to stir up the situation no longer caused trouble. They all focused their firepower on the 8 Clouds Pavilion. Instantly, the power of these powerhouses' joint attacks increased explosively. All sorts of attacks became terrifying. A towering giant palm appeared out of thin air and directly grabbed the 8 Clouds Pavilion. However, the 8 Clouds Pavilion forcibly flew along with the giant palm. The supreme light figure of the heavenly feather race also appeared once again. The giant sword transformed into a black hole, wanting to swallow the 8 Clouds Pavilion. There were also giant hammer phantoms, red lotus phantoms, saber lights, sword lights, and so on. All sorts of secret techniques and supreme treasures flooded the 8 Clouds Pavilion. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying energy tide swept through an area of hundreds of light years. The power that erupted completely squeezed this space. Under such a situation, the 8 Clouds Pavilion was finally forced to stop. Not good. Jiang Xi's heart sank. He was afraid of falling into this passive situation. Once trapped, he would be at the mercy of others. This is a big scene. However, at this moment, a loud laughter that sounded like the roar of heaven and earth resounded through the void, suppressing the voices of all the heavenly venerables and Tao Lords. Boom! At the same time, a golden staff shadow that was close to a light year long swept over from afar. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever the staff shadows passed, the Tao Lords would explode like illusions. Nearly 100 of them had perished in an instant. Tomorrow Venerable. Damn it, it's Tomorrow Venerable. All the heavenly venerables and Tao Lords were shocked and furious. Such a big scene is rare. The white-robed Tomorrow Venerable finally arrived on the battlefield with the armillary staff in his hand. He had a smile on his face as he looked at his enemies. Kill him. Split up a portion of the heavenly venerables and surround Tomorrow Venerable. The rest of the powerhouses continue to attack the 8 Clouds Pavilion. Although the experts present were furious, they quickly responded to the situation. The first Sacred Lord and Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo, the 2/3 step Heavenly Venerables, attacked Tomorrow Venerable together with 8 other Heavenly Venerables. "Huh." Tomorrow Venerable chuckled. Then he suddenly shouted, "Eighth move." Boom! 8 towering figures of Tomorrow Venerable suddenly appeared in the surrounding void. One of them was slightly blurry, but each of them held an armillary staff and swept across the land with a radius of 1 light year. These 8 figures were located in 8 different directions. It was as if they had turned this world into Tomorrow Venerable's world. And Tomorrow Venerable's true body was the core of this world. When this world was formed, many mystic technique attacks within it exploded. Only a few rank 9 mystic techniques and a few rank 8 mystic techniques resisted the pressure of this world. But then, in the darkness, a glowing shadow of a staff appeared. The strange thing was that this staff shadow didn't seem to belong to this world. It seemed to have descended from another world. A mystic technique that's close to rank 10. His 8th figure is clearer than the last time. It's also stronger than the last time. We can't fight it head-on. The first Sacred Lord, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo, and the other Heavenly Venerables all looked extremely serious. They also condensed mystic technique shadows. There were giant hammer shadows, supreme light shadows, beasts, and Dharma treasures. Although the first Sacred Lord and Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo also used rank 9 mystic techniques, their power was obviously inferior to Tomorrow Venerable's staff technique. Boom! The shadow of the staff that was born from the darkness swept across Boom. Boom! The glowing shadow of the staff, with an unstoppable momentum, almost instantly defeated their attacks. This too strong. Could it be another invincible Heavenly Venerable? All the experts on the battlefield were shocked beyond words. Boom! Tomorrow Venerable didn't stop after his attack. Instead, he swung his armillary staff again and swept it across. 8th move. The shining staff shadow seemed to have descended from another world and swept across again. This time, the target of the attack was the Heavenly Venerables and Tao Lords that were attacking Jiang Ci. Retreat. Dodge. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The more than 40 Heavenly Venerables and nearly 1,000 Tao Lords immediately panicked, especially those Tao Lords. They fled in a hurry, not daring to stay where they were. By now, everyone knew that if these Tao Lords were to be struck by that staff, they would probably be annihilated in body and soul. As they scattered and retreated, Jiang Ci finally had a chance to catch his breath. Just now, the 8 Clouds Pavilion had no chance to escape under the siege of so many experts. Now, the situation had changed. Tomorrow Venerable's powerful entrance solved Jiang Ci's predicament with just 3 staff strikes. Haha, my chance is here. Jiang Ci's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. Charge, charge, charge. Almost instantly, he increased the speed of the 8 Clouds Pavilion to 10,000 times the speed of light. Whoosh! The tip of the 8 Clouds Pavilion shot forward, smashing into the fleeing Tao Lords. Puff! Puff! You killed a Universe Tao Lord, Eternal Experience +9. You killed a Universe Tao Lord, Eternal Experience +9. You killed a Universe Tao Lord, Eternal Experience +6. Along with the notifications on the Experience panel, one Tao Lord after another was killed by the 8 Clouds Pavilion. There was a miniature universe hidden in the 8 Clouds Pavilion. Who could withstand the impact of a miniature universe? The Tao Lords who dared to besiege him were all elites of various factions. Except for a few universe gods. The rest were basically universe gods, but none of them could withstand the impact of the 8 Clouds Pavilion. About 30 light years away from the 8 Clouds ruins, the originally still space-time was distorted. In the distorted space-time, there was an ordinary bluestone hidden. An old man wearing a beast skin robe was sitting on the bluestone. The 8 Clouds Pavilion lives up to its reputation. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone looked from afar, his deep gaze passing through 30 light years of space. As expected of a treasure refined by godly King 8 Clouds. Although it's not an offensive treasure, it's still so powerful. He chuckled. Tomorrow Venerable. The kid who followed Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament back, then has grown up. He's almost as strong as heavenly venerable purple firmament back then. It seems that I was overthinking this time. With him around, I don't have to do anything. Heavenly venerable bluestone shook his head slightly. Then, the distorted space-time returned to normal, and the mysterious heavenly venerable left quietly. First attack, then change. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.